Chapter 451, Sect Guarding Immortal Artifact, 2. Both Fei Qingxiu and Qin Zhan knew this very well. Fei Qingxiu handed the Emperor Yu bell to Qin Zhan and said, "I've refined this thing for hundreds of years. It's enough to unleash one strike. I hope you can use it to completely destroy the Tai Celestial Pond." Even with Qin Zhan's strength, it would be difficult for him to break into the Qingwei sect's lair and snatch the Supreme Divine Water. This was because Qin Zhan did not know when the Supreme Divine Water would be produced. However, Qin Zhan was confident that he could use the explosive attack of Emperor Yu's bell to destroy the Tai Immortal Pond and then escape. Even though they would definitely be hunted down by the Qingwei sect, there was always a chance to escape. Qin Zhan took the Emperor Yu's bell from Fei Qingxiu and nodded solemnly. "I will use the entire sect's strength to provoke Lin Wu Pass and the other immortal passes and try my best to attract the attention of the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao League. However, the supreme divine water of the Qingwei sect is about to be nurtured. I estimate that they will at least reserve a dozen or even dozens of nascent souls to guard the sect. There will be no lack of top-notch perfected cultivators among them. Therefore, you must be careful on this trip." When Fei Qingxiu said this, she sighed faintly. Unfortunately, both the Qianyuan Sword Sect and the Xianqing Dao League know each other's nascent souls like the back of their hands. Once they mobilized a large number of cultivators above the nascent soul stage to the Qingwei sect, they would definitely be alerted. Fei Qingxiu stretched out a finger. "You only have 3 nascent souls at most." However, when Qin Zhan heard this, he smiled and shook his head. "I don't want any of them." "Junior brother." Fei Qingxiu frowned. "This isn't a joke." "Senior sister, I'm not joking." After saying that, the transparent world domain suddenly enveloped Fei Qingxiu. Within the transparent world domain, a golden light swam around. Around the golden light, other laws moved. Seeing this scene, Fei Qingxiu was stunned. After a long time, she grabbed Qin Zhan's sleeve and said in a trembling voice, "World-level cultivators, junior brother, you broke through." "Yes." Qin Zhan nodded. "Do you still think that sending 3 ordinary true lords can help me?" Fei Qingxiu still wanted to speak. Qin Zhan raised his hand and said, "Don't tell me that you sent Hall Master Huiyan and perfected Lord Linwu to help me. You gathered us together. Your goal is even greater." Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu immediately fell silent. Indeed, compared to ordinary nascent souls, the Xianqing Dao League paid more attention to the top perfected lords of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. If the Qianyuan Sword Sect could get information about the Tai Divine Water from the Qingwei sect, why couldn't they get information about the whereabouts of top perfected cultivators from the Qianyuan Sword Sect? Even if their whereabouts in the Infinite Star Sea could be kept secret, they would be exposed sooner or later once they reached the territory of the Qingwei sect. At that time, the sneak attack would turn into a strong attack. However, if they wanted to attack a sect with dozens of nascent souls and a high-grade defensive array, it was far from enough to rely on a few top-notch true lords and a pure yang immortal weapon. This was especially so since this pure yang immortal weapon only had the power to strike once. Looking at Qin Zhan's determined expression, Fei Qingxiu nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Hearing this, Qin Zhan laughed again. Tiangsu Peak. In front of the cliff, the 3 cultivators sat on the ground. At the bottom of the cliff, an endless sea of fire was emitting terrifying heat. Among the 3 of them, Huiyan Qi and the brawny man named Xianzhu relied on their bodies to resist the heat wave. Only Chen Daoxuan relied on his 5th-level Law Realm Great Dao Realm to resist the heat wave. However, Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao Realm was not inferior to ordinary nascent souls, so he was able to withstand the terrifying heat wave with ease. Huiyan Qi looked at Chen Daoxuan and asked, "In your opinion, what is the purpose of refining?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a long time before saying, "Junior is rather vulgar." To be honest with Senior, Junior's previous artifact refinement was all to earn spirit stones. Huiyan Qi nodded, then shook his head, "You forge artifacts to earn spirit stones for cultivation. You don't steal or rob." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Huiyan Qi with a strange gaze. Being stared at by him like that, Huiyan Qi smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. My weapon refining hall has tens of thousands of inner disciples and nearly 1 million outer disciples. With so many people, the amount of resources consumed every year is simply massive. All of them are relying on the sect to allocate resources, which is naturally not enough. Of course, our weapon refinery hall has to learn to earn spirit stones by ourselves. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the various strange celestial devices that the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect had introduced, such as the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda, the Yun Mo wall, and so on. They were all introduced by the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect to the major immortal clans in the Infinite Star Sea. To be honest, among the various magic tools introduced by the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect, some of them were indeed very useful, such as the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. In the Infinite Star Sea, almost all the Zifa clans with a bit of background would buy a 9 ruins exquisite pagoda for their low-level disciples to temper their minds and accumulate battle experience. The larger Golden Core and Nascent Soul clans would only buy more of the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. For example, the Chen family of Gang Prefecture had purchased a total of 17 9 ruins exquisite pagodas. Just this alone had cost more than 800 million spirit stones, and this was only the Chen family of the Azure continent. Moreover, the number of low-level cultivators in the Chen family was still much smaller than that of the other Golden Core and Nascent Soul families in the Infinite Star Sea. Even so, he still spent so much on 9 ruins Ling Long. And this was only one kind of magic tool that the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect had introduced. One could imagine how profitable the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect was. As the master of the artifact refining hall, Huiyan Qi was probably the richest person in the entire Qian Yuan sword sect. In terms of the number of spirit stones, even the sect leader of the Qian Yuan sword sect might not be as exaggerated as the number of spirit stones in his hands. After thinking about this, the way Chen Daoxuan looked at Huiyan Qi changed. He originally thought that Huiyan Qi, as a top true lord, was an extraordinary expert. In fact, he was also worried about the cultivation resources of the many disciples of the weapon refinery hall. In this aspect, the two of them were quite similar. Chen Daoxuan had once been extremely worried about the cultivation resources of the Chen family cultivators. Compared to Huiyan Qi, Chen Daoxuan was even more worried. Huiyan Kai's weapon refining palace was backed by the Qian Yuan sword sect. At least he didn't have to worry about making money or that external forces would try to take advantage of their weapon refining palace. But Chen Daoxuan was different. The Chen family was very weak back then. He had to consider the problem of making money and how to keep the money he earned from others. This kind of situation only became much better when Chen Daoxuan's strength became stronger and stronger, and the Chen family's power became bigger and bigger. Chen Daoxuan could clearly feel that the number of gazes coveting the Chen family was decreasing, and the number of gazes fearing the Chen family was increasing. Unknowingly, his Azure Continent's Chen family had also gradually grown into a large faction that suppressed an area. Not to mention the ordinary Zifa clans and Golden Core clans, even the Ji clan of the Jing state, a large clan of the Nascent Soul stage, didn't dare to cause trouble for the Chen clan after they lost a top Daoist master on the Golden Core Daoist master ranking. From this, it could be seen that the current Chen family was really different from the past. If the Ji clan of the Jing state had suffered such a great loss at the hands of other Zifa or Gold Core clans, old ancestor Ji would definitely have personally come to ask for an explanation. This time, the Ji family had been very low-key, as if nothing had happened between them and the Chen family. It was completely nonsense to say that there was no reason to fear Chen Daoxuan's strength and the sea-suppressing hall master Qin Zhan behind him. Chen Daoxuan was deep in thought. Huiyan Qi turned his head and looked at the burly man beside Chen Daoxuan, asking, "Immortal Forge, why do you think you forge artifacts?" "I don't know." The brawny man smiled foolishly. "Master taught me how to forge artifacts, so I did. I didn't think too much about it." "You silly fool." Huiyan Qi pointed at the burly man and shook his head with a smile. Huiyan Qi pondered for a moment and continued, "In fact, there is no difference between an armament master and an array master." He paused for a moment. Array masters use the power of mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth to set up arrays. As for us blacksmiths, we set up arrays in a small area. However, regardless of whether it was a blacksmith or an array master, they all needed to comprehend and rely on array formations. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. The burly man nodded. His master had taught him all these things before. These words were mostly for Chen Daoxuan to hear. Chapter 452, The Dao of Array Formations, 1. Formation. Chen Daoxuan muttered silently. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was deep in thought, Luyan Qi demonstrated and said, "In the very beginning, we blacksmiths only fuse a few or even a single formation pattern into the embryo. However, the higher the grade of the magic tool we refine, the more complicated the array formation will be." As he spoke, the golden rays of light in front of Luyan Qi outlined extremely complex array patterns. These array patterns then reorganized into even more complex arrays. In the end, these formations merged together and formed an extremely complicated and terrifying formation that made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. What was even more exaggerated was that this complicated array was actually only moving in Huiyan Kai's palm. Chen Daoxuan had never heard of such an ability. Although he was also a blacksmith, and his grade was not low, as high as 3rd tier upper grade, Chen Daoxuan had never even heard of someone like Luyan Qi who could control such a complicated array in his palm, let alone see it. Chen Daoxuan realized that perhaps, the grade of this Hall Master Huiyan's array master was even higher than that of an armament master. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Compared to alchemists, blacksmiths, and other high-class immortal cultivation occupations, array masters were even rarer. Firstly, array masters had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's array formation talent. Secondly, array masters were not as popular as alchemists and armament masters. Just as Huiyan Qi had said, armament masters also needed to earn cultivation resources. Formation masters, on the other hand, had very few ways to earn spirit stones. Usually, only some cultivation families or sects needed to hire these formation masters to set up formations. It was unlike weapon refiners and pill refiners, where almost every cultivator needed their help. After all, whether it was sect cultivators, clan cultivators, or itinerant cultivators, they could not live without magic tools and pills. Therefore, cultivators with talent in array formations usually chose the profession of a weapon craftsman rather than a pure array master. In reality, an array that an array master could set up could also be set up by an armament master of the same rank after he had studied it for a period of time. For example, the defensive array formation of Tiangsu Peak was set up by Huiyan Qi, this 5th-tier upper-grade weapons craftsman. The Kangzhou Chen family's mountain protecting array was also set up by Chen Daoxuan. Artifact refinement and array formations were interlinked. In the later stages of pill refinement, alchemists would also be involved in formations. Many high-grade pills needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth to be refined. This was also a form of application of formations. It could be said that the path of array formations ran through the vast majority of immortal cultivation techniques. Armament masters, alchemists, array masters, even talisman craftsmen and spirit herbalists all needed to use arrays. Many immortal cultivation professions could not do well without formations. Huiyan Kai's demonstration opened up Chen Daoxuan's mind. Actually, it wasn't just the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. The starry sword array that the Chen family's military cultivators had used was also a type of array. Formations could not only be used in production logistics, but they could also be used in battle. The Zifu disciples of the Chen family's military headquarters were clearly far weaker than Ji Sui, a top-notch Daoist master on the Golden Core rankings, but they had relied on the starry sword formation to forcefully block the other party. Chen Daoxuan knew that if the Chen clan cultivators didn't have this sword formation, they would have been killed by Ji Sui. From this, it could be seen how important array formations were in battle. Of course, the starry sword array that the Chen family's military cultivators had set up was formed by hundreds of people. Only then could they rely on the strength of the Purple Mansion stage to fight against the top perfected cultivators. If one person were to control the sword formation, it would probably be very difficult. Wait a minute. Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something, and an idea flashed in his mind. Stellar Sword Dao Diagram. See Division Chapter. Chen Daoxuan's breathing suddenly quickened. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's enlightened look, Huiyan Qi nodded, "It seems that you have also thought of it. The higher the grade of us armament masters, the deeper our grasp of the Dao of array formation. The Dao of array formations can be applied to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation and can also increase our own strength. This is what I told you back then, the profound meaning of the path of artifact refinement." Hearing these heartfelt words, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat moved. He immediately bowed to the other party and said, "Many thanks for Hall Master Huiyan's guidance. Talking is not important, pointing is just not important, hoping that you, This refining is good seedlings, so buried, hoping that old age, this talk, will not bring you trouble. As he spoke, Huiyan Qi smiled and shook his head. What are you saying, Hall Master Huiyan? Chen Daoxuan hurriedly said he didn't dare. Huiyan Qi was the one talking while Chen Daoxuan was listening. The Dao that Huiyan Qi taught was mostly the Dao of artifact refining. Only a small portion involved the comprehension of the law realm. Of course, regardless of whether it was the path of artifact refinement or the comprehension of the law realm, with Chen Daoxuan's level, he appeared very immature in front of Huiyan Qi. Of course, he didn't have much room to interrupt. As for the brawny man beside him, he didn't say a word from beginning to end. If it wasn't for him nodding from time to time, Chen Daoxuan would have thought that he was in a daze. The cultivation and strength of the three present were extremely high, and the time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, the three of them sat cross-legged in front of the cliff for the entire night. Huiyan Qi seemed to see the worry in Chen Daoxuan's eyes and couldn't help but ask, Daoxuan, do you still have something to do? Chen Daoxuan nodded his head. I won't hide this from Hall Master Huiyan. The original intention of this junior's trip was to find Hall Master Qin. However, I passed by Tiangsu Mountain. Therefore, I see. Chapter 453, The Dao of Array Formations, 2. Huiyan Qi nodded in understanding. I seem to have heard that Qin Zhan owes you a huge favor in the Green Hill Fei Kingdom. This. It's true. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Actually, I have something to ask of Hall Master Qin. Oh, what's the matter? Huiyan Qi didn't seem to care and asked directly. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Huiyan Qi and paused for a moment before telling him about Chen Zianhe. 100-year-old Qi condensation cultivator can reach foundation establishment. Huiyan Qi couldn't help but frown. I wonder if Senior has a way. Huiyan Kai's brows were tightly locked, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, Huiyan Qi shook his head and said, difficult. The transformation of the divine soul was originally the most difficult thing to achieve on the path of cultivation. When a cultivator cultivates, they have to refine the qi, the body, and the spirit. Among them, the most difficult is to refine the spirit. For us nascent soul cultivators, if we want to break through to the immortal soul stage, the greatest difficulty is the transformation of the soul. According to what you said, this elder of your clan should have passed away, but you used a life-prolonging treasure to forcefully extend his life. However, by doing so, the degree of decay of his soul continued to deepen. If you want to build your foundation, you have to cleanse the decaying aura on your soul. However, treasures that cleanse your soul and transform it. Huiyan Qi shook his head again. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually sank. He knew that treasures that could transform a cultivator's soul were extremely precious. Ordinary cultivators didn't even dare to think about it. Even Chen Daoxuan could only hope to gain something from the Sea-Calming Hall Master. After all, this big shot was the top figure in the Infinite Star Sea. If even the Sea-Calming Palace Lord was helpless, Chen Daoxuan could only watch as his 13th uncle passed away. As for the Divine Sea chapter that he cultivated, it did have the effect of refining the spirit, but the effect of this cultivation method was too slow. Chen Zianhe couldn't wait. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan wasn't sure if the Divine Sea chapter would be able to cleanse Chen Zianhe's soul of the decaying qi. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's desolate expression, Huiyan Qi comforted him, you can ask Qin Zhan about this again. He often travels in the Infinite Star Sea and the True Demon Realm. He has seen and heard much more than an old man like me who stays in the sect all day. You should be able to gain something from asking him. Hearing this comforting sentence, Chen Daoxuan squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. Senior's good words. Go ahead. Huiyan Qi knew that Chen Daoxuan was not in the mood to discuss the Dao at the moment, so he did not force him. He waved his sleeves and said, Xianzu, go and send him off. Yes, master. Senior, Junior bids farewell. After saying that, he nodded at the burly man beside him. Chen Daoxuan left Tiangsu Mountain with a heavy heart after being sent off by the brawny man named Xianzu. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Chen Daoxuan and the other man exited the Tiangsu Mountain's defensive array. Outside the formation, the brawny man cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan and said heartily, Fellow Daoist Chen, I wish you all the best on this trip. Thank you. Chen Daoxuan nodded solemnly. I'm Chen Daoxuan. Do you know your name? My name is Zhou Xianzu. With that, the burly man disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It really is him, the number 1 on the Golden Core ranking list, the immortal Tianzi Zhou Xianzu. Chen Daoxuan muttered as he looked at the burly man who had disappeared in front of him. Almost all the Golden Cores on the Infinite Star Sea's Golden Core Daist Master ranking had made their name in the Yun Nation in the past 400 years. For example, Ji Sui, who was killed by Chen Daoxuan, and Zhou Xianzu, who had just left. It was precisely because they had become famous in the Yun Nation that their names were all more ruthless than the previous one. It was either Shuetu, Tianzu, Reverend Zhosha, Reverend Kuli, and so on. In any case, these names did not sound like good people. It was different from the Zifu disciple rankings. Every perfected being on the Golden Core ranking had their own name, and these names were all recognized by the outside world. For example, Ji Sui, who had been killed by Chen Daoxuan. The reason why he had this name was because he was extremely bloodthirsty. When Ji Sui slaughtered, he basically did not care. Whether it was cultivators of the same level, low-level cultivators, or even mortals who posed no threat to him. Ji Sui did not show any mercy when he killed. It could be said that people like Ji Sui were not only hated by his enemies, but also by his allies in the Infinite Star Sea. After all, for the many itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, once the war was won, the captured cultivators and mortals of the Yun Nation would all be their property. Ji Sui's actions were undoubtedly destroying the assets they had already obtained. Who wouldn't hate such actions? It was only because Ji Sui was powerful and he was a cultivator of the Ji family with a deep background that itinerant cultivators naturally did not dare to say anything when facing such a person. However, the people who were involved in the war in the Yun Nation had complicated backgrounds. Some of them were afraid of the Ji family of Jing State, while others were not. These Golden Cores who were not afraid of the Ji family had their gains destroyed by Ji Sui time and time again, so they naturally would not give him a good look. After a long time, Ji Sui naturally couldn't stay in the Yun Nation anymore, so he obediently returned to the Infinite Star Sea. However, not long after he returned to the Infinite Star Sea and took over the first task given to him by his family, he met Chen Daoxuan, who had just broken through to the Golden Core stage, and became the soul under Chen Daoxuan's sword. From this point of view, the cultivator who pushed Ji Sui back from the Yun Nation battlefield was the real culprit behind Ji Sui's death. Turning his head to look at Tiangsu Mountain, Chen Daoxuan flew towards the training hall of the Sea Calming Palace Lord in a flash. The Heavenly Void Mountain was adjacent to the Sea Calming Palace Hall Master's training ground. In fact, the distance between the two was extremely far. Chen Daoxuan rode the light and flew for a full incensus time before arriving at the Hall Master's dojo. It was completely different from the layout of Tiangsu Mountain. The training hall of the Sea Suppressing Hall Master, Qin Zhan, was actually completely open. The so-called all-open type was the mountain range in front of him. There was not even a defensive array. This, as expected of the Sea-Suppressing Palace Hall Master. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Generally speaking, cultivators would set up some anti-disturbance formations such as maze formations to prevent themselves from being disturbed. As for Qin Zhan, he didn't even set up any bewildering formations, killing formations, or even purely defensive formations. If you want to come, then come. I will wait for you with the door open. This style was indeed very compatible with the aura of the Sea-Suppressing Palace Hall Master. Chen Daoxuan had just flown to the mountain range. A voice rang out in Chen Daoxuan's ear, "Come to the top of the mountain." Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately flew toward one of the peaks. Compared to the Heavenly Void Mountain, the mountain ranges in the Sea Calming Palace Hall Master's dojo were particularly deserted. There were very few disciples among them. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan barely saw any cave abodes. Half a cup of tea later, Chen Daoxuan saw the tall and straight Sea-Suppressing Hall Master, Qin Zhan, dressed in white on a mountain peak. Hall Master Qin's appearance hadn't changed in the slightest compared to 5 years ago. But Chen Daoxuan felt that the aura on his body seemed to be somewhat different from before. On the mountaintop, the wind howled. However, to cultivators with astonishing strength like Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan, this bit of wind was no different from a gentle breeze. Qin Zhan sat on a stone bench. There was a pot of sake on the stone table in front of him, and he was pouring himself some wine. sit. Qin Zhan drank a cup of wine. Chen Daoxuan followed the voice and sat down. Putting down his wine cup, Qin Zhan looked at Chen Daoxuan and said with a smile, "You've changed so much. If I hadn't cultivated a spirit eye secret technique, I would have suspected that you've been possessed by some old monster." Chen Daoxuan was frightened by Qin Zhan's words, but his face did not show any surprise. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's appearance, Qin Zhan shook his head and said with a smile, "With your talent, you must have passed the inheritance trial in the Infinite Star Sea, right?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and nodded. "I'm not satisfied, senior. I've passed. What do you think?" Qin Zhan raised his eyebrows. "I'm currently stuck at the first level of the Heaven Ascension Tower." Ha! Qin Zhan clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "I knew that with your talent, you would definitely be able to make it to this step. Unfortunately, the Tower of Babel was too difficult. It was too difficult. Today, I've only reached the second level. I don't know if I'll have the chance to clear this tower and truly obtain the inheritance in my life." You said. "If one day, both of us can clear this pagoda, wouldn't we become fellow disciples?" When Qin Zhan said this, he grinned again. Chen Daoxuan looked at the sea-suppressing hall master in front of him. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Qin Zhan spoke a little too much today. Chapter 454, 1 year's period, 1. Chen Daoxuan was silent. Qin Zhan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. You came to find me, presumably because you have something to ask of me. Tell me, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stood up and bowed. He cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master Qin, I do have a request." Qin Zhan's brows twitched slightly as he quietly listened to Chen Daoxuan's narration. After a long time, after hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Qin Zhan's expression was very strange. 100-year-old qi condensation cultivator. That's right. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands again. I wonder if Hall Master Qin has any ideas. Who knew that when Qin Zhan heard this, he actually didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two of them froze. Just as Chen Daoxuan was getting anxious, Qin Zhan said, "Sometimes, I don't even know if you're lucky or unlucky." As he said that, he nodded. "That's right. I do know a treasure that can help cultivators purify their souls." Seeing the joy on Chen Daoxuan's face, Qin Zhan poured cold water on him again. "However, I'm sure you know that even nascent souls will break their heads for treasures that can purify and transform the divine soul. Although your great Dao realm has reached the low realm, your cultivation is only at the early stage golden core realm. In terms of strength, you probably can't even compare to the most ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if such a treasure was placed in front of you, how could you compete with those top-notch nascent souls?" Chen Daoxuan's excited mood gradually cooled down when he heard these realistic words. He raised his head and looked at Qin Zhan. He bowed again and said, "I hope Hall Master Qin has mercy on me." Qin Zhan stared at him for a long time before sighing, "Forget it, forget it. I, Qin Zhan, hate owing favors the most in my life. I wonder if I can repay the favor I owe you in the future. This time, let's return it together." Although Chen Daoxuan did not understand the deep meaning of Qin Zhan's words, he felt that there was a hint of decisiveness in Qin Zhan's words. It was as if, then, he would say his final farewell to the person. Qin Zhan didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking. With a light wave of his hand, Chen Daoxuan's body disappeared from the mountain peak uncontrollably. By the time he regained his senses, he was already outside the Qin Zandao sect. Just as he was confused, a voice suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. The owner of this voice was Qin Zhan. 1 year. Whether or not the sect can save your 13th uncle will depend on your luck. As he spoke, Qin Zhan's voice became more and more ethereal, almost inaudible. Listening to the voice in his mind, Chen Daoxuan solemnly bowed in the direction of the Sea Calming Palace Lord's dojo and said respectfully, "Thank you, Hall Master Qin." On the top of the mountain, Qin Zhan looked at Fei Jingxiu's immortal palace from afar, then at the familiar Qianyuan sword sect, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chen Daoxuan returned to the military camp. He bumped into Fairy Qi Yao, who was wearing a light purple spiritual armor. There were 2 golden cores on Fairy Qi Yao's left and right. These two were the generals who led the army to recover the southern mountain city. He saw Chen Daoxuan. The two golden cores hurriedly bowed to him. Chen Daoxuan had suppressed Ji Sui, the immortal bloody massacre, with a flip of his palm, and had long been famous in the infinite star sea. It was said that the Qianyuan sword sect had not listed Chen Daoxuan on the list of golden cores. However, anyone with discerning eyes knew that with Chen Daoxuan's strength at the nomological realm, he was probably at the top of the golden core rankings, let alone being ranked on it. Although Chen Daoxuan wasn't familiar with the two golden cores, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to greet them. He returned the greeting with a smile and then looked at Fairy Qi Yao. It wasn't Chen Daoxuan's first time dealing with an old acquaintance like Fairy Qi Yao. The two of them had forged quite a bit of friendship while chasing after Daoist Shenju and exploring the source world of true immortals. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Fairy Qi Yao joked, "Chen Daiyu is leisurely. I'm busy organizing the army here, but fellow Daoist Chen is in the mood to visit friends in the sect. Aren't you afraid that I, the commander of the Kangzhou army, will punish you for dereliction of duty?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan quickly cupped his hands and asked for mercy. He smiled and said, "Dao Xian knows his mistake, I hope General can forgive me." Ha ha ha. Behind him, the two golden cores burst into laughter. Everyone's expression was very relaxed, as if they were very confident in recovering the southern mountain city. Speaking of which, everyone's greatest confidence in recovering the southern mountain city came from Chen Daoxuan. There were not many top perfected cultivators on the list of golden cores. There were only dozens of them in the entire infinite star sea. To be ranked on the golden core rankings, the golden core cultivator had to have the strength to crush peak golden core cultivators. For example, the great Dao realm of the fifth level of the Law realm, the initial integration of the true meaning of indestructibility into the physical body, or the mastery of some powerful secret technique, etc. The golden core ranking was a ranking that measured the strength of a cultivator. Speaking of which, although Ji Sui could be ranked on the golden core rankings, his strength was at the bottom of the rankings. He was a top perfected being on the golden core rankings because he had unleashed his secret technique. If it wasn't for Ji Sui's insane fighting style and the fact that he had mastered an extremely powerful life-risking secret technique, he would still be slightly inferior if he wanted to be ranked on this list with his usual strength. After all, whether it was his body-tempering cultivation or his great Dao realm, he had not reached the standards of the golden core rankings. In fact, most of the top perfected cultivators on the golden core rankings relied on powerful secret techniques to get on the rankings. Only a very small number of people relied on the 5th level Great Dao realm and the indestructible true intent to enter the rankings. Chapter 455, 1 year's period, 2. This was because once a golden core cultivator broke through to the Law realm, it meant that he was not far from the nascent soul realm. As for the rest, they only needed to raise their cultivation level to the nascent soul realm to become nascent souls. Once he became a nascent soul, he would instantly become the top figure in the infinite star sea. This kind of cultivator would never be in danger of dying unless he was courting death and rebelled. If a clan's cultivator broke through to the nascent soul realm, the clan would instantly become a nascent soul clan. Next, countless clans would rush to cling to them. With just a little management, it would quickly become a transcendent power. If an itinerant cultivator broke through to the nascent soul stage, it might not be as convenient for them to develop their forces as a family cultivator. However, almost all itinerant nascent souls would be recruited by the Qianyuan sword sect and become the guest elders of the Qianyuan sword sect. Although there was a difference in power between the guest elders and the elders of the sect, their treatment was not much worse than the elders of the sect. Moreover, becoming a guest elder of the Qianyuan sword sect was very free. They could choose to stay in the Qianyuan sword sect, or they could choose to cultivate outside alone or even run a force. For example, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was a guest elder of the Qianyuan sword sect. Once he became a guest elder of the Qianyuan sword sect, he only needed to stand up when the Qianyuan sword sect was in danger of being destroyed. These conditions were very loose. However, in the cultivation world, strength was everything. The higher a cultivator's cultivation level was, the stronger they were, and the fewer restrictions they would face. If a cultivator could become a primordial soul Dao Lord, even if the primordial soul Dao Lord was an itinerant cultivator, he would be welcomed by the entire sect once he came to the infinite star sea. This was the status that strength brought to cultivators. Why did everyone in the cultivation world pursue higher cultivation and stronger strength? Other than a long lifespan and the illusory feeling of becoming an immortal, the feeling of being respected and being superior to others wherever they went was what fascinated them the most. Although every cultivator talked about seeking the Dao and becoming an immortal, they knew in their hearts that in the past hundreds of thousands of years, no one in this world had truly transcended the tribulation to become an immortal. The theory of becoming an immortal was originally illusory. Longevity and status were what countless cultivators pursued. Other than the great Dao realm of the Law realm, fusing the true meaning of indestructibility into the physical body was also the beginning of reaching the same level as the nascent soul realm. Once the true meaning of indestructibility reached the tiniest part of the body, it could be said that the cultivator's body refinement cultivation had already reached the nascent soul realm. Thus, cultivators who could merge the true meaning of immortality into their physical bodies would have bodies that were far stronger than what ordinary cultivators could imagine. Although Chen Daoxuan had used the space cage to suppress Ji Sui, because Ji Sui's physical body had reached the realm of blood rebirth, Chen Daoxuan had to use the space law to grind for 3 days before he could completely obliterate the other party's physical body and golden core. As for the golden core cultivator who could merge the immortality true meaning into his body, even if Chen Daoxuan could defeat him, he would definitely not be able to kill him. The body of a golden core cultivator was too terrifying. Of course, it did not mean that the true meaning of indestructibility would completely become an undying existence after fusing with the physical body. It wasn't that exaggerated. Although this kind of body refining cultivator had a strong physical body, they usually had a shortcoming, and that was that their soul was not much different from ordinary golden core cultivators. If a cultivator was good at soul attacks, they might be able to completely destroy this powerful body cultivator. There was another method, which was to rely on the power of profound laws to slowly obliterate the other party's physical body. Any defense in the world had its limit, and it was the same for a body that had fused with the true meaning of immortality. If Chen Daoxuan's spatial laws had reached the high stage law realm and he had comprehended the profundity of spatial strangulation, it would be much easier for him to obliterate a cultivator who had just fused with the true meaning of indestructibility. In the military camp, Chen Daoxuan chatted with Fairy Qi for a while before they started talking about reorganizing the army. Fairy, are you saying that the army will be completely reorganized in 2 months? That's right. Fairy Qi Yao nodded. At this moment, she was in high spirits. Once she successfully recovered the southern mountains city, her sex resume would definitely be written down in thick ink. At that time, her position as young sect master would be impregnable. Fairy Qi Yao knew that many people in the sect were eyeing her master, Fei Qingxiu, for the position of the sect master. Her position as the young sect master was in danger. Although she was ranked first on the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings, Fairy Qi Yao knew that the nascent Soul Hall Master and elders of the sect had never taken the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings to heart. Although the Zifu disciple role was extremely famous in the Infinite Star Sea, in the eyes of nascent souls, no matter how powerful a Zifu disciple was, how powerful could he be? A Zifu disciple defying the heavens and killing a nascent soul cultivator? It was impossible. In the eyes of a nascent soul, only cultivators of the same level and the top golden cores could be taken seriously. This was because some of the top golden cores already had the strength of the weakest nascent soul. For example, the top few golden cores on the golden core rankings were not much weaker than ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Once these top perfected cultivators broke through to the nascent soul stage, they would quickly become the strongest nascent soul cultivators. In the future, he might even be comparable to the Palace Master of the Sea Suppression Palace, the Palace Master of the Weapon Refining Palace, or even a top perfected lord like perfected Lord Lin Yu. This kind of cultivator would naturally be favored by the Sex Hall Masters and Elders. Unfortunately, although Fairy Qi Yao had broken through to the Golden Core stage, her strength was not even on the list of Golden Cores, let alone the top few on the list. In the military camp, after Chen Daoxuan and the others discussed the matter of sending troops to the southern mountains city, Fairy Qi Yao gave Chen Daoxuan a look. The other 2 golden cores were also smart and could tell that the young sect master had something to say to Chen Daoxuan, a top perfected being. They cupped their hands and said, "General, we still have important matters to attend to in the camp, so we'll take our leave first." Fairy Qi Yao nodded and said gently, "Generals, please go ahead." He watched as the 2 perfected ones left. Fairy Qi Yao turned around and stared at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by a beautiful female cultivator. He frowned and said, "Fairy, do you have something to say to me?" Fairy Qi Yao nodded, then shook her head. "I really didn't expect that you'd make such astonishing progress in less than 5 years after leaving the source world of true immortals." She paused. "In the infinite star sea, I've only seen one person who has made such rapid progress. Now, there's another one." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan looked at her in a daze. "I wonder who the person you're talking about is." "You've seen this person before. He's my little uncle master, the sea-suppressing palace lord." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan came to a realization. Fairy Qi Yao continued, "My youngest uncle improved so fast because of the inheritance of the infinite star sea. I think it's the same for you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him. Seeing the clear look in Fairy Qi Yao's eyes, Chen Daoxuan nodded. "The inheritance of the infinite star sea is not a secret to you and me. Yes, it is because of this inheritance that I have been able to get to where I am today." Fairy Qi Yao nodded with a smile. Little Uncle Master once left information about this inheritance in the sect. Almost all the disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect have accepted this inheritance trial. I am no exception. However, in the entire sect, only my youngest uncle can reach your level. With this talent, my youngest uncle is also known as the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qian Yuan sword sect. These words could be said to be very sincere. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had nothing to hide. The inheritance trial in the infinite star sea was no secret to the big forces. However, although there were many people who accepted this inheritance trial, there were almost none who could reach the level of Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan. Even Fairy Qi Yao, who was once the top ranker of the Zifu disciple rankings, was the same. Indeed, the inheritance trial in the infinite star sea is extremely difficult. Up to now, I have only reached the front of the Supreme Tower and have not even passed the first floor. Yes. Fairy Qi Yao nodded. My youngest uncle passed the first level and reached the second level after he broke through to the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. Did he only pass the first level at the original level? Chapter 456, Spatial Teleportation Array, 1. Chen Daoxuan was deep in thought. Fellow Daoist Chen, what are your plans for the future? Fairy Qi Yao continued. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses and looked at Qi Yao, frowning. Fairy, what do you mean? Qi Yao smiled. Don't misunderstand, fellow cultivator Chen. What I mean is that with your cultivation, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, once you become a nascent soul perfected lord, you will definitely not be a weakling among nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, your choice is very important to us. You guys. Yes, we. Qi Yao nodded. My master, my youngest uncle, and, it's me. Qi Yao raised her head and looked straight at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan shook his head slightly. I've never thought about this before. Besides, I'm just a golden core cultivator. Am I really that important to the sect master and hall master Qin? Very important. Fairy Qi Yao's expression turned serious. If you were just a rogue cultivator, your attitude might not be that important. But you have the Chen family of Kang Prefecture and countless cultivation families of Kang Prefecture behind you. So, your attitude is very important. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Qi Yao, or rather, the sect leader of the Qian Yuan sword sect behind her, wanted to rope him in. A nascent soul realm family that could represent the entire Kang Prefecture was indeed worthy of the attention of the sect master of the Qian Essence sword sect. Although it seemed that the Chen family had not reached the level of the Ji family of Jing province and the Zhang family of Tai province, after Chen Daoxuan became a nascent soul cultivator and relied on Kang province, it was obvious that the Chen family would become a hegemon of a province. Perhaps a single Yuanying stage family was nothing to the Qian Yuan sword sect, but all the Yuanying stage families added together, even the Qian Yuan sword sect had to pay attention to them. This was because this was already a terrifying force that was enough to overturn the rule of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Once the Chen family reached this level, the Qian Yuan sword sect would definitely use all kinds of means to rope it in. Unless the Chen family was courting death and constantly violated the bottom line of the Qian Yuan sword sect, it was impossible for them to decline within 3,000 years. The reason why it was 3,000 years was because a nascent soul's lifespan was limited to 3,000 years. With Chen Daoxuan overseeing the Chen clan, they could ensure that the clan would not have to worry for 3,000 years. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was silent, Qi Yao stepped forward and said, "So, your choice is?" Chen Daoxuan shook his head again and said with a clear gaze, "I'm sorry, young sect master. The Chen family is willing to follow the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect, but they don't want to participate in the internal factional disputes of the Qianyuan sword sect." A state was the largest sphere of influence that the Qianyuan sword sect had assigned to the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. Whether it was the Qi family, the Zhang family, or the Ji family, none of them could exceed the scope of the Qianyuan sword sect. This was also the tacit understanding between the Qianyuan sword sect and the other major immortal clans. If they did not violate this bottom line, the Qianyuan sword sect would turn a blind eye to the small actions of the major immortal clans. After all, the Qianyuan sword sect was very clear about the principle that if the water was pure, there would be no fish. However, if any family dared to stretch their hands too far, Jike would be suppressed by the Qianyuan sword sect, just like the Qi family in Yuzhou, which was directly exterminated. In the Infinite Star Sea, the most powerful cultivation families were like the Ji family of Taizhou, which had no more than 5 nascent souls. There were more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. With so many nascent soul clans working together, there were dozens of nascent souls. Once a particularly powerful family was born among these Yuanying stage families, they might be able to use this family as a banner and completely unite with each other. At that time, the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect would be in danger. The sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect had been supporting itinerant cultivators for more than 400 years. A large part of the reason was that the power of the major cultivation families was growing stronger and stronger. It had already threatened the foundation of the Qianyuan sword sect. There were so many families of immortal cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. It was impossible to deal with them by suppressing them blindly. After all, the Qianyuan sword sect still had external threats. If they forced all the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea to rebel, it would not be worth it. Therefore, it became the ruling policy of the current sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect to win over the gentle cultivation families while suppressing the ambitious families. Reality proved it. The effect of this method was quite good. For more than 400 years, the power of itinerant cultivators had been rising continuously. Even if an itinerant cultivator like perfected Lord Yuan Chen had broken through to the nascent soul stage, he was not qualified to show his teeth in front of the Zhang family. But now, not only did perfected Lord Yuan Chen dare to go against the Zhang family, but he even built the immortal city at the gate of Taizhu, causing the Zhang family, a nascent soul stage cultivator, to lose face in front of other cultivation clans. Qi Yao sighed when she saw that Chen Daoxuan was unwilling to accept the recruitment of the sect master's faction. Indeed, for the Chen family of Kangzhou, the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect could not give them any more benefits. The Chen family was already the largest cultivation family in the Azure continent. The other cultivation families in the Azure continent followed the Chen family's lead. It was already the limit that a cultivation clan could reach by occupying a prefecture. In the future, the most important thing for the Chen family was to manage Kang Prefecture well and try their best to nurture a few nascent souls for the family. Once the Chen family had several nascent souls, in the Infinite Star Sea, besides the ruler, the Qianyuan sword sect, the Chen family would be the most powerful force. Facing such a force, what else could the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect give the other party? Let it participate in the faction struggle of the Qianyuan sword sect. Chapter 457, Teleportation Formation in Space, 2. Thinking of this, Qi Yao couldn't help but feel a little dejected. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, if you change your mind in the future, you can come to me at any time." "Definitely." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Qi Yao nodded at Chen Daoxuan and disappeared in front of him. He watched Qi Yao leave. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Although he had dealt with Qi Yao a few times, they had developed some friendship. However, this bit of friendship was not enough for Chen Daoxuan to take the risk of the entire family. If they joined the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect rashly, the Chen family might not get any benefits if the sect leader won. If the third elder's faction gained the upper hand, the Chen family would be hated by others. Why did Chen Daoxuan have to do such a thankless thing? Anyway, no matter who became the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, it would not affect the Chen family. Once it became a Yuanying stage family, it would not be easy for the Qianyuan sword sect to control it. Why did the Dao child of the Zhang family dare to talk back to Qi Yao, the young sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect, in public? It was because a nascent soul clan was already a feudal lord. They had powerful martial strength and could rule a state. Born into such a clan, why would Zhang Chenai fear Qi Yao, a Zifu disciple? For the Chen family, the most important thing now was to recover the southern mountains city. This matter not only involved the interests of the Qianyuan sword sect, but also the interests of the Kangzhou cultivators. As one of the passes built by the Qianyuan sword sect in the Yun nation, the southern mountain pass was originally the territory guarded by Kangzhou cultivators. As everyone knew, the territory that the Qianyuan sword sect had conquered in the Yun nation relied on these large and small passes to transport all kinds of cultivation resources to the infinite star sea. Losing the southern mountains city did not only mean losing an immortal city, but also a large area of territory that relied on this immortal city. This loss was the most direct and greatest loss after losing the southern mountains city. This was not even counting the loss of the southern mountains city. The gaps in the defense system built by the Qianyuan sword sect made it easier for the Xianqing Dao League to attack. As a result, the Qianyuan sword sect, which had been on the offensive, suffered repeated setbacks. This was also the biggest reason why the Third Elder faction was criticized. Compared to the Linwu Immortal City, the southern mountains city might not seem important, but the actual losses caused were much greater than what everyone imagined. 2 months later, the 1.5 million cultivator army was completed. Compared to the mixed group of good and bad when they came, these soldiers were all wearing silver-white standard Ling armor. Although the grade of the Ling armor was not high, only grade 1 or 2, the soldiers wearing the same color Ling armor gave off a completely different aura. To some extent, the battle of a cultivator army was very similar to that of a mortal army. Most of the time, they were fighting in formations. Of course, in a large-scale group battle, it was unrealistic to want millions of cultivators to maintain the same formation. Usually, the cultivators participating in the war would form small formations under the command of their respective generals. Just like the Chen family's starry sword formation, dozens to hundreds of people formed a formation and fought against the enemy. A cultivator army fighting in a formation and a lone battle were two completely different concepts. Once a battle of 100,000 or even 1 million erupted between the two sides, the large-scale collapse of one side's array formation often meant that the side was showing signs of defeat. Back then, after Yewudao abandoned the city and fled, the Kangzhou cultivators were in a state of chaos. They faced the various array formations formed by the enemy in the form of scattered soldiers. Even if the enemy didn't have the help of high-level cultivators, they would have lost the battle without a doubt. He stood in the air. Fairy Qi Yao stood at the head of the seat, and on the left, Chen Daoxuan stood with his sword in his hand. His gaze penetrated hundreds of miles and saw the army of more than 1 million cultivators. The quality of the Ling armor provided by fellow Daoist Chen really isn't inferior to our sex weapon refinement hall. The outside world says that your Chen family is talented in both pill and weapon refinement, but it seems that this evaluation is still too conservative. On the side, Fairy Qi Yao looked at the endless silver-white soldiers and praised. I dare not compare myself to the elites of the weapon refinery hall. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's humble words, Fairy Qi Yao smiled and said softly, everyone, dozens of years ago, our relatives and friends lost their souls in the southern mountains city. Most of them couldn't even find their bones. Today, those executioners are still standing on the city pass built by our relatives and friends, stepping on their corpses and enjoying themselves. Fellow Daoists of the Azure continent, junior brothers of the sects, this hatred, what should I do? Fairy Qi Yao's words gradually became loud and clear, and in the end, they were deafening. After hearing these words to boost morale, the cultivators in front of him all shouted crazily. Kill! 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 Beside Fairy Qi Yao, the group of golden cores nodded secretly when they saw this. The morale of the army could be used. Shuanghu Island. In an ancient and quiet courtyard. A streak of light flew towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, a white-haired old man was lying on a chair, deep in sleep. Two mates of the Chen clan stood quietly beside the old man. The light descended. A young and beautiful woman with a dignified aura appeared. It was the Chen family's finance minister and acting clan leader, Chen Daoxuan. The two mortal maids wanted to kneel down and pay their respects when they saw Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and had the two of them retreat to the side. Chen Xianhe's old eyelids twitched slightly as if he was startled by the noise outside. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. In his blurry vision, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared. Old Patriarch. Chen Daoxuan quickly stepped forward and gently helped Chen Xianhe sit up. Her fair and tender palm pressed against Chen Xianhe's back, and Chen Daoxuan's expression changed slightly. Only at this moment did she realize how thin and weak Chen Xianhe was. It seemed like, the old clan leader probably really did not have much lifespan left. Although Chen Xianhe's eyes were cloudy, his heart was clear as a mirror. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression, he knew what the other party was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die if I don't see Daoxuan standing on the top of the southern mountains city gate." Chen Xianhe had been living on his last breath. He wanted to see Chen Daoxuan reclaim the southern mountains city and kill the enemy who had killed his brother. Chen Xianhe could only smile when he saw this. "Old chief, don't say that. With the longevity effect of the 1,000-year red fruit, you can definitely live for another few decades." Hearing this, Chen Xianhe shook his head. "Although the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit has the effect of prolonging life, the injuries I suffered in the Battle of the Southern Mountains City in the early years have damaged my foundation. The two offset each other, and my lifespan isn't much longer. But don't worry, I believe I can hold on until the day the Daoxuan clan returns to report the good news." Old Patriarch. "Alright, let's not talk about this." Chen Xianhe shook his head with a smile. "You must be here for something, right?" Hearing this, the young clan leader has already set off with his clansmen. Good. When Chen Xianhe heard this, his face immediately turned red. "Alright. This old man can finally see my revenge, carefree, carefree." Cough, cough, cough. "Old Patriarch, don't be agitated." Seeing Chen Xianhe stand up from the recliner, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. She did not expect the news of Chen Daoxuan's expedition to give Chen Xianhe such a huge shock. It could make an old man become lively again. However, Chen Xianhe's lifespan was nearing. After being excited for a while, he felt particularly weak. Feeling his frail and old body, Chen Xianhe sighed and said, "It's a pity that I can't send him off personally. The young clan leader just sent me a message and asked me to inform you of this news as soon as possible. He also instructed me to take care of your body. He will bring back the head of the enemy general." Hearing this, Chen Xianhe laughed again. This kid. Qianyuan sword sect. After encouraging their morale, the army of cultivators walked toward a huge array formation under the leadership of their generals. This is the space transfer formation. Chen Daoxuan looked at the huge circular array formation with a diameter of dozens of miles in front of him and said in surprise. Chapter 458, Yun Nation, 1. As his great Dao realm had reached the Law realm and he had comprehended the profundity of spatial teleportation, he had no choice but to leave. This time, when Chen Daoxuan stepped into the space teleportation array, he did not feel the world spinning. Instead, he clearly felt the power of the array stir the spatial law. The way the array worked gave Chen Daoxuan a deeper understanding of spatial teleportation. However, the activation speed of the spatial teleportation formation was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan was teleported to the Yun Nation, which was thousands of miles away. The cultivators who had been teleported here together with him were also the cultivators who had recaptured the southern mountain pass. The Yun Nation. Linwu Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan's vision blurred, and he once again stepped on solid ground. He was already in the celestial cloud continent thousands of miles away. This was the first time Chen Daoxuan had left the infinite star sea where he grew up and cultivated. He felt a little sad. Especially when he saw Luo Li's teary eyes before he left. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts in his heart. Looking around, Chen Daoxuan carefully sized up the scenery in front of him. The most direct and fastest transportation channel between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Yun Nation was the spatial teleportation array that connected the Qianyuan sword sect and the Linwu Immortal City. Moreover, this space teleportation formation was a one-way teleportation formation. He could only teleport from the Qian Yuan Sword Sect to the Linwu Immortal City, but not from the Linwu Immortal City to the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. The reason why it was a one-way teleportation array was that if Linwu Immortal City fell, the enemy would use this teleportation array to directly attack the Qian Essence Sword Sect. The safety of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was definitely above everything else. This was a simple truth, and the higher UPS of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect were very clear about it. However, the cost of using the space transfer formation was shocking. The Qian Yuan Sword Sect rarely used this formation unless it was a particularly urgent situation. However, the recovery of the southern mountains city was of great importance, so the Qian Yuan Sword Sect couldn't care less. Ha! Whoa! Deafening sounds rang in everyone's ears. The spatial transfer array of Linwu Immortal City was located at the core of the city, within the military camp. It was the largest immortal city built by the Qian Yuan Sword Sect in the Yun nation. In terms of land area, the Linwu Immortal City was 10 times larger than the largest immortal city Chen Daoxuan had ever seen. The military camp in front of them was a military camp, but in fact, it was already a huge city. After breaking through to the Aura's core stage, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense had expanded greatly. Now, he could detect as far as 2,300 miles. He walked out of the spatial teleportation array. Chen Daoxuan immediately spread out his divine sense. Who knew that before it reached 100 miles, it crashed into an invisible barrier? Who is so bold? A thunderous voice exploded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. It was a golden core. Chen Daoxuan immediately identified the cultivation of the person who scolded him and cupped his hands. I've recaptured the vanguard general of the Southern Army, Chen Daoxuan. I hope fellow Daoist can forgive me for my rudeness. Suppress South Army. Golden Cores muttered, didn't we lose the Southern Mountains City? Where did the Southern Army come from? This Golden Core seemed to be somewhat puzzled. But then, it seemed like someone beside him explained to him and said, I don't care if you're from the Southern Army or the Northern Army, this is Linwu Immortal City. In Linwu Immortal City, one had to abide by the rules. If you act rashly again, don't blame me for being impolite. I hope fellow Daoist will remember this. After saying that, the Golden Core's consciousness retreated. With this scene, it was not good for Chen Daoxuan to investigate this military camp anymore. However, within a radius of 100 miles, Chen Daoxuan discovered that there were cultivator armies stationed everywhere. Moreover, the cultivation of the cultivators in the army was not low. They were at least at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. Just as he had understood before, out of the 10 Qi condensation cultivators, there would be one Qi Chang, who would be a foundation-building cultivator. The 1,000-man team would have a deputy general, led by a Zifu disciple. The 100,000-man army would have a commander, led by a Golden Core cultivator. And in Linwu Immortal City, the number of cultivators was over 10 million. There were even more than 10 million cultivators stationed in the military camp of Linwu Immortal City. In other words, there were at least 100 cultivators above the Aura's core stage in this military camp. It was truly terrifying. If it was a mortal army, with such a large number of troops, the daily food and logistics could cause any mortal country to collapse. However, the cultivator army did not have such concerns. Fasting was one of the most basic abilities of a cultivator. As long as a cultivator had spiritual energy, they could survive for a long time. They did not need to eat anything else. Even if a cultivator wanted to eat spiritual rice, it was only for the sake of tempering their body, not to fill their stomachs. For a cultivator army, spiritual energy, medicinal pills, magic tools, spiritual talismans, and so on were their logistics. But in times of peace, the army of cultivators only needed to consume spiritual energy and a small amount of medicinal pills. As for magic tools and spiritual talismans, they didn't consume much. Looking at Chen Fuxian, Chen Daoxuan said, Fuxian, look after the soldiers. Yes, young clan leader. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan glared at him. In the army, call me military. Yes, general. Chen Fuxian punched his chest and saluted Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan nodded and flew toward Fairy Qi Yao and the others. The Southern Army was using Linwu Immortal City to recover the Southern Mountains City as soon as possible and to catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 459, Yun Nation, 2. After all, whether it was the Qian Yuan Sword Sect or the Xian Qing Dao League, they had set up spies in each other's nests. Such a large-scale mobilization of military personnel in the Southern Army could not be hidden from the spies of the Xianqing Dao League. The Qianyuan sword sect also knew this, so they decided to use Linwu Immortal City. Then, he headed straight for the Southern Mountains City from the Linwu Immortal City. In this way, it saved several months of time from the Infinite Star Sea to the Southern Mountains City. Even if the enemy knew that the Southern Army was setting off from Linwu Immortal City, it would take a long time for them to send reinforcements to the Southern Mountains City. This period of time was the opportunity for the Southern Army to take back the Southern Mountains City. In front, a group of golden cores, led by Fairy Qi Yao, gathered. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's escape light, everyone took the initiative to cup their hands at him. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you're here. Fellow Daoist Chen, we've been waiting for you. Fellow Daoist Chen." In the crowd, including Fairy Qi Yao, a total of 7 golden cores greeted Chen Daoxuan. His colleagues were so enthusiastic, but Chen Daoxuan didn't take it too seriously. He immediately cupped his hands and returned the greeting. After a round of greetings, Chen Daoxuan looked at the commander of the Southern Army, Fairy Qi Yao, and asked, "General, next, should we attack directly or rest for a while before taking action?" Upon hearing this, the rest of the Golden Cores also looked at Fairy Qi Yao, waiting for her to make a decision. Fairy Qi Yao frowned and thought for a moment. She looked around and said, "Pass on my order, march directly to the Southern Town Pass." Hearing this, a Golden Core cultivator wearing blue Ling armor and holding a spear said in a low voice, "Young Sect Master, we are already in Linwu Immortal City, if we don't pay our respects to perfected Lord Linwu, would we?" However, Qi Yao glared at him and said seriously, "General Mei, please address me as a military officer." "Yes, the commander of the army." General Mei smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. Fairy Qi Yao shook her head. "Speed is the most important thing in war. After taking down the Southern Mountains City, I will personally ask for forgiveness from perfected Lord Linwu. I believe that perfected Lord will understand my painstaking efforts." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Perfected Lord Linwu was the only top perfected lord in the Qianyuan sword sect who had been guarding the Yun nation for a long time. This perfected Linwu never participated in the factional disputes of the Qianyuan sword sect. Not only did he have a good reputation in the Qianyuan sword sect, but he also had a great reputation among the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Compared to the Sea Calming Hall Master and the others, perfected Lord Linwu, who had been guarding Linwu Immortal City for more than 400 years and had been fighting against enemies for a long time, was more admired by the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea. "There's no time to lose. Since you've all agreed to march directly, then lead your soldiers and prepare to set off." "Yes, General." Everyone cupped their hands at Fairy Qi Yao. After the crowd dispersed, Fairy Qi Yao looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was left behind by her, and bowed. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please don't take my words to heart." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan knew what Qi Yao was thinking. This time, he was the absolute main force in recovering the Southern Mountains City. Although there were 7 Golden Cores and Fairy Qi Yao, he was the only Golden Core cultivator from Kangzhou. However, Chen Daoxuan, a Golden Core cultivator, was much more valuable than the 7 of them combined. This point, whether it was Fairy Qi Yao or the other Golden Cores, they were all very clear. If it weren't for the fact that Fairy Qi Yao really needed the credit of recovering the Southern Mountains City, Chen Daoxuan would have been the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan would be the commander of the Southern Army, so the morale of the army would be even higher. Most of the soldiers in the Southern Army were from Kangzhou. To the Kangzhou cultivators, Chen Daoxuan's reputation was much greater than Fairy Qi Yao's. Especially after Fairy Qi Yao broke through to the Golden Core realm and disappeared from the top of the Purple Prefecture Prodigy roll, her reputation in Azure Prefecture became even smaller. Looking at the graceful and beautiful woman in front of him, Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and said, "Fairy, don't worry. It's not only your wish to recover the Southern Mountains City, it's also my wish." Hearing this, Qi Yao smiled and nodded. "In that case, I thank you, fellow Daoist Chen. It's what it should be. There's no need to thank me." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at Fairy Qi Yao and said, "I'm willing to get drunk with you in the Southern Mountains City. Thank you for your kind words." Fairy Qi Yao smiled. "Farewell." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan disappeared in front of Fairy Qi Yao in a flash. 2 hours later, spirit boats flew out of the Linwu celestial city and headed towards the southern mountains city. Along the way, he didn't know what kind of pass Fairy Qi Yao took out, but she was able to pass through the military camp of Linwu Immortal City without any obstruction. Even after the southern army had completely flown out of Linwu Immortal City, they didn't encounter any obstacles. On the spirit ship, Chen Daoxuan turned around and looked at the Linwu Immortal City that was prostrating on the ground. A sense of oppression arose spontaneously. Compared to the immortal cities built on the various islands in the Infinite Star Sea, the Immortal City was much better. The Immortal City built by the Qian Yuan Sword Sect in the Yun Nation occupied a much larger area. He seemed to see the confusion on Chen Daoxuan's face. Beside him, Zhou Mubai, who was dressed in white, sighed. Compared with the Infinite Star Sea, the Celestial Cloud Continent is the real vast land with abundant resources. Although the Infinite Star Sea is vast, most of the area is sea water. It's not convenient for us cultivators to cultivate in the sea, let alone build an immortal city in the sea. Zhou Mubai shook his head and said, the Celestial Cloud Continent is better. Not only is it vast, but it also has more cultivation resources than the Infinite Star Sea. Chapter 460, Yun Nation, 3. Oh! Chen Daoxuan's interest was piqued. The Celestial Cloud Continent really has so many resources. Of course. Zhou Mubai smiled. Otherwise, why do you think so many nascent soul realm itinerant cultivators have been born in the Infinite Star Sea in the past 400 years? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. The land under our feet is just a country near the edge of the Infinite Star Sea in the Celestial Cloud Continent. The Celestial Cloud Continent is vast, unlike our Infinite Star Sea, which can only accommodate one Qian Yuan sword sect. In the Celestial Cloud Continent, there were countless sects like the Qian Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart surged. Once upon a time, the Qian Yuan sword sect was like a dead mote in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. However, in Zhou Mubai's eyes, although the Qian Yuan sword sect was powerful, they weren't the most powerful. Not to mention others, just the arch-enemies of the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Xian Yang sect and the Qingwei sect of Rhe Xian Qing Dao League, were not much inferior to the Qian Yuan sword sect. There was also the nearby profound Pure Dao Alliance, the Thousand Trickeries Hall that was famous for its puppets, the Spirit Talisman sect that was praised by the outside world for its talismans, the Heavenly Divination sect that specialized in array formations, and so on. All of these sects had a large number of nascent souls. In terms of strength, none of them were much weaker than Rhe Qian Yuan sword sect. They were at least large sects that occupied a country. However, such a cultivation force could still be called a big sect in the border of the Celestial Cloud Continent near the Infinite Star Sea, but it could only be called a second-class force in the entire Celestial Cloud Continent. This was because there were Essence Soul Dao Lords in the Celestial Cloud Continent. Zhou Mubai couldn't guarantee that the Celestial Cloud Continent didn't have a heavenly venerate at the crossing calamity stage, but he was certain that an Essence Soul Dao Lord existed. In the Celestial Cloud Continent, only cultivation factions led by Essence Soul Dao Lords could be considered first-rate. In addition to having an Essence Soul Dao Lord overseeing them, these first-rate factions often had sect-protecting immortal artifacts. An Essence Soul Dao Lord wielding a Pure Yang immortal weapon and an Essence Soul Dao Lord wielding a Pure Yang immortal weapon were on completely different levels of power. This simple logic was clear to everyone. Linwu Immortal City. In a solemn immortal palace, a burly Daoist stood up from the praying mat. The burly Daoist's eyes shone brightly as he looked in the direction of the palace door and said in a clear voice, "Old man, after so many years, you still like to do these things." As he spoke, the burly Daoist shook his head. As soon as perfected Linwu finished speaking, a black figure appeared in the hall. It was the palace master of the Shadow Palace of the Qian Yuan sword sect. The Shadow Palace Lord's old face was expressionless as he said in a calm voice, "Linwu, I'm here to pass on the sect master's order to attack the Xian Qing Dao Alliance." Hearing this, perfected Lord Linwu frowned. The black-robed Shadow Palace master raised his head and looked at True Lord Linwu, saying, "Supreme One Divine Water." Perfected Lord Linwu's expression changed and a terrifying aura pressed down on the Shadow Palace Lord. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, Rhe furnishings in the Celestial Hall were on the verge of collapse. Perfected Lord Lin Wu stared at the Shadow Hall Master and said word by word, "You mean the supreme divine water of the Qingwei sect?" Under RHE pressure of true Lord Lin Wu's aura, the Shadow Palace Master seemed to have turned into a real black shadow. Under the pressure of true Lord Lin Wu's aura, which was like a tidal wave, he swayed unsteadily. Even though the black shadow wavered, it did not extinguish. Other than the Qingwei sect, which other sect has produced the supreme one divine water that is worth us making such a big fuss over? Phew! Whoosh! Phew! In the hail, perfected Lord Lin Wu's breathing was like muffled thunder. If there were any low-level cultivators present, they would be blown into ashes by his breath in an instant. All right, I'll mobilize the army immediately and attack the Xianqing Dao alliance. Perfected Lord Lin Wu looked at him and said, "But you have to be clear that with the strength of our Qianyuan sword sect alone, it is not certain that we can completely occupy the Yun nation, let alone invade the Qingwei sect." 1. He stared at the master of the Shadow Palace. "Do you have a backup plan?" The Shadow Palace Lord shook his head. "I'm not too sure about that. I only follow the orders of the sovereign." Seeing that the Shadow Palace Lord was unwilling to say, true monarch Lin Wu could roughly guess what was going on. It was nothing more than his Lin Wu immortal city attracting firepower here and the Qianyuan sword sect attacking the Qingwei sect. But wouldn't the enemy see through this trick? Suddenly, he thought of the southern army that had just set off from Lin Wu immortal city. Was he using the southern mountains city as a cover? Perfected Lord Lin Wu frowned. Although this method was risky, he couldn't think of a better idea. Once the Xianqing Dao alliance obtained the supreme divine water and gave birth to an essence soul Dao Lord, the balance of power between the two sides would instantly be broken. At that time, the Qianyuan sword sect was in danger. Thinking of this, he looked in the direction of the southern army and thought to himself, "You guys must attack harder." Chapter 461, Thoughts Like Diamonds, 1. Rumble. In the sky, spirit ships tore through the air and flew toward the southern town fortress. Below the spirit ship was the territory occupied by the Qianyuan sword sect in the Yun nation. Because of this, the southern army marched without any obstacles. The Yun nation had a vast territory. Although it was not as large as the Qianyuan sword sect's territory in the Infinite Star Sea, it was due to the vast sea area. In terms of land area, the territory of the sect in the Infinite Star Sea was not as large as the territory of the Yun nation. After all, thousands of years ago, the Yun nation was the territory of the Qianyuan sword sect. To be able to support such a huge sect, one could imagine how vast the Yun nation's territory was. In the huge spirit ship fleet, in the main cabin of the Ink Dragon, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged. He was the only person in the large cabin. Not far away, smoke was rising and the room was filled with fragrance. This was the spirit concentration incense, which had the effect of calming one's mind. Of course, this was only for low-level cultivators. For a golden core like Chen Daoxuan, the spirit concentration incense was just a spice that could make people feel relaxed and happy. It had almost no effect of focusing one's mind. Phew! Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, and it seemed to be tangible, causing the quiet room to suddenly brighten up. As expected, the cultivation of the C Division chapter was not that simple. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Previously, when he was at Hall Master Huian's training hall, he had heard the other party explain the Dao of array formations. Although it did not arouse Chen Daoxuan's impulse to pick up the artifact crafting again, it had given him another kind of inspiration. In other words, it showed him the correct way to use the Stardust Sword Dao diagram. The Stellar Sword Dao diagram emphasized on nurturing the sword and nurturing the diagram. Therefore, the grade of this map was not only determined by the grade of each immortal sword in the map, but also by the number of immortal swords in the map. In other words, the two great Dao laws that Chen Daoxuan had grasped were too few. At the thought of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but recall the scene of him using the Dao development ability in the true immortal origin world to imprint the giant holding the giant axe and splitting the sky with one axe. At that time, he had even referred to the opponent's move and created his own sword technique, which had greatly increased his strength and completely determined the victory of the Infinite Star Sea cultivators and the realm demons of the true demon realm. Chen Daoxuan remembered that the expert with the giant axe had mastered space and all the 5 elemental laws at the same time. There were a total of 6 great Dao laws. Comprehending any one of these 6 Daos and reaching the Law realm would allow one to become a nascent soul cultivator. And this battle axe expert cultivated all 6 at the same time. Of course. Although Chen Daoxuan did not know what level the other party's Great Dao realm had reached, with the help of the Dao development function, he could tell that the Great Dao law that the battle axe expert mainly cultivated was the spatial law. As for the 5 elements Dao, it could only be considered a supporting Great Dao law. But even so, Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense that the other party's 5-element law was much higher in realm than the spatial law that he had the deepest grasp of. That senior didn't have a treasure like the Stardust Sword Dao diagram that could quickly increase the realm of the Great Dao, but he still comprehended 6 types of Great Dao laws. The dead perfected immortal level realm demon also comprehended 4 types of Great Dao laws. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, in that case, these perfected immortal cultivators don't focus on cultivating a single Great Dao. Could it be, what were the benefits of cultivating more Great Dao laws? He pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan got nothing. On the path of comprehending the Great Dao laws, he could only be considered a toddler. Up until now, he had only raised his spatial sword intent to the Law realm. As for the rain sword intent, it couldn't even be considered a law. In the eyes of others, it was undoubtedly a bit too ambitious to guess the Great Dao comprehended by a genuine immortal with such a low Great Dao realm. However, Chen Daoxuan did not think so. True immortals were powerful, but to him, they were only pioneers on the path of Dao. Their experience and direction could serve as a good reference for future generations. The axe-wielding expert had comprehended 6 types of Great Path nomological laws. The origin world of the fallen realm demon at the level of a genuine immortal also had 4 types of Great Path nomological laws. This proved that the other party had also comprehended 4 types of Great Path nomological laws. The inheritance trial that Chen Daoxuan had accepted and the stellar sword Dao map that he had received were undoubtedly a pure Yang immortal weapon that was beneficial to cultivating many Great Dao laws. With all these, Chen Daoxuan could not help but wonder if there was a requirement for the number of Great Dao laws when a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level. From the looks of it, this guess was not groundless. That's right. There was also the dead upper world immortal. Chen Daoxuan recalled the sea of consciousness of the upper realm immortal he had roamed before. Unfortunately, the Great Dao laws existed in the Danshan Sea of Qi, so he could not enter the other party's Danshan Sea of Qi to take a look. 2 true immortal cultivators have cultivated many Great Dao laws. It seems. When one's Great Dao realm increased to a higher level, there would definitely be a requirement for the number of Great Dao laws. Chen Daoxuan guessed. Regardless of whether the higher realm of the Great Dao has a requirement for the number of nomological laws, I'll first comprehend a few Great Dao nomological laws. It's never wrong to be prepared. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but reveal a relaxed expression. For others, once they comprehended an additional Great Dao law, they would definitely need to spend more time and energy to raise the realm of that Great Dao law. However, for Chen Daoxuan, who had a treasure like the Stellar Swords map, he only needed to spend money to comprehend more Great Dao laws. Chapter 462, Thoughts Like Diamonds, 2. Speaking of which, the reason why his spatial laws could rise from the lower stages of the Law realm to the middle stages of the Law realm was not only because of the instant sublimation after he broke through to the Golden Core stage, which allowed his Great Dao realm to rise, but also because of Chen Daoxuan's remaining 4.0 drops of power of creation. It was precisely with the help of those 40 drops of power of creation that Chen Daoxuan's Cheng Ying sword was able to advance from 4th tier high grade to 5th tier low grade. The spatial sword intent was promoted to the spatial law. Then, Chen Daoxuan used the enlightenment function of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture to raise his spatial laws from the low stage to the middle stage of the nomological realm. After returning to the clan, he suppressed Ji Sui, a top-notch perfected being, with a flip of his palm. If not for that, Chen Daoxuan might not have been able to kill Ji Sui even if he could defeat him with a low-level Great Dao realm. After all, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only at the early stage Golden Elixir realm, which was much lower than Ji Sui's late-stage Golden Elixir realm. In addition, his body refinement cultivation was also a major realm lower than Ji Sui's. It would not be easy to keep Ji Sui here unless Chen Daoxuan was willing to use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. However, this map was his trump card. If he used it so easily, it would be equivalent to exposing his trump card to the outside world. If the Ji family's ancestor impulsively brought people to the Chen family to take revenge on him, he would not be able to do so. Chen Daoxuan could not even take out a backup plan. At that time, he would be sitting on wax. Things like trump cards would never be used unless they were in a life and death crisis. This was the first lesson that almost all cultivators learned after stepping onto the path of cultivation. For low-level cultivators, all kinds of magic tools, especially the high-grade spiritual talismans that they had spent a lot of money to buy, were their trump cards. For the high-level cultivators, all kinds of secret techniques that could help them escape and risk their lives were also their trump cards. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan naturally also had trump cards. However, his trump card would change with his cultivation. When he was at the Zifa stage, the soul-setting divine light and the 3 heads and 6 arms were his trump cards. At the golden core stage, although these 2 divine powers were still powerful, the time he had spent cultivating these 2 divine powers was too short. He was not like Daoist Shenju, who had cultivated the soul-setting divine light to a high level. With this divine sense alone, he could dominate the infinite star sea, which gave the Qianyuan sword sect a headache. One had to know that Chen Daoxuan had started cultivating at the age of 6, and it had been less than 50 years since then. In this short period of time, not only had his cultivation reached the Golden Core realm, but his Great Dao realm had also reached the Law realm. Even though he had achieved this mainly because of the help of the Primordial Enlightenment scripture, Chen Daoxuan had also invested all his time and energy into it. As for cultivating divine powers and secret techniques, he was truly lacking. This was because not all divine powers could be mastered by relying on comprehension. Many secret techniques and divine powers could only be achieved by relying on comprehension and time. For example, the divine power of 3 heads and 6 arms. As a top-notch battle-type Dharma idol divine power, if the 3 heads and 6 arms were cultivated to a profound realm, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the close combat strength of a cultivator. However, it also required one to cultivate the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol. The so-called sacrificial image was like refining the body. The blood crystals were continuously smelted into the 3-headed and 6-armed image. There was no room for trickery in this process. This was a classic divine art that consumed time and resources. The Chen family did not lack resources, but Chen Daoxuan lacked time. In a total of less than 50 years of cultivation, even if Chen Daoxuan threw all of it into this divine power, what realm could he improve it to? The soul-setting divine light was the same. Speaking of which, the soul-setting divine light was just a divine power that came with the Divine Sea chapter. Its power depended on the range of the Divine Sea in the Sea of Consciousness. After Chen Daoxuan had broken through to the Golden Elixir stage, his Sea of Consciousness expanded to 2,300 miles, but his Sea of Divine Light was only 700 miles, just like when he was in the Zifa stage. If he wanted to catch up to the size of his Sea of Consciousness, he did not know how long it would take, let alone relying on it to expand the range of his Sea of Consciousness. Chen Daoxuan didn't expect that his Sea of Consciousness was expanding faster than the Sea of Divine Light. Inside the cabin, Chen Daoxuan was secretly thinking of a way to quickly increase his strength. 2 months ago, the Sea Calming Palace Hall Master had said that he would give it a year. He had remembered it by heart. Although the Sea Suppressing Hall Master did not say it explicitly, the fact that he was asked to go to the Qingwei sect in a year proved that the treasure that could help 13th uncle cleanse his soul was in the Qingwei sect. What kind of place was the Qingwei sect? It was a cultivation force on the same level as the Qianyuan sword sect. If Chen Daoxuan was alone, he would probably only be able to watch and sigh at the sight of the treasure in the lair of such a force. However, the Sea-suppressing palace lord said that he would wait for him there to see Chen Daoxuan's fortune. This sentence was worth pondering. Don't tell me that I'm here? The Sea-suppressing hall master wanted to barge into the Qingwei sect? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart pounded. Although he knew that the Sea-calming palace master was one of the strongest nascent soul stage cultivators, it was still too risky to barge into the Qingwei sect alone. Or rather, he was a little rash. Logically speaking, with the personality of the Sea-suppressing palace hall master, he would never do such a reckless thing. Chen Daoxuan thought for a long time and could not think of a reason either. He decided to stop thinking about it. But he knew that 1 year, no, to be precise, 10 months later, he was going to the Qingwei sect to wait for Qin Zhan. Whether it was to receive the other party or something else. Chen Daoxuan's strength is stronger than now. With his early stage Golden Core cultivation and middle stage Low Realm Great Dao Realm, he was barely on par with the weakest nascent soul cultivator. However, this weakest nascent soul cultivator usually did not exist. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's strength had only reached the lower limit of a nascent soul cultivator. Any nascent soul would probably be more powerful than him. Even if he used his trump card, the Astral Sword Dao map, he could at most fight against an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, using the Stellar Sword Dao diagram consumed a lot of magic power. Even with a treasure like the White Lotus of Fate, Chen Daoxuan couldn't last as long as his opponent. Mid-stage nascent soul realm, Great Dao realm not exceeding middle stage Low realm. This was the strongest person Chen Daoxuan could deal with after using all his trump cards. Moreover, this was only his own estimation. After all, he had never fought a cultivator of this level before. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to boast about whether he could deal with them. 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. It takes too much time to improve this divine power. 10 months is far from enough. The Divine Sea chapter can't do it either. The expansion of the Sea of Divine Light can't be done overnight. The rest, there is only the chapter of dividing the sea. Chen Daoxuan's gaze focused, and in the end, he chose to cultivate the Sea Division chapter. Chen Daoxuan had long comprehended the secret technique Sea Division chapter. It was based on the Sea of Divine Light and divided it into smaller seas of Divine Light. Then, it condensed these smaller seas of Divine Light into thoughts. Speaking of which, this secret technique did not seem difficult. Dividing the Sea of Divine Light and condensing it into a mind, he only needed to make his mind like a diamond to successfully cultivate it. There was still about a month before they headed to the southern mountains city. According to the description of the Sea Division chapter, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to succeed in 10 days to half a month, not counting the time he spent comprehending it and only the time he spent cultivating. In that case, 1 month was enough. But in reality, I failed again. Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan looked at the Sea of Divine Light that he had split apart and merged back together. He felt very depressed. The Sea Division chapter only talked about dividing the sea and condensing the mind, but it didn't say how many portions should be divided. Chen Daoxuan didn't advance rashly, nor was he conservative. He divided the Sea of Divine Light into 10 smaller parts at once. However, every time he condensed these small seas of Divine Light into his thoughts, he couldn't control the other seas of Divine Light and let them fuse together again. He tried this hundreds of times. Chen Daoxuan was also a little frustrated. Sensing his anxious state of mind, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and calmed his anxious heart once again. He looked at the dazzling Sea of Divine Light in his sea of consciousness and muttered to himself, it seems that splitting it into 10 portions at once is still too rash. Since that's the case, then we'll be steady until the end. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again controlled the Sea of Divine Light and slowly divided it. Chapter 463, Stubborn, 1. A sea of consciousness with a radius of over 2,300 li. Chen Daoxuan was immersed in it and felt that it was extremely vast. Although it couldn't compare to the sea of consciousness of the immortals' remains, it was undoubtedly much larger than his sea of consciousness when he was at the Purple Prefecture realm. In the center of the Sea of Consciousness, a planet with a diameter of hundreds of miles floated above a sea of light. That sea of light was the Sea of Divine Light. At this moment, under Chen Daoxuan's control, the Sea of Divine Light split into a small sea of light that was about 1/10 of its original size. As soon as the small sea of light separated from the main body of the Sea of Divine Light, Chen Daoxuan felt his consciousness being split into 2. This feeling was very magical. It was as if he was observing himself from another angle. If he did not experience it personally, it would be difficult to describe it with words. Of course, Chen Daoxuan, who had cultivated the 3 heads and 6 arms mystical power, had already experienced the miraculous soul clone, so he wasn't too surprised. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan steadied his mind. Next, it was the most important thing to condense his thoughts. Since Chen Daoxuan had only split a portion of his divine sea this time, the burden on his divine soul was much smaller. Condensing his mind, which had consumed a lot of his divine soul, did not seem so difficult anymore. Chen Daoxuan followed the records of the Sea Division chapter and condensed the divided Divine Sea into thoughts step by step. 210 miles, 200 miles, 190 miles. In his sea of consciousness, the area of the small sea of divine light became smaller and smaller, and the divine sea became more and more condensed. In the end, the small sea of divine light that was more than 220 miles in radius transformed into a fist-sized, diamond-like object, floating above the sea of consciousness quietly. Mind. Looking at the beautiful crystallization of his thoughts, Chen Daoxuan felt a surge of emotions. At this moment, he felt that his consciousness could easily switch between 1 and 2. He could split his consciousness and fuse them together. The division and fusion of consciousness lies in the heart. I've finally mastered the basics of the Sea Division chapter. Chen Daoxuan muttered as he looked at the thoughts in his sea of consciousness. Just like the Divine Sea chapter, the Sea Division chapter was also a cultivation technique that could be cultivated indefinitely. His mind was like a diamond, it was just a sign of his mind forming after splitting his Divine Sea. There were mighty cultivators in the upper realm who could reincarnate indefinitely with just their thoughts. They could experience the sufferings of different mortal worlds and hone their Dao hearts. Chen Daoxuan didn't even dare to think about that kind of state of mind now. Now that his mind had just formed, it was not a problem for him to move freely within the range of his soul consciousness. However, outside the range of his sea of consciousness, his mind was like snow meeting the sun, melting in an instant. His thoughts couldn't even reach the range of his divine sense, let alone reincarnate. However, Chen Daoxuan could not care less about this now. With a thought, the secondary scroll slowly unfolded in front of him. On the scroll, there were 2 stars, one big and one small, adorning the scroll. It seemed a little lonely. It was the first treasure he had obtained from the Infinite Star Sea Inheritance Trial, the Star Sword Dao map. Chen Daoxuan looked at the star map in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Then, he summoned the thoughts condensed in his sea of consciousness. Although the sea of consciousness was called the sea, it was a special existence between illusion and reality. Theoretically, it was the same for objects in the sea of consciousness. However, after his thoughts were formed, he could actually materialize them in reality. Its nature seemed to be somewhat similar to that of a soul-protecting magical artifact, which could transform between reality and illusion. How magical! After sighing, Chen Daoxuan no longer hesitated and gently extended his hand. In the star map, a smaller star flew out and turned into an immortal sword, appearing in front of Chen Daoxuan. Flying snow. Chen Daoxuan looked at the flying snow sword that had been accompanying him ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation. A hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. In the next second, the gentleness in his eyes was replaced by decisiveness. He slowly merged his fist-sized mind into the body of the flying snow sword. Ever since the flying snow sword had fused with the rain sword intent, it had become a special existence that existed between a physical and an illusory state. Now, he was fusing his mind with it. It had to be said that this was an extremely bold attempt. If he succeeded, Chen Daoxuan would be able to separate his thoughts from the mother sea of the Sea of Divine Light and integrate them into the laws of the Great Path. From now on, no matter how many Great Dao laws there were in the Stellar Sword Doctrine, Chen Daoxuan's control over the Great Dao laws would not decrease at all. Not only that. With the precise control of each Great Dao law with his mind, Chen Daoxuan could even use the Great Dao law to set up a large array, perfectly fusing the power of different Great Dao laws into one with the power of the array. This kind of fusion was completely different from what Chen Daoxuan had recorded in his Sea of Consciousness. The huge axe expert had used the spatial law to drive the shallow fusion of the 5 elemental laws. As every Great Dao nomological law was fused with every thought of Chen Daoxuan, the repulsion between these Great Dao nomological laws was weakened. In addition, he used the power of the array formation to fuse these Great Dao laws. Although he could not achieve the legendary Dao integration, the effect was definitely much better than the shallow fusion of the huge axe expert. Although these were only Chen Daoxuan's guesses, he felt that his guesses were correct. Cultivators needed to rely on their predecessors to cultivate, but they couldn't rely entirely on their predecessors. He needed to carefully grasp the limits of this. As time passed, in the cabin, a diamond-like mind slowly merged into the body of the flying snow sword. Chapter 464, Stubborn, 2. The moment Chen Daoxuan's thoughts merged with the flying snow sword, He suddenly felt that he had two bodies. One was his original body, and the other was the flying snow sword. What was even more amazing was that Chen Daoxuan felt that these two bodies were the same as his own. This feeling was even different from a clone. After his black-robed clone split his soul, if he did not take the initiative to contact it, the black-robed clone was basically no different from an independent person. However, the flying snow sword occupied half of his consciousness. With a thought, Chen Xian's consciousness became one again. With another thought, his consciousness split into two. Chen Daoxuan kept switching, his consciousness also kept splitting and merging. However, compared to the previous division and fusion, this time, after his consciousness was divided, he had a body. He was no longer floating in the void. Instead, he felt more at ease. Does this mean that I can control the flying sword to fly out of the range of my divine sense? Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something. His divine sense had covered a range of 2,300 miles. Compared to the divine sense of a nascent soul, which could cover 10,000 miles, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense was far weaker. Even some top golden cores had a much stronger range of their divine senses than him. In a cultivator's inherent understanding, the range of the divine sense meant the furthest attack distance of the cultivator. For example, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense could cover a range of more than 2,300 miles, so his flying sword's furthest attack range was more than 2,300 miles. Outside this range, the flying sword could only return empty-handed. But now that he had merged his heart into the flying snow sword, the flying snow sword had become his consciousness clone. The situation was different. He felt that he could control the flying snow sword to fly out of the range of his divine sense. Moreover, thanks to the protection of the flying snow sword, his will would not disintegrate after leaving the range of his consciousness. As expected, this path works. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. In that case, I only need to separate two strands of my mind and fuse them into the flying snow sword and the Chengying sword. Then, won't I be able to control these two nomological laws to fuse into one? No, the Rain of Threads sword intent had yet to reach the low realm. This was a problem. Chen Daoxuan frowned again. He looked in the direction of the southern mountain city. He had never been so desperate for the power of creation. There's no point in thinking too much about it. Let's first merge our thoughts into the Silk Rain sword intent and the spatial laws. If I can use these two sword essences and nomological laws at the same time, I can use them to cast the yin and yang sword formation, which will increase the power of my attack. Chen Daoxuan's eyes shone brightly. Southern mountain. Compared to decades ago, the southern mountain city, which was now in the hands of the Qingwei sect, had changed a lot. The first change. In order to strengthen the defense line of the southern mountain city and prevent the Qianyuan sword sect from taking the city pass from them, the Qingwei sect specially built two new immortal cities outside the southern mountain city, forming a corner with the original southern mountain city. The second change was the cultivation of the people guarding the city. Originally, the southern mountain city was the smallest of all the immortal passes in the Qianyuan sword sect, so only a few golden core cultivators were sent to guard it. Later, because Yan Wudao was jealous of his battle achievements, he used his background and identity to squeeze out the other golden cores and enjoyed this round alone. Now that the Xian Qingdao alliance had obtained this stage, they had specially sent a nascent soul cultivator to guard it. Judging from the size of the area, it was a big deal to send a nascent soul to guard the southern mountain pass. However, the Xian Qingdao League regarded this pass as an important breakthrough point to counterattack the Qianyuan sword sect. It made sense for him to send a nascent soul to guard this place. In a majestic immortal palace in the southern mountain city, a black-haired cultivator sat cross-legged on a futon. This cultivator's face was cold, and his entire body emitted an unapproachable aura. Coupled with his superb cultivation base, no one would dare to disturb him unless there was something important. This person was perfected Lord Ming Huang, who was sent by the Qingwei sect to guard the southern mountain city. Suddenly, perfected Lord Ming Huang, who was meditating with his legs crossed, opened his eyes and sighed. In less than 40 years, the 100 years will be up. Unfortunately, although my cultivation has advanced to the late-stage nascent soul realm, I haven't reached the 9th stage nascent soul realm. My great Dao realm and physical body are also a little lacking. I'm not qualified to fight for the supreme divine water. Primal Dao lords have a lifespan of 10,000 years. What a pity, what a pity. Perfected Lord Ming Huang kept shaking his head. Not long ago, when he found out that the Tei celestial pond in the sect was about to produce the Tei divine water, he was so excited that he almost returned to the sect. However, just as he was about to abandon the southern mountains city and return to the sect master of the Qingwei sect personally sent a message, strictly ordering the guards guarding the important city passes not to return to the sect. Violators would be severely punished. Normally speaking, in the face of the temptation of breaking through to the primordial soul stage, these nascent souls would not care even if they defied the sect master's orders. However, as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, perfected Lord Ming Huang knew more inside information than the ordinary perfected lords in the sect. It was not easy to retrieve a divine item like the supreme divine water from the supreme celestial pond. The correct way to get water was only known to the sect masters of the Qingwei sect. If outsiders tried to snatch it by force, they would only let the unformed supreme divine water melt in the celestial pond. In addition, considering that his cultivation hadn't reached nascent soul state level 9, perfected Lord Ming Huang gave up on the idea of fighting for the supreme divine water. However, even though he had given up, every time he thought of this, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He had never been this close to an essence soul Dao Lord before. Perfected Lord Ming Huang knew that with his talent, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the primordial soul stage without relying on external materials. There were many sects surrounding the Xianqing Dao Alliance, and there were hundreds of nascent souls, but there was not a single essence soul Dao Lord. From this, one could see how difficult it was to break through from the original infant stage to the primordial soul stage. Just as he was feeling heartache, perfected Lord Ming Huang frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't I say that you're not allowed to disturb my cultivation if there's nothing serious?" True monarch, I. Outside the door, a golden core trembled and was somewhat speechless. Recently, senior immortal's temper had been very bad, but no one knew the reason, so they could only live in fear every day. Fortunately, perfected Lord Ming Huang's integrity was still acceptable. He didn't vent his anger on his subordinates in the southern mountains city just because he couldn't get the supreme divine water. "Come in." Perfected Lord Ming Huang waved his hand helplessly. "Yes." Outside the door, Golden Cores took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter the immortal palace. Along the way, the Golden Core kept his head down, not daring to look at perfected Lord Ming Huang. "What's the matter?" Upon hearing the perfected cultivator's question, he did not dare to hide anything and immediately replied, reporting to perfected cultivator, "My spies have reported that an army of cultivators has set off from Linwu Immortal City and is heading towards my southern mountains city." The army of the Linwu Immortal City. Perfected Lord Ming Huang immediately stood up from the futon. Seeing how excited perfected cultivator was, the golden core who came to report was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly said, "It's not from Linwu City, but from the Kangzhou continent in the Infinite Star Sea." Upon hearing this, perfected Lord Ming Huang, who felt that he had lost his composure, said with a cold face, "Next time you speak, remember to finish at once." "Yes." The golden core lowered his head even more. Looking at the trembling look of his subordinate, perfected Lord Ming Huang waved his hand and said in a desolate tone, "You were the one who wiped out those stray dogs in Kangzhou back then, right?" When this golden core heard perfected Lord Ming Huang mention his proudest battle record, he couldn't help but straighten his body. For the first time, he raised his head in front of perfected Lord Ming Huang and said, reporting to perfected cultivator, "It was this disciple who led the army to break through this immortal pass." "Well done." Perfected Lord Ming Huang nodded. "Your current cultivation has reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, and your Great Dao realm is about to touch the threshold of the Law realm. With the contributions you've accumulated over the years, it's enough for you to exchange for the resources to break through to the nascent soul realm from this section." Looking at the excited Golden Core in front of him, perfected Lord Ming Huang continued, "However, something big has happened in the sect recently. If you want to return to the sect, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer." Despite his excitement, this Golden Core still put on a righteous look and hurriedly said, "Disciple is not in a hurry. Disciple is willing to guard the sect." "All right, you don't have to show your loyalty in front of me." Perfected Lord Ming Huang paused for a moment. "Defeat the Kangzhou cultivators. Don't let them disturb my cultivation. When you return to the sect, I will personally ask for your merit." Hearing this, Golden Cores became even more excited. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said in a trembling voice, thank you for your guidance, Senior Immortal. Chapter 465, Challenge, 1. The Southern Mountains City is just ahead. On the spirit ship, Zhou Mubai pointed at a city pass at the end of his vision. Compared to the Linwu Immortal City, the Southern Mountains City was undoubtedly much smaller. But even so, it was still far from being comparable to a mortal city. It seemed that they had already known the whereabouts of the Southern Army. The southern city was already surrounded by a defensive array. Through the formation, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai could see the late-stage golden core cultivator standing on the city wall. It's him. Zhou Mubai's expression froze when he saw the golden core on the city wall. He had clearly recognized him. Who is it? Chen Daoxuan turned around and looked at him curiously. Daoist Master Yinju, he was the one who led the army to break through the southern mountains city. I didn't expect his cultivation to improve again in less than 100 years. Zhou Mubai wasn't a golden core cultivator, so he could only vaguely sense that this Daoist Master Yinju wasn't an early-stage golden core cultivator. As for whether he was a mid-stage golden core cultivator or a late-stage golden core cultivator, he couldn't tell. Zhou Mubai couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level, but Chen Daoxuan, as a golden core cultivator, could tell at a glance. This Daoist Master Yinju was a late-stage golden core cultivator at golden core level 9. If he wasn't wrong, this person wasn't far from the nascent soul stage. This was because Chen Daoxuan could faintly feel the charm of the Law realm from him. Clearly, even if this person's great Dao realm had not reached the nomological realm, he had touched the threshold of the nomological realm. Coupled with this person's cultivation, it could be determined that he was only a step away from the nascent soul realm. Chen Daoxuan estimated that the other party's strength was probably not much weaker than Ji Sui, whom he had killed. Chen Daoxuan nodded. This person seized the southern mountains city. He must have been heavily nurtured by the Xianqing Dao alliance. It's not surprising that he went from early-stage golden core to late-stage golden core in decades. Zhou Mubai was slightly shocked when he heard that Daoist Master Yinju was already at the late-stage golden elixir realm. He then thought of the strength of the person beside him and felt relieved. After all, with Chen Daoxuan's battle record, as long as it was not a nascent soul cultivator, ordinary golden cores would not be able to stop him. Ji Sui was already the top existence among all the Daoist masters of the golden core, yet he was still suppressed by Chen Daoxuan. Zhou Mubai could no longer understand Chen Daoxuan's current strength. However, he knew one thing very well. As long as Chen Daoxuan was in the Chen family, the Zhou family would never be able to compete with the Chen family. Zhou Mubai had seen Chen Daoxuan go from being far weaker than him to being far stronger than him. In terms of shock, no one could compare to Zhou Mubai. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Daoxuan was just a newly risen genius cultivator in Kang Prefecture, a top golden core with endless potential. Only Zhou Mubai knew. How terrifying was it for a cultivator to grow from a weak qi condensation cultivator to a top perfected being comparable to a nascent soul in less than 50 years of cultivation. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's strength, Zhou Mubai was more afraid of his potential. In Zhou Mubai's eyes, Chen Daoxuan was a complete mystery. Every time he thought that he had figured out Chen Daoxuan's true strength, after a period of time, the other party's strength would undergo a heaven-shaking change. Fortunately, although the Zhou family and the Chen family had some competition, the two families had always been allies on the surface. The two sides had never shed all pretense of cordiality in formal occasions. Fighting but not breaking. Zhou Mubai felt that this was the best decision the clan leader had ever made. When he thought of this, Zhou Mubai was 70% sincere and 30% boastful. With brother Chen around, a mere adept Yinju is nothing. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party in surprise. He didn't expect that someone as proud as Zhou Mubai would say such flattering words. But very quickly, he thought that perhaps Zhou Mubai was not someone who would flatter others, but he was born in the Zhou family, especially as the next clan leader. There were some things that he had to do even if he didn't like it. From a certain point of view, Chen Daoxuan was very similar to Zhou Mubai. They were both proud people. Until today, no matter how down and out he had never said anything to flatter others. From this point of view, he was not qualified to be the clan leader of the Chen clan. Fortunately, this was the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, a cultivator's cold, cruel, or strange temperament did not prevent him from becoming the leader of a family or sect, as long as he had extraordinary strength. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was silent, Zhou Mubai immediately shut his mouth. The two of them were smart people. The last time they probed, they had basically confirmed the status of the Chen family and the Zhou family. From now on, there was only one voice in Kangzhou, and that was the voice of the Chen family. The many families that had originally attached themselves to the Zhou family and wanted to rely on the Zhou family to fight the Chen family, under the strong rise of Chen Daoxuan, this so-called alliance instantly fell apart. Although with the Chen family's unification and integration of Kangzhou, the division of interests among the various families in Kangzhou had not been decided yet, there was one thing that everyone was basically certain about. That was, the Chen family would become the overlord of the Kang prefecture, just like the Ji family and the Zhang family in the Jing prefecture and the Tai prefecture. The other families would have to rely on the Chen family for survival. The chaos in Kangzhou since the rebellion of God extinction more than 400 years ago would be completely eliminated. The battle to recover the southern mountains city was not only to gain Fairy Qi Yao's experience, but also to establish the Chen family's dominance in Kangzhou. For this reason, the Chen family had sent out all their elites. Not only did Chen Daoxuan personally go to the battlefield, but the Chen family had also sent 9 Zifa stage sword Xiu, represented by Chen Fuxian. Chapter 466, Challenge, 2. Just as the two of them were silent, Fairy Qi Yao's voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's ear. "Brother Zhou, young sect master is looking for me." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Brother Chen, please go ahead." Chen Daoxuan nodded. His body blurred and he disappeared from Zhou Mubai's sight. Seeing Chen Daoxuan teleport away, Zhou Mubai couldn't help but sigh. With Chen Daoxuan's identity, strength, and potential, the gap between the two of them was destined to grow bigger and bigger. Now, he could still shamelessly call Chen Daoxuan Brother Chen. Perhaps after a few years, he could only call him Supreme. However, the cultivation world was so realistic and cruel. There were many examples of fellow Daoists today becoming seniors in the future. Zhou Mubai didn't feel too emotional. He and Chen Daoxuan did not have a teacher, and they were not in-laws. It did not seem difficult for him to call the other party senior. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Zhou Mubai was thinking. At this moment, he had already gathered with the 7 golden cores led by Fairy Qi Yao. Perfected Chen. Perfected Chen. Chen. Just like last time, when they saw Chen Daoxuan, all the cultivators took the initiative to greet him with cupped hands. Chen Daoxuan returned the greeting one by one. Then, he looked at Fairy Qi Yao, who was frowning, and asked, "General and everyone are frowning. Did you encounter some trouble?" Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao extended a white finger and pointed at the southern mountain city below the immortal boat, saying, "General Chen, please wait and see." Chen Daoxuan looked in the direction Qi Yao was pointing. Just like what he had seen before, an array formation completely enveloped the southern mountain city. However, as the commander of the southern army and the main person in charge of recovering the southern mountain city, Fairy Qi Yao had more comprehensive information than Chen Daoxuan. The southern mountain city's original defensive grand array was a Tier 5 array formation. But now, it became a Tier 6 grand array. Fairy Qi Yao said worriedly. Tier 6 formation. Chen Daoxuan himself was only a Tier 4 array master. He only saw that the array in front of him was extraordinary. He did not expect that it was actually the same grade as the array in Hall Master Huiyan's dojo. He frowned. Hearing this, before Fairy Qi Yao could say anything, another golden core in the crowd took the initiative to say, "Perfected Chen, you might not know this, but level 6 array formation masters are extremely rare even among nascent souls, let alone golden cores. The path of array formations, starting from Tier 3, became extremely difficult. The breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level has trapped countless cultivators. As for the 6th level array master, as far as I know, there are only a few in the entire Infinite Star Sea." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel like he had met a soulmate. Ever since his array formation path broke through to Tier 4, even with the help of the insight function of the primordial Dao Enlightenment scripture, it was very difficult for him to continue advancing. At first, Chen Daoxuan attributed it to his lack of cultivation. However, after breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, he still discovered that the speed of improvement in array formations did not improve much. It was only when Hall Master Huiyan had explained the key to the Dao of array formation to him that Chen Daoxuan understood that the Dao of array formation required a cultivator's comprehension ability on one hand, and the most important thing was to learn from the strengths of various schools. In other words, if he wanted to improve on the path of array formations, he needed to see, learn, and think more. He must remember not to work behind closed doors. The so-called more reading was to come into contact with more array formation inheritances. These array formation inheritances contained all kinds of array formations and theories. By absorbing this knowledge, Chen Daoxuan's attainments in array formations could make a breakthrough. An array master with extremely high attainments would definitely have a large number of array formation arrangements stored in his mind. A powerful array master might not be strong in battle, but if he was given the opportunity to set up a large array and borrow the power of heaven and earth, the other party could even easily kill an enemy of a higher realm. This was the current situation. The enemy troops in the southern mountains city were defending the formation. Even if they had the absolute advantage in strength, it would be difficult to break through this turtle shell. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, "What if we use a war artifact?" Fairy Qi Yao shook her head. The defensive power of a level 6 array formation is amazing. The battle immortal boat we're carrying can only condense an attack equivalent to a nascent soul realm cultivator at most. It can't break the level 6 defensive array formation at all. Even if we waste time, we can't waste time on a tier 6 defensive array formation supported by spirit veins either. At this point, everyone frowned even more. Compared to Qi Yao, Chen Daoxuan was in a worse mood. Not to mention the enemy, even if it took 3 to 5 years to break this array, Chen Daoxuan could not afford it. This was because he remembered the 1-year promise from the Hall Master of the Sea Palace. Counting the time, there were only 9 months left in the 1-year agreement. In addition to the time needed to rush to the Qingwei Sect's encampment from here, there was still a long way to go. Chen Daoxuan could only stay here for half a year at most. Half a year later, regardless of whether the southern mountains city was taken down or not, Chen Daoxuan would still head to the hinterland of the Qingwei Sect. What if we bypass the southern mountains city and attack the other parts of the Yun nation? Chen Daoxuan continued. Go around the southern mountains city. Fairy Qi Yao was stunned. She then took out a jade slip. In the next moment, a light projection shot out from the jade slip and a small light projection map appeared in front of everyone. From the map, the various immortal passes built by the Qianyuan Sword Sect almost divided the Yun nation into two. The side of the Infinite Star Sea was occupied by the Qianyuan Sword Sect, and the side of the Celestial Cloud Continent was still under the control of the Xianqing Dao League. It was just that the line of defense built by the Qianyuan Sword Sect only fell into the hands of the Xianqing Dao League. It gave the entire defense line a medium-sized breakthrough. As everyone looked at the map, they shook their heads in unison. No, this move is too risky. After passing the southern mountains city, it will be the territory controlled by the Xianqing Dao Alliance. When we reach there, our army will be completely isolated. Once we are attacked from the front and back by the enemy, we will really have no way out. Someone immediately objected. Chen Daoxuan looked at the map and knew that his suggestion was unrealistic, so he didn't say anything else. Fairy Qi Yao's eyes sparkled as she thought about it, but she still rejected Chen Daoxuan's bold suggestion. What else do you have in mind? She said, looking up at the crowd. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in silence. Seeing this, Fairy Qi Yao frowned. She did not expect that the Xianqing Dao Alliance actually attached so much importance to the southern mountains city, directly setting up a tier 6 array formation. What made her even more surprised was that the sect's intelligence report did not mention a single word about such important news. This made Fairy Qi Yao wonder if there was a conspiracy behind the recapture of the southern mountains city. Shaking her head and getting rid of the messy thoughts in her mind, Fairy Qi Yao continued, since no one has any thoughts, then I will give the order. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but straighten their bodies. Fairy Qi Yao nodded and said, all the troops will be stationed in the camp first. Tomorrow at dawn, we will call for battle in front of the pass. Yes, sir. Everyone cupped their hands in greeting. Following the order, spirit ships descended one after another. The various armies quickly stationed their barracks less than 100 miles away from the southern mountains city. A distance of 50 kilometers was something that a foundation establishment cultivator could cover in an instant with a streak of light. For Zifu disciples, this distance was within the range of their divine sense, and the flying sword could instantly cover it. Stationing the military camp here was no different from setting up the military camp in front of the southern mountains city's enemy. It could be said to be extremely arrogant. At the top of the southern mountains city, Daoist Master Yinju was wearing a black spiritual armor. He looked at the black army of Kangzhou under the city and sneered. Didn't expect the Kangzhou cultivators to be so bold after decades. It seems that my previous slaughter was too light and I haven't killed their guts yet. Commander-in-Chief, since the enemy is so arrogant, should I go and test them? Upon hearing this, Daoist Master Yinju shook his head. Forget it. After all, they have 8 golden cores guarding them. They're not weak. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid you'll be surrounded by the enemy. The person who suggested this was only at the intermediate stage of the golden core realm. When he heard that he might be surrounded by 8 golden core cultivators, his aura instantly cowered. The next day, dawn had just broken. A divine sense violently swept across the southern mountain city. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan, dressed in white, held a sword in the air and pointed it at the top of the southern mountain pass. Do you cowards of the Xianqing Dao Alliance dare to come out and fight me? Chapter 467, Senior Immortal, Save Me, 1. Commander-in-Chief. At the top of the southern mountain city, a mid-stage golden core cultivator wearing a black spiritual armor couldn't help but see Chen Daoxuan's arrogant and domineering attitude. He cupped his hands at Daoist Master Yinju and said, "This kid is so arrogant. Let this subordinate take his head." Hearing this, Daoist Master Yin Vulture narrowed his eyes. He carefully sensed that the cultivator outside the city was indeed at the early Aurous core stage. Upon seeing this, Yinju relaxed slightly. He turned to look at his subordinate who had requested to fight and said, "This person's cultivation isn't high, but that doesn't mean he's weak. Be careful, don't let your boat fail in the gutter." "Yes, Commander." Upon hearing this, the mid-stage cultivator was ecstatic. Like Daoist Master Yinju, he was from the Qingwei sect. Back then, before Daoist Master Yinju had taken down the southern mountain city, his cultivation base was higher than his. However, because Daoist Master Yin Vulture was lucky enough to take down the southern mountain city, his cultivation base soared all the way. In just a few decades, he went from an early-stage golden core cultivator to a peak-stage golden core cultivator. Now, he was only one step away from the nascent soul stage. One had to know that this was a nascent soul who had a lifespan of 3,000 years. Every time he thought of Daoist Master Yin Vulture breaking through to the nascent soul stage, all sorts of indescribable emotions would surge up in his heart. After all, Adept Yin Vulture was inferior to him back then. The tables had turned. Now that the Qianyuan sword sect was attacking the southern mountain city, it was a good opportunity for him to make contributions. Of course, this intermediate Aurous core stage cultivator was not a reckless person. After yesterday's observation, he found that although there were a lot of golden core cultivators in the enemy camp, reaching 8, the highest cultivation among these 8 golden core cultivators was only in the middle stage of golden core, and there was only 1. This meant that the golden core cultivators of the enemy were very weak, and it was just the right time for him to show off. If he had known that he was facing a top Daoist master who could be ranked on the list of Daoist masters of J-Inden stage in the Infinite Star Sea, he would not have dared to go out of the city to fight. At the top of the southern mountain city, with a flash of light, the intermediate Aurous core stage cultivator appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan in full spiritual armor. Seeing the golden core cultivator in front of him wearing a white Daoist robe and looking so confident, the intermediate stage golden core cultivator couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This kid underestimated his enemy so much, he might really have a chance to kill them today. He thought to himself. Chen Daoxuan frowned when he saw that only a mid-stage Aurous core cultivator had come out. He had expected Adept Yin Vulture to personally fight against him, but he had not taken the opportunity to kill him. If he could get rid of Daoist Master Yinju by surprise, coupled with the immortal warship they brought along and his full strength, it was not impossible to break through the defense of the 6th-tier array of the southern mountain city. After all, no matter how strong the array formation was, it still needed someone to control it. Without Daoist Master Yinju, a peak golden core cultivator, the power of the 6th-tier formation in the southern mountain city would be greatly reduced, and they would have a chance to break the formation. But now, what a coward! Chen Daoxuan cursed. He was sure that the enemy didn't know about his achievements in the infinite star sea. Otherwise, they would never send a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm to fight him. This wasn't facing the enemy, this was courting death. In other words, in Daoist Master Yinju's eyes, Chen Daoxuan was not worth his time. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan knew what to do. Wait. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't even bother with the formalities and was about to attack, the intermediate Aurous Core stage cultivator opposite him was a little annoyed. He had come to fight this time to make a name for himself and gain credit. If Chen Daoxuan didn't announce his name in front of the battle, wouldn't it be very different from his thoughts? I'm from the Qingwei sect. Clang! Before he could finish his words, a sword light exploded on his black spiritual armor, sending him flying dozens of miles away and crashing into the defensive formation of the southern mountains city. Boom! After a while, the sound of the explosion entered Chen Daoxuan's ears. In front of him, the mid-stage Aurous Core cultivator in black spiritual armor felt pain all over his body. He looked at Chen Daoxuan in horror, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. High-stage Dao domain. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan's body was enveloped by an invisible domain. It was the high-stage precept domain level Silk Rain Sword domain. That strike just now was just a normal burst of the Silk Rain Sword domain. Chen Daoxuan did not use any special sword scripture that amplified the power of the Silk Rain Sword domain. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was slightly lower than the other parties, plus the other party had a 4th-tier spirit armor to protect his body. Otherwise, that unexpected sword attack just now might have directly taken the other party's life. The mid-stage Aurous Core cultivator lowered his head and looked at the 4th-tier inferior grade Ling armor that had a faint crack. His heart was bleeding. This 4th-tier lower grade Ling armor was the most valuable treasure he had. Now, it was almost destroyed by Chen Daoxuan's sword. Chen Daoxuan sent his opponent flying with a single sword strike. He casually drew his sword and nodded secretly. The defense of a 4th-tier low-grade Ling armor is worn by a Golden Core cultivator. If you want to break it with the Silk Rain Sword domain, you'll need to slash a few more times. If the other party was wearing a 4th-tier superior grade Ling armor, the Silk Rain Sword domain might not be able to break through his defense. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan knew why some cultivators began to study the secret techniques of soul attacks after reaching the Aurous Core stage. This was because the defense of Ling armor was too monstrous. In addition, after cultivators reached the Golden Core stage, they began to focus on body cultivation. Their powerful bodies and 4th-grade Ling armor made almost every Golden Core cultivator a lump of iron, extremely difficult to kill. Chapter 468, Senior Immortal, Save Me, 2. Chen Daoxuan was the same. In terms of defense, a 4th-tier superior grade power Ling armor was almost comparable to an ordinary 5th-tier inferior grade Ling armor. Although his body refinement cultivation was not high, with this Ling armor protecting him, Chen Daoxuan's defense was definitely one of the top among the Aurous Core stage cultivators. If he could fuse the true intent of the extinguishing divine into his physical body in the future, coupled with the high-grade level 4 mobility spirit armor, even if he stood there and let ordinary nascent soul cultivators attack him, the other party would probably be helpless against Chen Daoxuan. Southern Army Barracks. Countless Kangzhou cultivators and disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect burst into cheers when they saw Chen Daoxuan send the enemy general flying dozens of miles away. Perfected Chen is mighty. General Chen is amazing. Immortal invincible. Immortal invincible. In the military camp, it was unknown who took the lead to shout this sentence. The other cultivators followed suit and shouted. In a short while, Immortal Wudi's name resounded through the sky. At the top of the southern mountains city. When the Xuanqing Dao alliance troops stationed here saw that their golden cores could not even withstand a single move from the enemy general, their morale was low and they were even more afraid. As low-level cultivators, they couldn't tell how high Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was. They only knew that Chen Xuan was a golden core like their general. In the eyes of many low-level cultivators guarding the southern mountain, golden cores were the top experts in the southern mountain city. The low-level cultivators in the southern mountain city did not know of perfected Lord Ming Huang's existence at all. Although perfected Lord Ming Huang had been guarding the southern mountain city for decades, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the depths of the Immortal Palace. Usually, other than golden core cultivators, the people below did not know that there was a nascent soul guarding the southern mountain city. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's casual defeat of their general undoubtedly terrified the low-level cultivators of the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance stationed in the southern mountain city. After all, if the enemy's high-level cultivators were unstoppable, it would cause a one-sided massacre of the low-level cultivators on their side. At that time, who could guarantee that they would not be the one being slaughtered? What trash! Daoist Yanju's expression darkened when he saw his subordinate, who had volunteered to fight, being defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a single strike. Especially when he heard the roars of the enemy, he felt even more disdainful. Humph! A mere high-stage Dao domain dared to boast shamelessly that he was an invincible perfected being. Even so, he had to admit that Chen Daoxuan was indeed a rare genius golden core cultivator. Daoist Master Yin Vulture of the other sects might not be aware of the fact that a golden core cultivator could reach the higher stage Dao domain realm with just an early stage golden core cultivation base, but it was extremely rare for a golden core cultivator in the Qingwei Daoist sect to be able to do so. To be able to reach the higher stage Dao domain realm at the early stage golden core realm, won't you be able to reach the low realm when you reach the late stage golden core realm? Thinking of this, Immortal Yanju's killing intent toward Chen Daoxuan soared. Another future top immortal of the infinite star sea. This kid must not be left alive. Come back! His voice rang out in the sea of consciousness of the defeated intermediate Aurus core cultivator. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The mid-stage Aurus core cultivator was in a daze as he rode the light and returned to the 6th-tier defensive formation of the southern mountain city. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not stop him. Because he knew in his heart that with the strength he had just displayed, Daoist Master Yanju would definitely not give up. After all, Daoist Yanju's cultivation was much higher than his, and his great Dao realm was basically on par with his Silk Rain Sword domain. If the two of them fought, Daoist Master Yanju believed that he would definitely be able to crush or even kill him. However, Perfected Vulture would never have thought that while the enemy's Rain Sword intent was indeed only at the high-stage Precept domain realm, Chen Daoxuan's other spatial sword intent had already reached the Precept realm. It had even reached the middle stage Precept realm. If he had known about this information, he would have asked Perfected Lord Ming Huang for help without hesitation. But there were no ifs. In order to recover the southern mountain city, Fairy Qi Yao directly used the space transfer array between the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and Linwu Immortal City. However, the enemy's spies did not have such a fast method to send information back to the southern mountain city. Even the southern mountain city had not received any news of Chen Daoxuan's battle in the Infinite Star Sea more than 2 months ago. Otherwise, Immortal Yanju would not have dared to be so careless. In Daoist Master Yanju's opinion, he knew all the top golden cores in the Infinite Star Sea. As long as he didn't encounter any top perfected being on the golden core ranking, Daoist Master Yin Vulture was confident that he could defeat them. Even if he met a top perfected being in the Infinite Star Sea, as long as he wasn't one of the top ones on the list of golden cores, he was confident that he could survive. As everyone knew, most golden core cultivators began to focus on body refinement and had 4th-tier Ling armor to protect their bodies. Their survival ability was generally stronger. This resulted in 2 golden core cultivators fighting. If one side was not much stronger than the other, it would be very difficult to kill the other. Chen Daoxuan's strength was so much stronger than Ji Sui's, but it was only after he used the spatial cage to capture him that he forcefully used the spatial law to completely obliterate his corporeal body and golden core. Even if it was Chen Daoxuan, wanting to casually kill Ji Sui, it was simply impossible to. Humph! A powerful roar suppressed the uproar of the southern army cultivators. Immediately after, a streak of light flew out from the southern mountain city and arrived in front of Chen Daoxuan in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the main character was finally willing to show himself, Chen Daoxuan's face revealed a faint smile. The outcome of this war was just as he had expected, slowly becoming reality. After taking down Master Yanju, the southern army could attack with all their might, and the 6th-tier defensive formation might be broken. Kid, tell me your name before you die. Just like Chen Daoxuan, Daoist Master Yanju took off his Ling armor and only wore a black Daoist robe. It was as if he was unwilling to take advantage of Chen Daoxuan, a junior whose cultivation was inferior to his. In reality, he did this to regain the momentum of his troops, and on the other hand, he was afraid of scaring Chen Daoxuan away. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was far inferior to his great Dao realm was the same as his. If the other party insisted on running, the enemy still had 7 golden core cultivators to support them. It would not be so easy for Daoist Yanju to stop the other party. Both sides were relaxed in their hearts, but they showed a solemn expression on their faces. When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he sneered, "Do you think you can win against me just because your cultivation level is higher than mine?" Hearing this, Yanju's heart instantly calmed down. He smiled and said, "Try it and you'll know." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stopped talking nonsense. He immediately unleashed the Silk Rain Sword domain and pounced straight at Adept Yanju. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan had chosen to engage in close combat, Daoist Yan Vulture immediately smiled. "Close combat? Just in line with my intention." After saying that, he also rushed forward in a flash. But just as the two of them were about to make contact, Daoist Master Yan Vulture suddenly realized that something was wrong. Daoist Yan Vulture's body flashed as he retreated. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not chase after him. He quietly watched him retreat until Daoist Yan Vulture crashed into a transparent spatial barrier. At this moment, Daoist Master Yanju raised his head in a daze, the fear in his eyes almost uncontrollable. Law Realm, you actually reached the Law Realm." He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Chen Daoxuan. You. How can you be so shameless?" Chen Daoxuan sized up Daoist Yanju, who was locked in the spatial cage, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had easily sealed Daoist Yan Vulture in the spatial cage, it was not an easy task to do so. This was because when Daoist Yan Vulture left the city, Southern Mountain City's Chenese Pass was a few miles behind him, and Chen Daoxuan's spatial cage could hardly get within a 30-mile radius of the Tier 6 defensive Grand Array. It was not impossible to forcefully break through the radiation range of the Tier 6 defensive array, but it was very easy for Daoist Yan Vulture to detect it. At that time, he would directly hide in the array and not come out. Chen Daoxuan could only cry out helplessly. Fortunately, everything was developing according to his expectations. Now, Daoist Master Yan Vulture was trapped in his spatial cage. A mere late-stage golden core cultivator could not break through Chen Daoxuan's spatial cage. Just when Chen Daoxuan thought that the situation was settled, Daoist Yan Vulture quickly took out a communication jade talisman from his storage ring and shouted, "Perfected Lord Ming Huang, save me! The enemy has a perfected being at the Law Realm." Chapter 469, Yuanying Stage. Nascent Souls. Hearing Daoist Master Yanju's cry for help, Chen Daoxuan stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed slightly as he waited attentively. Suddenly, he felt the spatial cage he had condensed using spatial laws encounter a ferocious attack that was hard to resist. Not good. Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. Boom! With just one strike, the impenetrable space cage in the eyes of golden core cultivators became shaky. A middle-stage golden core at the Law Realm. Interesting. A faint voice suddenly sounded in Chen Daoxuan's ear. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. This feeling was very similar to the first time he met Zhou Mubai, who was already at the Purple Mansion stage, when he was only at the Qi condensation stage. Unfathomable. Yes, this was the feeling. Inside the Southern Mountains City's Tier 6 Grand Array, a figure slowly walked out. As the figure walked toward them, both the army of more than 1 million cultivators from the Infinite Star Sea and the Xianqing Dao League garrison stationed in the Southern Mountains City fell silent. At this moment, all the eyes in the world were focused on the cultivator who was slowly moving forward in the sky. Nascent souls. Only nascent souls possessed an aura that far surpassed that of golden cores. Perfected Lord Ming Huang glanced at Perfected Yanju who was trapped in the space cage, then turned to Chen Daoxuan and said with a smile, "Didn't expect that such a prodigy would come while I was guarding this place. My decades of defense weren't in vain." Chen Daoxuan looked at him attentively and cupped his hands. "Senior, how should I address you? I have long forgotten my common name, but, fellow Daoists call me Perfected Lord Ming Huang, but you can call me that." Perfected Lord Ming Huang. It was him. Chen Daoxuan immediately recalled the information about all the perfected Yuan lords in the Xianqing Dao League. As a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, Perfected Lord Ming Huang was second only to a top perfected lord like the Sea Suppressing Hall Master. He had always been the focus of the Shadow Hall of the Qianyuan sword sect. Chen Daoxuan had also learned about perfected Lord Ming Huang from the information recorded in the Qianyuan sword sect before he came to the southern mountains city. Although the Shadow Hall of the Qianyuan sword sect had never given up on collecting information about the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao League, it was very difficult to collect information about them because the nascent souls were too strong. Shadow Palace had racked their brains, but they could only gather some information about perfected Lord Ming Huang's strength. As for the whereabouts of the other party, the Shadow Palace had no way of determining it. If one wanted to track the whereabouts of a nascent soul for a long time, they had to send out cultivators who were several levels stronger than him. He was several levels stronger than a late nascent soul cultivator like perfected Lord Ming Huang. He had to be at least an essence soul Dao Lord. Sending an essence soul Dao Lord to track the whereabouts of a nascent soul cultivator was no longer worth gathering information about. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it was very difficult to determine the whereabouts of a nascent soul cultivator unless there was a large number of nascent souls gathering. For example, Qin Zhan, the Palace Lord of the Sea Suppressing Palace Hall. As a top-notch true lord, especially one who was proficient in spatial laws, his whereabouts could be said to be extremely difficult to grasp. Even if they sent an essence soul Dao Lord to keep an eye on him, it would be very difficult for them to track him down. After all, with Qin Zhan's control over spatial laws, he could easily teleport over 1,000,000 miles without external interference. For a primal Dao Lord's divine sense to be able to cover an area of 100,000 kilometers was already quite impressive. It was simply impossible to track Qin Zhan, who had teleported 1,000,000 miles away in one go. What about you? What's your name? Perfected Lord Ming Huang looked at Chen Daoxuan with interest. Kangzhou Cultivator, Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan, I'll remember that. Perfected Lord Ming Huang nodded and pointed at Master Yinju. Can you release my people? Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and shook his head. No, if you have the ability, save him yourself. Good. Perfected Lord Ming Huang smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. Chen Daoxuan's divine sense was focused on the other party at all times. He discovered that perfected Lord Ming Huang's disappearance wasn't a teleportation like him, but purely a high-speed movement in the air. He can actually achieve a speed that isn't inferior to teleportation within a short distance just by relying on his escape light. Just how strong is this perfected Lord Ming Huang's body? Chen Daoxuan was incomparably shocked. When a cultivator reached the Aurous Core stage, their speed would increase by a large margin. When they reached the nascent soul stage, their speed would be even more abnormal. Basically, they would reach a point where it was difficult for low-level cultivators to catch them. However, even though Chen Daoxuan knew that a nascent soul's speed was astonishing, he didn't expect that perfected Lord Ming Huang's speed would be so fast. Almost at the same time. A moment ago, perfected Lord Ming Huang was still outside the defensive array of the southern mountain, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan's spatial cage. Immediately after, perfected Lord Ming Huang directly punched the space cage that Chen Daoxuan had condensed. Crash! The space barrier of the space cage was like a broken mirror, and it was instantly shattered by perfected Lord Ming Huang's punch. Daoist Master Yinju, who had just survived the disaster, was so excited that he couldn't speak when he saw perfected cultivator Ming Huang. True monarch, It's normal that you can't defeat a mid-stage golden core cultivator in the low realm. Perfected Lord Ming Huang said gently. Upon hearing this, Daoist Master Yin Vulture couldn't help but feel like a man would die for his friend. He cupped his hands and bowed to perfected Lord Ming Huang before returning to the defensive array of the southern mountains city with his tail between his legs. Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all when he saw Daoist Master Yinju escape. Chapter 470, Fighting the Nascent Soul Stage, 2. Right now, all his attention was on perfected Lord Ming Huang. Perfected Lord Ming Huang was the most powerful enemy he had encountered since he embarked on the path of cultivation. Late Nascent Soul Stage, high level of the laws of fire. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. This was the information about perfected Lord Ming Huang's cultivation and Great Dao realm recorded in the intelligence of the Qianyuan sword sect. It had to be said that the information about perfected Lord Ming Huang was extremely concise. What secret techniques the other party knew, what powerful magic tools he had, and especially how strong his body refinement cultivation was, there was no record of it. Chen Daoxuan was confident that he could match a mid-nascent soul cultivator if he used all his trump cards. However, the person in front of him was a genuine late-nascent soul cultivator. He was only one level weaker than the C-suppressing hall master. Chen Daoxuan had never thought that he would actually encounter such an opponent so early. However, he was not afraid. With his strength and his expertise in spatial laws, even if he couldn't defeat perfected Lord Ming Huang, he would have no problem escaping. Not only would he be able to escape, Chen Daoxuan was even confident that he would be able to escape with the direct descendants of the Chen family. Of course, as for the remaining Kangzhou cultivators and the disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect, he had no choice. There were more than 1 million cultivators. Putting aside whether he could escape with all of them, perfected Lord Ming Huang would never give him such a chance. Chen Daoxuan looked at perfected Lord Ming Huang and said, "Why don't we fight somewhere else? I can't use it here." Upon hearing this, perfected Lord Ming Huang looked back at the southern mountains city and nodded. "Go ahead." Chen Daoxuan immediately flashed and flew more than 1,000 miles to the side of the battlefield. Perfected Lord Ming Huang followed closely behind. The two of them were far away from the southern mountains city and the camp of the cultivators in the infinite star sea. They were both relaxed. A golden core at the middle stage of spatial laws was almost no weaker than an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even though perfected Lord Ming Huang thought that Chen Daoxuan's strength was far inferior to his, if they really fought, they might destroy the 6th-tier defense array of the southern mountains city. After all, only Aura's core stage cultivators were in charge of the defensive formation, so its defensive power was very limited. Now, the two of them had no burden on their minds, so they naturally relaxed. Facing each other, both Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang were very confident. Chen Daoxuan's confidence came from the way he rushed to the southern mountains city. He had integrated two thoughts into the spatial law and the silk rain sword intent. Now, he could already use the spatial law and the silk rain sword intent at the same time, and he could barely use them to set up the two elements sword formation. Although the silk rain sword intent did not transform into the silk rain law, it could at least make the power of his spatial law soar by a level. The spatial laws had some advantages over the fire laws. Whether Chen Daoxuan's yin and yang sword formation could defeat perfected Lord Ming Huang's fire nomological laws was another matter altogether. Take 10,000 steps back. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was much lower than perfected Lord Ming Huang's, so the yin and yang sword formation he displayed was no match for him. He still had the stellar sword Dao diagram as his trump card. When Chen Daoxuan was at the Zifu stage, he had once used the stellar sword Dao diagram. At that time, the power that erupted from the diagram was no less than the Dao domain pressure unleashed by a nascent soul. Now that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had broken through to the Aura's core stage, and his space sword intent had transformed into the Law realm, the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram would only soar again. This was because the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram was not only related to the cultivator who used it, but also to the type and depth of the nomological laws on the diagram. Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent had transformed into space law, so the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram would definitely improve. As for the exact extent, even Chen Daoxuan himself wasn't clear. It consumed too much magic power to use the stellar sword doctrine. Even though he had reached the golden core stage, he couldn't use it for a long time. Therefore, he had never tried to use this treasure. After all, the stellar sword Dao diagram was a pure yang immortal weapon. It was already inconceivable that a pure yang immortal weapon could be used by a Jindan stage cultivator or even a Zifu disciple at will. If it were to be used at the same rate as an ordinary high-grade magic weapon, then it would be somewhat unreasonable. Seeing how confident Chen Daoxuan was, perfected Lord Ming Huang grinned and disappeared. Chen Daoxuan, whose divine sense was locked onto the other party, used teleportation the moment perfected Lord Ming Huang disappeared, and his figure also disappeared from the spot. As expected. The moment Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared, perfected Lord Ming Huang appeared at the spot where he had been previously. Teleportation. Perfected Lord Ming Huang nodded. That's interesting. Then, he stopped talking and approached Chen Daoxuan again and again. Chen Daoxuan relied on spatial laws to teleport continuously, not coming into contact with him. After hundreds of chases, perfected Lord Ming Huang was somewhat annoyed. He frowned and said, "Do you think that just because you can teleport, you're invincible?" Chen Daoxuan stopped and said with a faint smile, battles of magic rely on strength, not words. Humph! Perfected Lord Ming Huang snorted coldly and took out a small tower-shaped magic tool from his storage ring. Black-yellow heaven suppressing tower, go! Level 5 high-grade magic tool. Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized the grade of this magic tool from the spiritual fluctuation of the magic tool. However, the strange thing was that after perfected Lord Ming Huang took out the Xianhuang Heaven Suppression Tower, the tower did not attack Chen Daoxuan. Instead, it hovered beside perfected Lord Ming Huang. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. He thought of a possibility. Dao Domain Dharma Treasure. Hehe, you have some knowledge. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the so-called Dharma artifacts of the Dao domain, its replica, the Dharma artifacts of the domain, was famous among the low-level cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Chen Daoxuan remembered that when he first went to Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, he had bought a refining jade slip for a first-grade domain magic tool. However, although the name of the domain magic treasure sounded very powerful, it was actually just a shallow imitation of the Dao domain magic treasure. The so-called Dao domain Dharma artifact could only be used when the cultivator's great Dao realm had reached the Dao domain realm. The full name of a Dao domain Dharma treasure should be a Dao domain amplification Dharma treasure. Its use was very simple, which was to increase the power of a cultivator's Dao domain. Logically speaking, after a nascent soul cultivator's great Dao realm reached the nomological realm, the power of the Dao domain condensed during the Aurous core stage would also rise, far from what it was back then. However, in reality, nascent souls rarely used their Dao domains when fighting. If the Dao domain of a nascent soul cultivator was compared to a net, then the nomological laws he grasped were like a sharp blade. It was naturally easy to use a Dao domain to deal with a golden core cultivator of a lower realm. However, if it was used to deal with a nascent soul of the same realm, the other party would instantly tear the Dao domain apart and make people laugh. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang had yet to use their Dao domains. However, was the Dao domain of a nascent soul really useless? That was not the case. Under normal circumstances, the Dao domain cast by a nascent soul cultivator was an ordinary net. However, after using the Dao domain, this net would become an iron or steel net, and its power would increase by more than 10 times. In this way, the Dao domain unleashed by a nascent soul cultivator could naturally pose a threat to cultivators of the same level. Of course, it was only a threat. It was impossible to rely on the Dao domain to defeat the opponent unless the difference in strength between the two was as great as that of a top-notch perfected cultivator and an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, what perfected Lord Ming Huang wanted to do now was not to let his Dao domain defeat Chen Daoxuan, but to use his Dao domain to stop or slow down the frequency of Chen Daoxuan's teleportation. Given perfected Lord Ming Huang's speed, once Chen Daoxuan's teleportation speed was slowed down, he would have no choice but to fight him head-on. And if he fought head-on, perfected Lord Ming Huang was confident that it would be Chen Daoxuan's death. Although it was rare for a golden core to reach the middle stage of the low realm, it was impossible for him to be a match for a late nascent soul cultivator. Seeing perfected Lord Ming Huang take out his Dao domain magical treasure, Chen Daoxuan knew that he could no longer hide his strength. Otherwise, he would be killed by perfected Lord Ming Huang with a single punch before he could use his trump card. Then, there would be no way to justify himself. The moment perfected Lord Ming Huang took out the black-yellow heaven suppressing tower, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth and spat. A star map that looked like a pitch-black sky flew out of his mouth. It was his most hidden trump card, the Star Sword Dao map. Chapter 471, The Power of the Stellar Sword Dao Diagram, 1. Young Sect Master, we can't go any closer. It was about 500 miles away from the center of Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang's battle. Fairy Qi Yao and the others were standing in the air, observing the battle between Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang with their divine senses. Under normal circumstances, a golden core cultivator's divine sense could easily cover a radius of 1,000 miles. However, Fairy Qi Yao and the others couldn't see the battle from thousands of miles away. At the center of Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang's battle, the laws of their fierce battle distorted the space, making it difficult for Fairy Qi Yao and the others to get close with their divine senses. The only way was to fly closer. However, the closer he got to the two people fighting, the greater the risk. Although golden core cultivators were much more powerful than Zifu disciples, they weren't so weak as to not even have the qualifications to watch a battle between nascent soul cultivators. However, Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang were much stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The strongest among the 7 of them was only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, so it was indeed risky to watch the battle at such a close distance. Fairy Qi Yao turned to look at the Golden Core cultivator who reminded her. She pondered for a moment and nodded. "Everyone, don't get close. Let's stay here." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan also ended his conversation with perfected Lord Ming Huang, and the 2 of them fell into an anxious pursuit. After a while, Fairy Qi Yao heaved a sigh of relief as the battle between the 2 fell into a stalemate. She had never expected that the southern mountains city would be guarded by a nascent soul cultivator, a late nascent soul cultivator at that. The information from the Qianyuan sword sect did not mention any news about the late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the southern mountains city. Otherwise, the Qianyuan sword sect would never have sent 8 golden core cultivators to recover the southern mountains city. Fortunately, among the 8 golden core cultivators, the other 7 were not very strong, but Chen Daoxuan was a top perfected being who could fight with a nascent soul cultivator. Thinking of this, Fairy Qi Yao couldn't help but feel lucky. If there was no Chen Daoxuan, Fairy Qi Yao couldn't help but shiver. The southern army would probably be wiped out like the southern mountains city cultivators. Under normal circumstances, 7 early-stage golden core cultivators and 1 mid-stage golden core cultivator were not even qualified to resist a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even if these 8 golden core cultivators formed an array to resist, it would be useless. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, even formations could not make up for it. Just as Fairy Qi Yao heaved a sigh of relief, the only mid-stage golden core cultivator beside her suddenly said, "Look, fellow Daoist Chen and perfected Lord Ming Huang have stopped." Hearing this, everyone focused their divine senses and probed the 2 people fighting. Sure enough, just as the mid-stage golden core cultivator had said, perfected Lord Ming Huang had chased Chen Daoxuan many times to no avail. He directly hovered in midair and took out a magic weapon from his storage ring. It's a high-grade 5th-tier weapon. Among the 7 golden cores, one of them was a golden core cultivator who was good at refining weapons. He recognized the grade of the small tower that perfected Lord Ming Huang took out at a glance. Not good. Fairy Qi Yao was shocked when she heard about the Dao Domain Dharma treasure. As a golden core cultivator at the mid-stage of the Dao Domain realm, Fairy Qi Yao knew very well how much the power of a cultivator's Dao Domain would increase with the augmentation of a Dao Domain Dharma treasure. The Dao Domain displayed by perfected Lord Ming Huang's late-stage nascent soul cultivation was already much stronger than the Dao Domain displayed by a golden core cultivator. If Chen Daoxuan didn't have a deep understanding of spatial teleportation, he probably wouldn't be able to break through perfected Lord Ming Huang's Dao Domain's space solidifying effect. At that time, Chen Daoxuan would not even be able to use teleportation. Once he couldn't use teleportation, with Chen Daoxuan's speed, he was forced to fight head-on with a late nascent soul cultivator. The result would be not only Fairy Qi Yao, but the other golden cores also noticed this and immediately became nervous. There were even a few quick-witted golden cores who were already thinking about whether they should run away in advance. After all, after Chen Daoxuan's defeat, the ones who were unlucky were the 7 of them. At least Chen Daoxuan could rely on the spatial law of the middle level of the Law realm to deal with true Lord Ming Huang. If they encountered true Lord Ming Huang, they would definitely be killed in one move. There would not be any accidents. Fairy Qi Yao seemed to have seen through their thoughts and warned, "Before we set off, I already made a military pledge in the sect. Those who cower in this battle will be killed. Even if you are lucky enough to escape this time, think about how you will face the pursuit of the sect when you return to the section." Hearing this, the few golden core cultivators who were afraid couldn't help but lower their heads. "Young sect master, look, what is that?" The only mid-stage golden core cultivator present suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao ignored the few people who looked scared and focused on observing the changes on the battlefield. Using her divine senses, Fairy Qi Yao saw that after perfected Lord Ming Huang took out the Xianhuang heaven-suppressing tower, Chen Daoxuan actually took out a scroll of star map magical treasure and quickly unfolded it. Moreover, Fairy Qi Yao could vaguely sense a trace of pure yang aura from Chen Daoxuan's star map. That's pure yang immortal weapon. Pure yang immortal weapon. How could it be a pure yang immortal weapon? Hearing Fairy Qi Yao mention a pure yang immortal weapon, everyone forgot their fear. That was a celestial artifact. The entire Qian Yuan sword sect was inherited from an ancient sect. In the entire sect, there was only one fairy weapon as the sect treasure. Chen Daoxuan, as a newly rising immortal cultivation family in the infinite star sea, had no virtue or ability to have a fairy weapon with him. Chapter 472, The Power of the Celestial Sword Dao Diagram, 2. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Daoxuan with reverence and a hint of greed. In the cultivation world, anything that could be related to a true immortal would be highly sought after by all cultivators. The origin source laws scattered in the source world of true immortals were like this, and so was the pure yang immortal artifact in Chen Daoxuan's hands. Everyone exclaimed. Immediately, someone realized that something was wrong and retorted, "General, are you sure you're not mistaken? Based on what I know, pure yang immortal artifacts have extremely high requirements for the user's level of cultivation. Usually, only primal Dao lords can barely activate them. Although fellow Daoist Chen's great Dao realm is high, his cultivation is only at the golden core stage. How can he activate a pure yang immortal weapon?" Hearing this question, everyone came back to their senses and nodded in agreement. Fellow Daoist Wang is right. That's right. Yes. Fairy Qi Yao didn't refute the question because she couldn't explain the phenomenon. The star map in Chen Daoxuan's hand was indeed emitting a trace of pure yang aura. She had only seen this kind of treasure with pure yang aura on Emperor Yu's bell in her master's hand. Seeing that their young sect master did not speak, everyone thought that she had seen wrongly and did not pursue the matter any further. Just when the atmosphere was a little heavy, a golden core cultivator suddenly said, "Everyone, why is the sky so dark? This. Mo, could this be? Changing the weather? I've never heard of it before." Everyone sensed the strange phenomenon and raised their heads in fear. Sure enough, just as the golden core cultivator had said, the sky within a radius of more than 2,300 miles had turned dark. In the sky above the southern army camp, Zhou Mubai, Chen Fuxian and the rest of the Kangzhou cultivators all looked in the direction Chen Daoxuan had left. He was anxiously speculating about the outcome of this battle. Zhou Mubai looked at the sky, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Once upon a time, he was still a heaven's favorite in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, and now, he didn't even have the qualifications to watch Chen Daoxuan fight. Just as he was feeling emotional, the sky suddenly darkened, turning pitch black. What happened? I don't know. The sky suddenly turned dark. This. The sky suddenly darkened, and everyone immediately panicked. They were cultivators, but cultivators were also humans. They were just a group of relatively powerful people. But now, even these powerful people would feel terrified and uneasy in front of such a sudden change in the weather. This kind of fear was the instinct of all living beings when facing natural disasters. In the crowd, Zhou Mubai and Chen Fuxian were much stronger than ordinary Zifu disciples. The two of them looked at each other. Chen Fuxian immediately spread out his divine consciousness and transmitted a message to everyone, "Everyone, don't panic. We have to believe in Chief Chen. He will definitely defeat the enemy and lead us to take back the southern mountains city." At this moment, Zhou Mubai continued to shout, "That's right. Perfected Chen has never disappointed us Kang Prefecture cultivators. He never did, and he will never disappoint you. That's right. Perfected Chen is extremely talented. Almost all the battles he fights are of a higher level. He will definitely not lose this time. That's right." The Kangzhou cultivators seemed to be comforting themselves, but they also seemed to have some confidence in Chen Daoxuan. The panicked expressions on their faces all calmed down. The Kangzhou cultivators settled down, and the disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect also settled down under their influence. Seeing that the morale of the army had stabilized, Zhou Mubai and Chen Fuxian looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Daoxuan and the enemy's supreme didn't have a clear winner yet, the morale of the Infinite Star Sea cultivators would collapse first and they would run for their lives. That would be a big joke. Especially after Chen Daoxuan won the battle and returned to take a look, only to find that all the cultivators in the military camp had fled. He would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. At the top of the southern mountains city, Daoist Yanju, who had narrowly escaped death from Chen Daoxuan, was listening to his subordinate's suggestion. "Commander, none of the enemy Golden Core cultivators are in the camp now. If we send golden cores out of the city to launch a sneak attack, we will definitely be able to obtain a great harvest. Hearing this, the eyes of the Windy Lord narrowed and he sneered. Oh, sneak attack outside the city. Since you want to sneak attack outside the city so badly, I'll send you there. Commander, what I mean is... Shut up. Seeing that the mid-stage golden core cultivator was still trying to quibble, Daoist Master Yin Vulture glared at him fiercely. Senior brother Yu, I know you're eager to contribute, but I'm the commander here. As he spoke, Daoist Master Yin Vulture said with lingering fear, I won't go anywhere before Supreme returns. Seeing Daoist Master Yin Ju's terrified expression, this mid-stage golden core cultivator surnamed Yu seemed to be pandering, but he was very disdainful in his heart. Because he knew that Adept Yin Vulture had already been scared out of his wits by the enemy who had come to challenge him. On the contrary, although he was sent flying by Chen Daoxuan's sword, he did not feel the despair of Daoist Yin Vulture. After all, Chen Daoxuan had never intended to kill him. He did not feel Chen Daoxuan's killing intent, so he naturally felt that Chen Daoxuan was not scary. Just as Daoist Master Yin Ju was about to speak, he realized that the sky had suddenly darkened. This is... Daoist Yin Ju and Daoist Yu looked at each other, a trace of fear in their eyes. For some reason, Daoist Master Yin Vulture had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, he could not help but have the thought of retreating. Compared to Daoist Master Yin Ju, he had the intention to retreat. At this moment, Perfected Lord Ming Huang was facing the greatest crisis and pressure he had encountered after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, he was no longer only wearing a black Daoist robe and looked like a sage-like man. His entire body, including his eyes, was wrapped in a middle-grade 5th-tier spiritual armor. However, even though his entire body was protected by the black Ling armor, as the pressure on the Ling armor increased, visible cracks still appeared on the Ling armor. Not only the spiritual armor, but also the body of Perfected Lord Ming Huang started to crack. What was even more terrifying was that black matter was being squeezed out of the cracks on his body and being worn away bit by bit. As the black substance was repelled and obliterated, Perfected Lord Ming Huang's terrifying body began to weaken bit by bit. That's right, this black substance was the true meaning of indestructibility that golden core cultivators dreamed of. Now, under the pressure of the stellar sword Dao diagram, not only was Perfected Lord Ming Huang unable to withstand its attack, even the most fundamental true meaning of immortality in his body was pushed aside and obliterated. World suppression. You're a world-level cultivator. Perfected Lord Ming Huang gritted his teeth and roared. No, that's not right. You're not a world-level cultivator. He raised his head. It's this treasure. It's this celestial artifact. Perfected Lord Ming Huang stared at Chen Daoxuan, who still looked relaxed. However, at this moment, his body, his soul, and everything else were suppressed by the stellar sword Dao diagram. The first thing that couldn't withstand it wasn't the Ling armor on his body, but the Xian Huang heaven suppressing tower that he summoned. The earthen yellow heaven suppressing tower let out a wail and flew directly into Perfected Lord Ming Huang's storage ring. A pained look flashed across Perfected Lord Ming Huang's eyes, and he put the damaged small tower into his storage ring with a pained expression. Without the enhancement of his Dao domain from the black-yellow heaven suppression tower, the pressure on Perfected Lord Ming Huang became even greater. Ka! Crack! Ka! The black Ling armor emitted a tooth-numbing sound. The black substance on his body flowed faster and faster. Seeing this, Perfected Lord Ming Huang finally made up his mind and used his secret technique. Perfected Lord Ming Huang had never thought of fighting a golden core to the death, but at this moment, if he didn't fight, he would die. He had no choice but to hesitate. 7 Soul Burning Technique. Perfected Lord Ming Huang roared furiously. In his danshan, the nascent soul sitting cross-legged in his purple mansion suddenly emitted a purple flame. His nascent soul actually started to burn. As true Lord Brilliant Ming's nascent soul burned, an indescribable amount of terrifying magical power burst out from his purple mansion. After being hit by this terrifying magic power, Perfected Lord Ming Huang found that he could actually move. However, the pain of his nascent soul being burned made his face contort. Die! I want you dead! I want you dead! Perfected Lord Ming Huang roared and dashed at full speed towards Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 473, Fortunately, I didn't disgrace my mandate. 1. Chen Daoxuan did not show any fear on his face when he saw perfected Lord Ming Huang using his life-risking secret technique to break free from the suppression of the star's sword chart and rush towards him. Because he had lost the restriction of the Xianhuang heaven-suppressing pagoda, he could use teleportation again. Before perfected Lord Ming Huang could reach Chen Daoxuan, he teleported and disappeared from his spot. Seeing this, perfected Lord Ming Huang endured the pain of his true meaning of indestructibility being stripped from his body and his nascent soul being burned. He turned around and fled. Trying to escape. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. Then, he stretched out his palm and clenched it hard. A space barrier suddenly appeared in front of perfected Lord Ming Huang. Get lost! Perfected Lord Ming Huang roared and punched the space barrier, shattering it. However, this punch also caused perfected Lord Ming Huang's body to stop abruptly, and his light was forced to stop. All of a sudden, perfected Lord Ming Huang realized that he was in a desperate situation. He couldn't fight or escape. He turned his head and glared at Chen Daoxuan with his blood-red eyes, but he still admitted defeat. Fellow Daoist, I admit defeat. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to give up the southern mountain city. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan shook his head and said indifferently, Fellow Daoist, you can fight as you please and stop as you please. How can it be so easy in this world? Upon hearing this, perfected Lord Ming Huang's expression changed drastically, and he returned to his ferocious appearance. He said, Fellow Daoist, you only have the upper hand. If this continues, it's still unknown who will win. Although I don't know what price you have to pay to use this pure yang immortal weapon, I don't believe that you can hold on forever. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't say a word and continued to inject Dharma power into the stellar sword diagram. The speed at which perfected Lord Ming Huang's body disintegrated suddenly increased. Damn it! Damn it! Perfected Lord Ming Huang was furious. He didn't waste any more words and turned around to escape. Chen Daoxuan followed behind him from a distance, occasionally using spatial barriers to obstruct his figure. Originally, Chen Daoxuan wanted to use the yin and yang sword formation to fight with perfected Lord Ming Huang. However, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram. With this pure yang fairy weapon, there was no need for the yin and yang sword formation. Perfected Lord Ming Huang would not be able to withstand the suppressive power of the stellar sword chart alone. Although the stellar sword Dao diagram consumed a lot of magic power, with the speed of the collapse of perfected Lord Ming Huang's body, he would definitely fall before Chen Daoxuan's magic power was exhausted. This was also the reason why the other party begged for mercy just now. Gradually, perfected Lord Ming Huang's spirit armor and body collapsed faster and faster. About 5 minutes later, the spirituality on the black spiritual armor on perfected Lord Ming Huang's body suddenly dissipated. Immediately, this middle-grade 5th-tier spiritual armor turned into specks of light and completely collapsed and disappeared. No. Seeing that his protective spiritual armor was destroyed, a hint of despair appeared in perfected Lord Ming Huang's eyes. After the spiritual armor was destroyed, perfected Lord Ming Huang's defensive power dropped by a level. Even though perfected Lord Ming Huang had already integrated his undying will into the depths of his body refinement cultivation was much stronger than Ji Sui, whom Chen Daoxuan had killed. However, under the suppression of the Star Sword Dao picture, the powerful physical body disintegrated in a few dozen breaths. I am an elder of the Qingwei Dao sect. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Xianqing Dao alliance will definitely not let you off. Fellow Daoist, spare my life. I will agree to anything you want, but please spare my life. Bastard, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Allay. Threatening, begging for mercy, cursing, in just a few dozen breaths, perfected Lord Ming Huang had abandoned the dignity and face of a nascent soul just to survive. However, Chen Daoxuan remained unmoved and was determined to kill him. He didn't dare to let a 8th-stage nascent soul realm enemy escape. Even if he wasn't afraid of this late-stage nascent soul perfected cultivator's revenge, the Chen family behind him wouldn't be able to withstand the attention of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Since he had offended her, he would eradicate her completely. After killing perfected Lord Ming Huang, there would be no more obstacles for him to take back the southern mountain city. Once he took down the southern mountain city, he would be free to meet the one-year promise of the sea-suppressing Hall Master. Die. In the void, perfected Lord Ming Huang's body was almost enveloped by a cloud of black fog. This black fog was the true meaning of indestructibility that he had fused into his body after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Chen Daoxuan didn't know if the other party had set up a trap in the imperishable true meaning, so he didn't collect it. He used the stellar sword Dao illustration and crushed all of them. As all the true meaning of indestructibility was stripped away, perfected Lord Ming Huang's body collapsed almost instantly. Su. A purple stream of light flashed where perfected Lord Ming Huang's body was destroyed. It's already come to this, but fellow Daoist still wants to escape. Chen Daoxuan sneered. In the next moment, a 3-inch tall purple dwarf crashed into the spatial barrier Chen Daoxuan had set up. The tiny purple person turned around. Its facial features were exactly the same as perfected Lord Ming Huang's. It was perfected Lord Ming Huang's nascent soul. The nascent soul stared fiercely at Chen Daoxuan and immediately knelt down on the spot. He said sadly, "Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. I've spent more than 1,700 years cultivating to this day. I hope fellow Daoist can spare my life on account of how difficult it was for me to pursue the Dao." As he spoke, he kowtowed like pounding garlic. Immediately, perfected Lord Ming Huang seemed to recall something and raised his head. "If fellow Daoist doesn't mind, I'm willing to swear an oath of the great Dao and respect you as my master. Oh right, I can also hide in the Qingwei sect and act as a spy to gather information for you, master." Chapter 474, Fortunately, I didn't disgrace you, too. Chen Daoxuan didn't care too much when he heard that perfected Lord Ming Huang was willing to serve him as his master. However, when he heard that perfected Lord Ming Huang was willing to be a spy and help him gather information in the Qingwei sect, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be a little tempted. As an old monster who had cultivated for more than 1,700 years, perfected Lord Ming Huang's eyes were extremely sharp. He immediately saw that Chen Daoxuan was tempted. Seeing this, he was overjoyed, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he directly swore, "I, perfected Lord Ming Huang, hereby swear an oath of the great Dao that I am willing to serve this fellow cultivator as my master. If he betrays me, I, perfected Lord Ming Huang, will be struck to death by the lightning tribulation." Rumble. A muffled thunder sounded. The oath of the great Dao was actually completed. "Master." After swearing the oath of the great Dao, perfected Lord Ming Huang immediately lowered his head and called Chen Daoxuan master. Seeing that perfected Lord Ming Huang was so flexible, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat, but he said, "Since you are willing to serve me as your master, then let me ask you, does the Qingwei sect have any treasures that can restore the soul?" "A treasure to restore the soul?" Perfected Lord Ming Huang's face was slightly stunned, but his heart was filled with horror. The Tei divine water was the most confidential information of the Qingwei sect. In the entire sect, only cultivators above the mid-nascent soul stage had heard of it. Even he, a late nascent soul cultivator, only knew that a drop of supreme divine water would be born in the sect in the near future. Even he didn't know the exact date, so how did this person in front of him know? Perfected Lord Ming Huang couldn't help but think that there must be spies from the Qian Yuan sword sect in the sect, and they had a very high status. But now, he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he care about the sect spies? At the thought of this, perfected Lord Ming Huang revealed all the information he knew. Supreme One Divine Water. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Now, he finally understood what the Sea Calming Palace Hall Master meant by the 1-year promise. It was the supreme treasure nurtured by the Supreme One Immortal Pond of the Qingwei sect Supreme One Divine Water. This treasure could cleanse the soul of a nascent soul cultivator and was extremely helpful in helping nascent soul cultivators break through to the immortal soul stage. No wonder Hall Master Qin said he wanted to see how good my luck was. I'm afraid even Hall Master Qin doesn't have much confidence in snatching the supreme divine water from the Qingwei sect's lair. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes flickered, and all kinds of schemes surged in his mind. Perfected Lord Ming Huang saw that Chen Daoxuan was deep in thought, so he flew to his side pitifully and waited for Chen Daoxuan's decision. In the previous battle, not only did perfected Lord Ming Huang use the 7-soul burning technique to burn his nascent soul, but his body was also destroyed and his nascent soul was exposed. At this moment, he was already on the verge of collapse, and his consciousness was about to sink. However, perfected Lord Ming Huang forced himself to stay alert because he knew that he could only survive in the hands of this terrifying golden core stage if he showed enough value. Perfected Lord Ming Huang had never thought that he would be defeated by a golden core one day. He pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan turned to look at perfected Lord Ming Huang and said, "If I let you go back to the sect and steal the supreme divine water, are you confident?" Upon hearing this, perfected Lord Ming Huang looked troubled. He cupped his hands and said bitterly, "Master, the Supreme One Divine Water is the most precious treasure of our Qingwei sect. Even with my status in the sect, it's difficult for me to come into contact with it, let alone now." Chen Daoxuan looked at perfected Lord Ming Huang's body that was destroyed, and the spiritual light of his nascent soul was greatly damaged. He nodded. "You're quite honest. Master's eyes are like torches, how would I dare to hide it? What a pity." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "I wonder what Master regrets." Chen Daoxuan's gaze was cold. He then reached out and grabbed perfected Lord Ming Huang's nascent soul in his hand. Suddenly, the space log burst out and crushed perfected Lord Ming Huang's nascent soul into pieces. Then, the nascent soul turned into specks of spiritual light and dissipated into the world. Even until his death, perfected Lord Ming Huang could not believe that this golden core in front of him would still kill him when he was so obedient. Did the other party not know how much benefit a late nascent soul servant could bring him? "Unfortunately, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy a servant who is flexible. I can only let you die." Chen Daoxuan muttered as he looked at the nascent soul that had dissipated in his hand. Even though perfected Lord Ming Huang had sworn an oath of the Great Dao, this oath of the Great Dao was not unbreakable. At least Chen Daoxuan knew of a method. When a cultivator reincarnated, he could break the oath of the Great Dao. As a nascent soul cultivator, perfected Lord Ming Huang's body was destroyed. Even if Chen Daoxuan spared his life, he would either possess another person's body or walk the path of reincarnation. Once the other party took the path of reincarnation, the oath he made at this moment would be nonsense. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan was certain that if the other party was reincarnated from the disbanded army, he would definitely make a big deal out of him before the disbanded army. Thus, Chen Daoxuan had to grind the other party's bones and scatter the ashes, not leaving any chance for the other party. In the cultivation world, there were countless cases of cultivators with higher cultivation levels failing miserably, let alone him, a golden core cultivator, facing a late nascent soul cultivator. Roughly thousands of miles away, Fairy Qiyao and the others watched as Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang flew out of the range of their divine senses and didn't dare to follow them. That was because the power that Chen Daoxuan had unleashed when he displayed the Stellar Sword Dao diagram was too terrifying. Seeing Chen Daoxuan use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, Fairy Qiyao felt like she was facing her youngest uncle. But how was this possible? Although his youngest uncle was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he was a true top-notch perfected cultivator. The so-called top perfected cultivators were not randomly divided. It was a strict division of strength made by nascent soul cultivators according to their cultivation, Great Dao realm, secret techniques, and magical artifacts. Although this division of strength was not rigorous, it was enough to be an important reference for the battles between the two sides. For example, today, perfected Lord Ming Huang didn't meet Chen Daoxuan, but the sea-suppressing hall master. He probably didn't even dare to meet him and turned around to run without saying a word. This was what nascent souls knew about each other's strength. Although Chen Daoxuan's strength could also be classified as nascent soul, it was still very difficult for him to compare to perfected Lord Ming Huang. The reason why he could kill perfected Sovereign Dark Firmament this time was all because of the Stellar Sword Dao chart, a pure Yang immortal weapon. Although the power of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram was far inferior to that of a pure Yang fairy weapon, which was unleashed at full power, it was far more powerful than a level 5 or even a level 6 celestial device. Only in this way could the Stellar Sword Doctrine reverse the difference in strength between him and perfected Lord Ming Huang and help him kill him. "Young Sect Master, what should we do now?" The only mid-stage golden core cultivator beside Fairy Qiyao asked. Fairy Qiyao shook her head. "I don't know either. Let's wait for fellow Daoist Chen to return. Do you think? Will he win?" When Fairy Qiyao heard this, she was slightly shocked. Unknowingly, she thought that Chen Daoxuan would win against a late-stage nascent soul perfected cultivator. If these words were to spread out, people would probably think that he had lost his mind. Even Daoist Master Shenju, who was known to be invincible in the Aurous Core stage, didn't dare to say that he could defeat a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Could it be that he, Chen Daoxuan, was stronger than Daoist Master Shenju back then? He was a peerless man who had wreaked havoc in several states in the infinite star sea by himself. Unknowingly, Chen Daoxuan had actually already grown to this extent. Fairy Qi Yao still remembered the time when Chen Daoxuan had accompanied her to capture perfected Shenju, who was hiding in the immortal mansion. How many years had passed? Thinking of this, Fairy Qi Yao couldn't help but be dazed. Young Sect Master. Seeing that Fairy Qi Yao was distracted, the mid-stage Golden Core cultivator beside her couldn't help but call out softly. I'm fine. Fairy Qi Yao, who had regained her senses, smiled and looked in the direction where Chen Daoxuan had disappeared. I think, he will win. Young Sect Master has sharp eyes. Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this familiar voice, Fairy Qi Yao turned around excitedly. The space in front of her was torn apart, and a figure walked out of the torn space. Fairy Qi Yao felt like crying when she saw the man in white. No one knew how much Fairy Qi Yao, who looked calm on the surface, had collapsed in her heart after watching Chen Daoxuan and perfected Lord Ming Huang fight for less than an incense stick's time. You won. I'm glad I didn't fail. Chen Daoxuan nodded and smiled. Chapter 475, Great Harvest, 1. Southern Army Barracks. Zhou Mubai, Chen Fuxian and the others looked at Chen Daoxuan and the others flying towards them. Their faces were filled with joy. I'm back, I'm back. Who's back? Perfected Chen. Perfected Chen is back. In the camp, the sounds of joy rose and fell. Perfected Chen won. Yes, we won. If we win, there's hope for us to recover the Southern Mountains City. There's hope for us to recover the Southern Mountains City. Ha 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 ha, I knew that perfected Chen would win. In the temporary immortal abode of the commander of the Southern Army, all the cultivators gathered. At this moment, the cultivators who were able to stand here were all at least at the late-stage Zifu disciple level. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Chen Fuxian was only at the mid-stage Purple Prefecture realm. However, although Chen Fuxian's cultivation wasn't high, his strength wasn't any weaker than Zhou Mubai's. Chen Daoxuan's suppression of Ji Sui not only made Chen Daoxuan famous in the Infinite Star Sea, but also made Chen Fuxian, a junior swordsman of the Chen family, famous in Kangzhou. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the white figure sitting at the main seat. Although Qi Yao was the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, based on the power of this battle, Fairy Qi Yao refused to let Chen Daoxuan sit below her and insisted on letting him sit on the main seat. The other Golden Cores also took Fairy Qi Yao's humility for granted. After all, in the cultivation world, the idea of respecting the strong for the strong was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Only the strongest could sit in the high position. Generally speaking, whether it was the family or the sect, most of them were like this. Even if the clan leader and the sect master were not the strongest in the clan and the sect, they were definitely one of the top existences. Otherwise, as the leader of a faction, he would not be able to suppress the situation if he was not strong. The reason why the Qianyuan sword sect was unable to work together was also related to the fact that the sect master's concubine, Chen Shui, did not have the strength to crush everything. If Fei Jingxiu was in essence Soul Dao Lord Yayin and the other elders would not have dared to say another word in front of her. At this moment, although the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army was still Fairy Qi Yao, everyone, including Fairy Qi Yao herself, looked at Chen Daoxuan with respect. Everyone, please take a seat. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said with an amiable expression. Thank you, Daoist Master. Everyone looked at each other and cupped their hands before taking their seats. Seeing that everyone was seated, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, we didn't expect that the Southern Mountains City would have a nascent soul stage perfected lord secretly guarding it. Fortunately, the crisis has been averted, so it is imperative to recover the Southern Mountains City. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness. Even a nascent soul had lost to perfected Chen, so how could the enemy stop the Southern Army? Seeing that everyone was full of confidence, Chen Daoxuan coughed and said, of course, even though the enemy has gone, we still have to think long and hard if we want to take down the Southern Mountains City. Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao, who was sitting on the lower left side of Chen Daoxuan, nodded and said, fellow Daoist Chen is right. Although the nascent souls of the southern mountain city have been removed, the southern mountain city still has a 6th-tier defensive array. This array is guarded by a peak golden core cultivator, so it won't be easy to break it. Hearing this, all the golden core cultivators in the immortal abode nodded. What Fairy Qi Yao said was exactly what they were worried about. A golden core state level 9 relied on the power of the spirit vein to control the tier 6 defensive formation. It was indeed not that easy to break. A defensive array of this level would give even nascent souls a headache. Seeing everyone frown, Chen Daoxuan continued, "Everyone, don't worry. A 6th-tier defensive array controlled by a 9th-stage golden core cultivator can only block the attack of a nascent soul at most. Even if there are many golden core cultivators in the southern mountain city, we have the immortal war boat to use as leverage. In addition, the southern mountains army soldiers can form an array to attack and I can personally attack. It should be easy to break this array." When everyone heard that Chen Daoxuan had personally made a move, they immediately recalled that the person in front of them had defeated a nascent soul. Moreover, the nascent soul that Chen Daoxuan defeated was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With him joining in the attack on the southern mountains city's array formation, it was indeed within reach to break through this array formation. At the thought of this, everyone's expressions turned from dark to bright. On the side, Fairy Qi Yao seemed to have thought of something. She took out a jade bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan caught the jade bottle flying towards him and looked at the other party in confusion. Fairy Qi Yao saw the confusion in Chen Daoxuan's eyes and explained, "This is the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It was given to me by Master before he left to recover my magic power. 10,000-year stalactite milk." When Chen Daoxuan heard this name, his eyes lit up. Different from the Qi returning pills and Yuan returning pills used by low-level cultivators, the 10,000-year stalactite milk was a natural treasure that could recover magic power. This treasure was divided into 3 grades according to its age: 1,000-year stalactite milk, 10,000-year stalactite milk, and 100,000-year stalactite milk. They were used by Aurous core stage cultivators, nascent soul stage cultivators, and primordial soul stage cultivators to quickly recover their magic power. One had to know that in the process of a battle, the party with abundant magic power could gain a huge advantage in a stalemate. From this, one could see the value of this treasure. Chen Daoxuan took the jade bottle and thanked him before putting it into his storage ring. He didn't try to be pretentious. To everyone, recovering the southern mountain city was the most important thing. During the battle with perfected Lord Ming Huang just now, he had consumed a lot of magic power. Not only was the magic power in his Danshan Sea of Qi exhausted, but there was also not much magic power stored in the power spiritual armor. Chapter 476, Great Harvest, 2. The stellar sword Dao diagram was powerful, but it could not be used as a conventional method. This treasure consumed too much magic power. If perfected Lord Ming Huang's body was stronger today, or if he had a superior grade 5th-tier spiritual armor to protect his body, Chen Daoxuan might not have been able to defeat him. If he couldn't outlast the other party, Chen Daoxuan would be defeated and flee. With the stellar sword Dao diagram, it was basically impossible for the other party to kill Chen Daoxuan. Not to mention perfected Lord Ming Huang, even a top perfected lord would find it extremely difficult to kill Chen Daoxuan if he wasn't good at spatial laws. The stellar sword Dao diagram suppressed him and he teleported to escape. Chen Daoxuan could basically fight as he pleased and escape as he pleased. Even if his current spatial laws were not strong enough, and the distance of teleportation was limited, he still had the treasure, the dust banner, in his hands. He could instantly escape 100,000 miles away at most. Even a top-tier nascent soul's divine sense would not be able to cover a distance of 100,000 kilometers. In other words, Chen Daoxuan now had the confidence to survive in the hands of a top perfected cultivator. One had to know that he was only at Golden Core level 1. The next day, with the backing of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Chen Daoxuan, whose magic power had completely recovered, once again stood in front of the southern mountain city pass. This time, he did not lure the enemy out of seclusion. Of course, perfected Lord Ming Huang had died in his hands. As long as perfected Yanju wasn't stupid, he definitely wouldn't come out of seclusion to die. To the enemy troops in the southern mountain city, they could only defend the southern mountain city and wait for reinforcements. However, the cultivators of the southern mountains city did not know that the reinforcements they had been waiting for might never come. Attack! In the sky, Fairy Qi Yao was wearing a spiritual armor and a red cloak. Coupled with her beautiful face, she looked valiant. Following this order, on a huge white immortal boat, array patterns suddenly lit up. Immediately after, the spiritual energy gathered by the array patterns became denser and denser. At the front of the immortal boat, a lightning ball slowly condensed. Chen Daoxuan looked at the immortal boat and silently calculated the time it would take for it to gather its attack. 30 breaths. The power of the lightning ball accumulated to the peak and suddenly exploded, turning into a lightning pillar that bombarded towards the 6th-tier array formation of the southern mountains city. Boom! The ferocious lightning pillar bombarded the Tier 6 defensive grand array of the southern mountains city, bombarding the array formation light screen until it constantly rippled. Chen Daoxuan didn't know if it was because the immortal boat's attack was too fierce or the defensive array of the southern mountains city was not as strong as everyone had imagined, but he felt that the array light screen in front of him had become a little weaker. How is this possible? Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with disbelief. Although the attack power of this immortal war boat was strong, according to his estimation, it was at most between the attack power of early and mid-nascent soul cultivators. It was impossible for a single attack to weaken the 6th-tier defense formation of the southern mountains city. Unless... Chen Daoxuan thought of something and immediately summoned the Cheng Ying sword, slashing towards the southern mountains city. Fairy Qi Yao also realized that something was wrong with the southern mountains city. Excitement appeared in her beautiful eyes as she shouted, "Continue attacking, don't stop. Everyone else, attack together with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Fairy Qi Yao followed closely behind Chen Daoxuan and launched an attack on the defensive formation of the southern mountains city. More than 10,000 cultivators of the southern army attacked together. The light curtain of the defensive formation of the southern mountains city only shook for a moment before it shattered like a bubble. How can it be so easy? Too easy, how is this possible? Chen Daoxuan and the other golden core cultivators couldn't believe what they were seeing. This array formation was cracked too easily, so easily that everyone was somewhat in disbelief. One had to know that this was a Tier 6 defensive grand array. If a 6th-tier defensive array was controlled by a nascent soul, even if a top-tier true lord attacked, the other party would not be afraid at all. From this, one could see how terrifying this array was. The sect protection array of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, the Universe Yin-Yang Space Lock Array, was essentially a giant array formed by a combination of 6th-tier arrays. Although the defensive power of this array was definitely stronger than the defensive power of the Tier 6 array formation in the southern mountains city, it definitely would not exceed the defensive limit of a Tier 6 array formation. A formation of this level was actually broken by the southern army's combined attack. Although it was hard to believe, the truth was the truth. As the array of the southern mountains city was broken, the southern army charged toward the enemy troops in the city pass. The battle between millions of cultivators was a chaotic one. However, the outcome was not as deadlocked as Chen Daoxuan had expected. Instead, it was a one-sided massacre. The reason was simple. On the southern army's side, there was Chen Daoxuan, who was comparable to a late-stage nascent soul realm expert, and 7 golden cores. On the Xianqing Dao League's side, there were only 5 golden cores guarding the city. Chen Daoxuan didn't need to massacre the enemy low-level cultivators. He only needed to cover the entire battlefield with his divine sense and remove the bones that were more difficult to chew. For example, the enemy's Jindan, the genius Zifu disciple with astonishing battle prowess, and so on. His divine sense could easily cover more than 2,300 miles. The entire southern mountains city, including its 2 satellite cities, was under Chen Daoxuan's divine sense. Wherever there was resistance, Chen Daoxuan's flying sword would appear. The precise strike of the surgical operation instantly disintegrated the enemy's resistance. Once the psychological defense collapsed, what followed was a one-sided massacre. The cultivators of the Xianqing Dao League fought to be the first, fearing that they would be killed by the southern army cultivators if they fell behind their peers. Once this situation of fleeing for their lives was formed, even if a higher-up general shouted to kill those who fled, it could not stop the Xianqing Dao alliance from being defeated. Not to mention that once Chen Daoxuan discovered the commanding general in the enemy army, he would immediately summon his flying sword and take the enemy general's life. The massacre lasted for an entire day and night before the shouting and killing gradually stopped. When the Southern Army took over the defense of the southern city and cleared the sporadic resistance cultivators in the city pass, Chen Daoxuan and the upper echelons of the Southern Army were already standing in the largest immortal palace in the southern city. This immortal palace was originally where perfected Lord Ming Huang cultivated. At this moment, it had become the temporary commander camp of the Southern Army. Inside the immortal palace, Chen Daoxuan sized up the arrogant mid-stage Aurous core cultivator in front of him and said in surprise, "You mean to say that Daoist Master Yunju escaped when I was fighting perfected Lord Ming Huang yesterday?" Hearing this, the intermediate Aurous core cultivator became even angrier and shouted, "Yunju is a coward. Sect Master will not let him off. And you guys, don't be happy too early." Kneeling on the ground, he swept his gaze across the crowd and said coldly, "The Dao Alliance will definitely avenge us." This intermediate Aurous core stage cultivator was none other than the first person to fight Chen Daoxuan yesterday. "What's your name?" Chen Daoxuan looked at him. The golden core cultivator didn't want to say anything more, but when he met Chen Daoxuan's gaze, he suddenly felt guilty and muttered, "Yu Shiyuan, can kill or cut you as you please." It was a rather scholarly name, and he was quite unyielding. Chen Daoxuan nodded and turned to Fairy Qi Yao. "Since this fellow Daoist has made such a request, why don't we kill him?" "All right." Fairy Qi Yao nodded, then swung her sword and completely obliterated the body of this Genren Yu. Until his death, this Genren Yu's eyes were wide open with a look of disbelief. It took Fairy Qi Yao a few breaths to completely obliterate this perfected Yu's body and golden core. After killing the last enemy perfected being in Zhenyi's immortal city, 4 of the 5 golden core cultivators in the city died and 1 escaped. On the other hand, the Southern Army had won a complete victory. Not only did they not lose a single golden core, but they also lost a few Zifu stage cultivators. Fairy Qi Yao knew very well that Chen Daoxuan was the reason why they had achieved such a glorious victory. "I'll leave this place to you." Chen Daoxuan turned around and met Fairy Qi Yao's beautiful eyes. Fairy Qi Yao blushed and said seriously, "Don't worry. The rest of the matter is to count the captives and gains, as well as report the good news to the section. I can handle it." When it came to reporting the good news to the sect, not only Fairy Qi Yao, but all the other golden cores were also beaming with joy. Although they did not contribute much to the recovery of the southern mountains city, they still contributed a lot. Not only that, compared to the rewards given by the Qianyuan sword sect after recovering the southern mountain pass, the gains in this city pass were the real bulk. It had to be known that the southern mountains city was a large immortal city with more than 1 million soldiers. How many logistics and shops were there to serve these soldiers? These were all shining spirit stones. Perhaps to a top perfected cultivator who was bent on breaking through to the primordial soul stage, spirit stones were nothing. However, for early and mid-stage golden core cultivators like them, the wealth of an entire immortal city was enough to make them go crazy with excitement. Chapter 477, 3 Treasures. In the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the southern mountains city had been taken down, everyone was excited. The only mid-stage golden core cultivator stood up and glanced at Chen Daoxuan before cupping his hands at Fairy Qi Yao. "General, we have won this battle. The next spoils of war." Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao looked at everyone and said with a smile, "According to the sect rules, 30% of the spoils of war will be handed over, and the rest will go to the soldiers who participated in the battle." Hearing this promise, everyone became even more excited. Chen Daoxuan wasn't interested in these trophies. The Chen families Viewing Immortal City earned a huge amount of spirit stones every day. He Chen family's profits were increasing day by day. Even Chen Daoxuan himself didn't know how many spirit stones the Chen family could earn every day. Compared to the spoils of war seized from the southern mountain city, Chen Daoxuan was more interested in the storage ring from perfected Lord Ming Huang. A storage ring of a late nascent soul cultivator might not be as valuable as the southern mountains city, but it was definitely an extremely precious treasure that was difficult to buy with spirit stones. Previously, Chen Daoxuan was so focused on breaking through the southern mountains city that he didn't have the time to count it. Now that the southern mountains city had been taken down, he finally had the time to check this storage ring. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at everyone and said, "The distribution of the spoils of war, everyone can discuss the distribution. I have to enter seclusion for a few days." Hearing that Chen Daoxuan was going to enter seclusion, Fairy Qi Yao thought that he was injured in Rhe battle with perfected Lord Ming Huang. Her pretty face tensed up and she stepped forward. Are you alright? TM fine. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. He then took out a storage ring. I'm the same as you. I'm also dealing with the spoils of war. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's fingers on the storage ring, everyone reacted. Although they were envious, they knew that this storage ring left behind by a true lord was not something they could touch. No wonder perfected Chen was so impressed by the spoils of the southern mountains city. Everyone thought so. Chen Daoxuan randomly found a quiet room in the Immortal Palace. Then, he took out a set of Tier 3 array flags from his storage bag and set up a simple Tier 3 defensive array formation. Then, he sat cross-legged on the praying mat and checked his storage ring. This storage ring was left behind by perfected Lord Ming Huang. Although his spirit was much stronger than Chen Daoxuan's, the spirit imprint he left on this storage ring was also stronger than that of a golden core cultivator. However, with the death of perfected Lord Ming Huang, the soul brand on the storage ring had become indistinct. Chen Daoxuan only used his divine sense to wash it away. Seeing that the soul brand had been removed, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up and he immediately opened the storage ring. Compared to the storage ring he was carrying, the storage ring that perfected Lord Ming Huang was wearing had a larger space. Of course, the size of the storage space wasn't Chen Daoxuan's main concern. What he was most concerned about was the treasures in the storage ring. There were 4 types of storage rings in perfected Lord Ming Huang's storage ring. The first type was the miscellaneous items that perfected Lord Ming Huang used in his daily cultivation. After Chen Daoxuan scanned these things with his divine sense, he put them aside. The second type was the spirit stone. Even a nascent soul cultivator would inevitably have to spend spirit stones, so it was not strange for a nascent soul cultivator to have spirit stones in their storage ring, but isn't this a little too many spirit stones? Chen Daoxuan frowned. The storage ring was almost completely filled with spirit stones. At least 90% of the space was filled with spirit stones. He only used his spiritual sense to roughly scan it and found that there were at least 1 billion spirit stones in this storage ring. Although these spirit stones were quite a fortune for a nascent soul cultivator, was Chen Daoxuan someone who lacked spirit stones? Seeing that perfected Lord Ming Huang's storage ring was filled with spirit stones, it was impossible for Chen Daoxuan not to be disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. He checked the third treasure, which was a magic tool. This was the treasure that Chen Daoxuan valued the most. Level 5 magic tools used by nascent souls were extremely precious. Usually, even if a cultivator had enough spirit stones, they might not be able to buy them. In the Infinite Star Sea, there were only 2 sources of 5th-tier magic tools. The first was refined by 5th-tier craftsmen. As far as Chen Daoxuan knew, there were only 2 5th-level craftsmen in the entire Infinite Star Sea. One was perfected Lord Yuan Chen, and the other was the palace master of the artifact refining palace of the Qian Yuan sword sect, Huian Qi. And neither of these 2 was lacking spirit stones. Wanting to ask them to help refine a 5th-tier magic tool, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Ordinary nascent souls did not have such a great reputation. Even though Chen Daoxuan had some friendship with the 2 of them, he was too embarrassed to ask them to help him refine a 5th-grade magic tool just by paying spirit stones. Other than a level 5 weapon refinement master refining a level 5 Dharma artifact, there was only one way for a nascent soul to obtain a level 5 Dharma artifact, and that was to use the power of creation to advance. This method was much more reliable than letting a 5th-tier armament master take action. Every nascent soul cultivator could do it. However, a treasure like the power of creation required a lot of time and energy from a nascent soul cultivator to extract from a spirit stone. This was the reason why many nascent soul cultivators had less than 2 5th-tier magic tools. Chen Daoxuan's Cheng Ying sword could be upgraded to a mid-grade 5th tier because of the purification of the power of creation and the improvement of his Great Dao realm, allowing the Cheng Ying sword to be upgraded. Chapter 478, 3 Treasures, 2. Found it. After rummaging through it, Chen Daoxuan finally found the Dao domain magical treasure that perfected Lord Ming Huang had used previously in the huge storage ring, the Black-Yellow Heaven Suppression Tower. Strictly speaking, this was an Earth attribute magic weapon. Not only did it not match the Great Dao law that perfected Lord Ming Huang had comprehended, but it also did not match the space law that Chen Daoxuan had mastered. The earth attribute is quite compatible with Fusion's thick earth sword intent. Chen Daoxuan muttered to himself before keeping the treasure. The Xianhuang heaven-suppressing pagoda was still too high a grade for Chen Fusion. Before he could activate it, this magic tool would drain his magic power. Furthermore, the pagoda was a Dao domain Dharma treasure. Its function was to amplify the power of the Dao domain. Chen Fusion had yet to reach the Dao domain realm, so he would not be able to use this treasure for the time being. Putting away the Xianhuang heaven-suppressing tower, Chen Daoxuan picked out 3 level 4 superior grade magic tools. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't really care about a 4th-tier magic tool anymore. He only looked at it briefly before casually putting it away in his storage ring. After looking at the magic tools, Chen Daoxuan focused his gaze on the last treasure, the medicinal pill. Perfected Lord Minghuang's elixirs were placed on a shelf in the storage ring. This shelf was extremely huge. At a glance, it was filled with jade bottles. There were at least hundreds of jade bottles on the shelf, and each jade bottle occupied a square on the shelf. Seeing these high-grade medicinal pills, Chen Daoxuan's interest was piqued. So far, the only treasure that Chen Daoxuan was interested in was the Xianhuang Heaven Suppression Tower, a high-grade level 5 Dao domain magic item. Even though perfected Lord Minghuang's use of the Xianhuang Heaven Suppression Tower did not seem to have much effect, that was because Chen Daoxuan's Star Sword Dao map was too powerful. If not for that, Chen Daoxuan would have been like a bug stuck in a spider web with the pagoda's amplification of his Dao domain. He would have struggled to even cast a beam of light, let alone teleport. Right now, these high-grade medicinal pills in the storage ring were the second thing that Chen Daoxuan was interested in. Just like high-grade magic tools, it would be very difficult to buy pills with spirit stones when they reached the 4th or even 5th tier. For example, the most famous of the 4th-tier medicinal pills, the Golden Formation Pill. This kind of treasure that could assist cultivators in forming their cores could not be bought with spirit stones alone. The gold-forming pill used by Zhou Minghao, the head of the Zhou family in Kangzhou, was bought from a nascent soul perfected lord of the Qianyuan sword sect as a favor. As for level 5 pills that were extremely useful to nascent souls, it was even more difficult to buy them with spirit stones. Unless it was the power of creation. Otherwise, ordinary true lords would not be willing to use spirit stones to trade for these precious treasures. Looking at the jade bottles on the shelf, Chen Daoxuan looked at them with fervent eyes. Jade Marrow Pill, Purple Mansion Pill, Face Preserving Pill. One by one, grade 3 and above spirit pills were taken out from the sealed jade bottle by Chen Daoxuan as if he was opening a treasure chest. Gold Core Formation. Chen Daoxuan's face lit up with joy as he obtained a 4th-tier spirit pill, the Gold Formation Pill. A 4th-tier spirit pill, the Golden Core Formation Pill, was a precious treasure even to the Chen family. After all, this pill could help Zifu disciples form their gold cores. Although the gold core lightning tribulation would still have to be overcome by the cultivator himself, this pill could still increase the chances of a cultivator forming their gold core by 30%. To virtually any Zifu disciple, this item was a supreme treasure that would determine the fate of their Dao. After all, in the cultivation world, there were very few cultivators like Chen Daoxuan who could break through to the Aurus core stage without using any pills. Chen Daoxuan was greatly encouraged when he opened the treasure chest and got a gold-forming pill. He opened the treasure chest even more excitedly. Soon, high-grade spirit pills were taken out by Chen Daoxuan. 80% of these spirit pills were grade 3 spirit pills, and the remaining 20% were grade 4 spirit pills. As for tier 5 spirit pills, Chen Daoxuan did not discover a single one. Tier 5 spirit pills are really precious. Chen Daoxuan sighed as he took out the pills from the jade bottle. True enough, if there were any grade 5 spirit pills that were beneficial to perfected Lord Minghuang, he would have consumed them long ago. Why would they be placed in the storage ring's shelf? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He had originally thought that there would be some treasures in the storage ring of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator that would surprise him. However, he realized that the treasures of perfected Lord Minghuang could not be compared to the treasures that Chen Daoxuan had. Even compared to the treasures in the Chen family's treasury, it was far inferior. You're so poor, yet you still have the cheek to call me senior immortal. Chen Daoxuan ridiculed. Although he was complaining in his heart, Chen Daoxuan's action of opening the box was not slow at all. Grade 3 Spirit Pill, Grade 3 Spirit Pill, Grade 3 Spirit Pill. As Tier 3 spirit pills were taken out one after another, Chen Daoxuan's originally excited and expectant expression became calm again. Until Pregnant Infant Pill. A purple spirit pill the size of a glass bead appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It was the treasure that could help a golden core cultivator break through to the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul pili. As soon as the pill was released from the jade bottle, it charged forward, wanting to break through the air. However, this cultivation room was not only set up by him with a grade 3 defensive array, it was also enveloped within a spatial cage. The nascent soul pill hit the barrier of the space and was instantly bounced back. Chen Daoxuan quickly raised his hand and kept the restless pregnancy pill in his palm. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Even for him, the pregnancy pill was very useful. Although it was almost certain that he would break through to the nascent soul realm in the future with his current Great Dao realm, it was a good thing to increase the probability of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Chen Daoxuan happily put the pill into his storage ring. His enthusiasm for opening the box suddenly became exuberant again. But after that, there were no surprises waiting for him. They were all Tier 3 or Tier 4 spirit pills. Phew! This is the last one. Chen Daoxuan casually opened the seal of the jade bottle, only to discover that the contents of the jade bottle were not spirit pills. This is power of creation? Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened. Upon a closer look, it was indeed the power of creation. He had once traveled to Zhen Xian's source world and obtained over 200 drops of power of creation. The Chengying sword in his hand had been upgraded to mid-grade grade 5 using power of creation. But now, he had already used up all 200 drops of power of creation. Although Chen Daoxuan's strength was strong, the strength of his divine soul was not enough for him to extract the illusory power of creation in the spirit stone. In fact, even if Chen Daoxuan could extract it, with the speed of 1 drop per year, he could not wait at all. Too slow. Chen Daoxuan looked at the power of creation in the jade bottle and counted carefully. He found that there were a total of 67 drops. 67 drops. Could it be that perfected Lord Ming Huang was guarding the southern mountain city and had nothing better to do? Chen Daoxuan muttered. Then, he remembered that true Lord Ming Huang's protective spiritual armor was only a middle grade level 5 spiritual armor, and he was even more certain of this guess. Do you want to upgrade your Ling armor to 5th tier upper grade? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the other party did not have the time to use the power of creation to advance the grade of the Ling armor. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle between the two sides might have been rewritten. After counting perfected Lord Ming Huang's storage ring, to Chen Daoxuan, a total of 3 treasures could catch his eye. The first was a high-grade Tier 5 Dao Domain Dharma treasure, the Black-Yellow Heaven Suppression Pagoda. The second item was a level 5 superior grade spirit pill, the Nascent Birth Pill. The third item was 67 drops of power of creation. Of the 3 treasures, the Nascent Soul Pill was not of any use to him for the time being. The Xianhuang Heaven Suppressing Pagoda and 67 drops of power of creation could both quickly increase his strength. There was no need to say much about the 67 drops of power of creation. Whether it was to improve the sword intent of the rain thread or to improve the spatial law, they could all increase his strength in a short period of time. As for the Xianhuang Heaven Suppressing Tower, it could also increase Chen Daoxuan's strength. It seemed that the Xianhuang Heaven Suppression Tower was in conflict with the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. After all, the Stellar Sword Dao diagram also had a suppressive effect, which overlapped with the Heaven Suppressing Pagoda's enhancement of Dao domains. However, using the Stellar Sword Dao diagram consumed too much energy for Chen Daoxuan. In this battle with perfected Lord Ming Huang, it seemed that Chen Daoxuan had won very quickly. He had killed a nascent soul perfected lord in half a cup of tea's time. But at the same time, his magic power was also depleted. In other words, if perfected Lord Ming Huang could hold on for another 5 minutes, Chen Daoxuan might be the one who lost. As for the Xianhuang Heaven Suppression Tower, it was a low-level version of the Stellar Sword Dao map. Its suppressive power was far inferior to the Stellar Sword Dao map, but at the same time, it consumed much less magic power. Compared to the two, this tower was more suitable to be used in regular battles. Chapter 479, Breakthrough, 1. Southern City. 3 days had passed since the city pass was taken down. During these 3 days, the southern mountains city had gone from noisy to dead silent. The immortal city, which used to be very lively, became extremely depressed because of the war between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xian Qing Dao League. The shops on both sides of the immortal city's streets were either destroyed or their doors were tightly shut. There was no sign of life. These shops were all opened by cultivators under the Xian Qing Dao alliance. Now that the immortal city had been broken, although these cultivators did not die, they could not avoid having their entire wealth confiscated. Some beautiful female cultivators would be captured by the southern army soldiers on the spot as trophies. In this cruel cultivation world, the moral standards of cultivators were not as high as the civilized society in his previous life, and there was no such thing as not killing civilians. Once their side was defeated, the best outcome for both the army and ordinary cultivators would be to become prisoners. Most of the cultivators did not even have the chance to become captives and were directly killed on the spot. Just like when the southern mountains city fell, the Kangzhou cultivators ended up the same way. Most of them were massacred, and only a small number became captives. Such a small scene was nothing in the 400 years of war in the Yun nation. In the cultivation room of the immortal palace, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the praying mat. Everything that happened in Zhenyi's immortal city seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this moment, he was paying full attention to the changes in his danshan. To be more precise, it was the change in the stellar sword Dao diagram in his danshan. On the stellar sword doctrine, there were two stars, one big and one small. They were the two stars formed after Chen Daoxuan's space law and the sword intent of rain appeared. But now, the stars formed by the rain sword essence were beating violently. This kind of jump wasn't because the sword intent of the rain of threads was about to advance to the law of the rain of threads, but rather, it was a different kind of transformation. If someone who was proficient in the water element sword intent saw this scene, they would realize that Chen Daoxuan's rain sword intent was transforming into the water element sword intent. It was a branch of the water element sword intent. There was a limit to the potential of the rain of threads sword intent. At most, it could only reach the 6th level of the Great Dao. If he wanted to continue advancing, he had to convert the silk rain sword essence into the water element sword essence. However, it was not a simple matter to transform a branch sword essence into a complete water element sword essence. Back then, Chen Daoxuan's path had gone astray. Now, if he wanted to forcefully reverse it, the price he had to pay would definitely be much more difficult than those who had never stepped on the path of the sword. Fortunately, the most important thing in comprehending sword essence was comprehension. And what Chen Daoxuan did not lack the most was comprehension. In his sea of consciousness, the comprehension star that was like a giant celestial body slowly rotated. As the comprehension star rotated, traces of dust-like matter slowly separated from the comprehension star and disappeared. As the stars of comprehension were consumed, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension also skyrocketed. Chen Daoxuan discovered that ever since the primordial enlightenment scripture broke through to the 3rd level, not only did it have the ability to develop Dao, but its Dao comprehension ability had also undergone another transformation. At the 2nd level of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, there was an additional Dao imparting function. The Dao enlightenment function had transformed from the original 10 times comprehension to 30 times comprehension. There was a huge improvement. On the 3rd level of the primordial enlightenment scripture, Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment ability was no longer limited to how many times his comprehension ability was. He discovered that his comprehension ability could actually be adjusted and controlled at will. In theory, one could have as many times of comprehension as one wanted. There was no upper limit. However, as his comprehension ability increased, the consumption of comprehension stars would also increase rapidly. Chen Daoxuan had tried it before. Once he used more than 100 times the power of comprehension, this star of comprehension with a diameter of hundreds of miles would be consumed at a terrifying speed. He estimated that in 3 days at most, this planet of comprehension, which had absorbed a large amount of primal chaos chi from the source world of true immortals, would be completely exhausted. And if he used less than 100 times the power of comprehension, the rate at which he consumed his comprehension stars would suddenly decrease. There wouldn't be much change at all. Right now, when Chen Daoxuan used his comprehension ability to double, it reached exactly 101 times. This was because he discovered that when his comprehension ability broke through 100 times, he seemed to have entered an indescribable special state. The barriers that were difficult to comprehend and understand in the past instantly became simple and easy to understand under the support of more than 100 times comprehension. Just like his rain sword intent. As a branch sword intent of the water element sword intent, once a cultivator stepped into the rain sword intent, the price he had to pay to step into the water element sword intent was much higher. According to the records of the Qianyuan sword sect, if one wanted to change from the branch sword essences such as the silk rain sword essence and the extreme cold sword essence to the path of the water element sword essence, one needed to comprehend several more branch sword essences and comprehend them to an extremely profound realm. Then, he could fuse these sword essences into one and comprehend the water element sword essence. Just hearing about this method made one's scalp go numb. Chen Daoxuan had also planned to use this method to reverse his Rain of Threads sword intent. However, after his comprehension exceeded 100 times, he realized that it was actually not so troublesome. He was able to detect traces of water element sword intent of the same level through the rain sword intent at the precept domain level. For other cultivators, this was like a fantasy, but for Chen Daoxuan, who had 100 times comprehension, it was as easy as pinching his fingers. On the stellar sword Dao diagram, the stars formed by the sword essence of the rain started to move violently. The light blue stars of the rain sword essence finally turned into a clear blue color. Chapter 480, Breakthrough, 2. Water Element Sword Intent. It's done. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. In his Danshan Sea of Qi, the star sword Dao diagram covered the top. On the star map, a diamond-like space star stood in the middle. Beside the space star was a water blue star of the water element. These two stars were formed by the space laws and the water element sword intent, as well as the Cheng Ying sword and the flying snow sword. Seeing that the water element sword intent had been formed, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and spat it out. He spat out an aqua blue star. As soon as the aqua blue star appeared, it transformed into a light blue flying sword that slowly revolved around Chen Daoxuan. Looking at the flying snow sword that had been by his side ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but gently stroke its body. After the flying snow sword merged with Chen Daoxuan's mind, its spirituality soared once again. Even if Chen Daoxuan didn't take the initiative to control it with his mind, it could still react according to his mind. The so-called telepathy was just like that. After comforting the flying snow sword, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. It was the jade bottle that contained 67 drops of power of creation. Chen Daoxuan's initial idea was to upgrade the Silk Rain sword intent to the Silk Rain law. However, before he put it into practice, Chen Daoxuan wondered if he could transform the Silk Rain sword intent into a water element sword intent with a broader Dao path and greater potential. If it were any other cultivator, it would be even more difficult for them to turn the rain sword essence into the water sword essence in a short period of time than for a person who had yet to comprehend the sword essence. However, with the boost of 100 times his comprehension ability, Chen Daoxuan forcefully turned the impossible into a possibility. Of course, apart from the 100 times comprehension, Chen Daoxuan also observed the changes in the laws of the axe expert when he used the heaven-splitting axe. This was because among the nomological laws that the other party had comprehended, there was the water element nomological law. After many observations, coupled with the trace of water element sword intent that Chen Daoxuan peeked at through the rain sword intent, Chen Daoxuan finally reversed the wrong path that he had embarked on. Now that the water element sword intent had been formed, Chen Daoxuan could not wait any longer. He wanted to use the power of creation to forcefully advance the water element sword intent to the water element nomological laws, allowing his water element sword path to also enter the nomological realm. Only when a cultivator stepped into the law realm could they be considered to have the combat strength of a true lord. Pft! Chi! Tisk! The power of creation fell drop by drop on the light blue flying snow sword and quickly merged into the sword. As the power of creation fused into it, Chen Daoxuan's mind could clearly sense that the flying snow sword was rapidly transforming. This transformation was different from the transformation of the rain sword essence to the water sword essence. It was a higher level of transition. Chen Daoxuan's spatial sword intent had long stepped into the law realm, so he was all too familiar with this kind of transition. It was the manifestation of the water element sword intent advancing towards the law realm. As time passed, the flying snow sword would sometimes transform into a flying sword, and sometimes into a blue star. The only thing that didn't change was that its aura was getting stronger and stronger. After turning into a blue star, its size was also growing bit by bit. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness and chi sea at the same time. He knew that this was the sound of his soul shaking. Back when his spatial sword intent had entered the lower realm, it had also undergone such a change. As expected, after the explosion, the aqua blue star in front of Chen Daoxuan was dozens of times larger than before. In his joy, Chen Daoxuan summoned the stellar sword Dao diagram and retrieved his water element sword essence. At this moment, the water element star on the star sword principal diagram was about 1/3 the size of the space star. Compared to the tiny scene before, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan simply summoned his spatial laws and water laws. As the diamond-like space star and the aquablue water star appeared in front of him, with a thought, the two stars turned into two flying swords. They were Chen Daoxuan's intrinsic flying swords, the Chengying sword and the flying snow sword. As the two flying swords fused with the spatial laws and water laws, the bodies of the Chengying sword and flying snow sword began to change. In the past, the flying snow sword was silver-white in color, while the Chengying sword was silver-gray. But now, the flying snow sword had turned light blue, while the Chengying sword had turned transparent like a diamond. Chen Daoxuan knew that after the immortal sword was infused with nomological laws, the nomological laws gradually changed the physical properties of the flying sword. The dominance of the stellar sword doctrine lay in this. The relationship between the nomological laws and the immortal sword was mutual influence and improvement. After the two fused into one, they formed this relationship. Chen Daoxuan even felt that after the water element sword intent transformed into water element nomological laws, the stellar sword Dao diagram started to strengthen again. The extent of the enhancement this time was not as intense as when the space sword intent transformed into space law, but it was at least a quarter stronger. As expected, the more and stronger the nomological laws of the stellar sword Dao diagram are, the stronger it will become. So this was what it meant to cultivate a sword with a picture. Chen Daoxuan said silently. In the next moment, he used the yin and yang sword formation, wanting to borrow the power of the formation to fuse the spatial and water nomological laws again. Previously, after integrating his mind into the sword intent of the rain of threads and the law of space, Chen Daoxuan had tried to use the two elements sword formation to merge them. However, the difference between the rain sword intent and the spatial laws was too great. Even if he had the intention to use the yin and yang sword formation to forcefully merge the two into one, the amplification it could bring was extremely limited. Although Chen Daoxuan did not know how strong the high-stage spatial law realm was after comprehending the spatial strangulation, the yin and yang sword formation fused the spatial law and the silk rain sword intent. At most, it could only increase the power of the middle stage spatial law by 30%. This bit of amplification was indeed famous for the fusion of negative laws and the explosive increase in power. One of the reasons for this was that the degree of fusion was not deep enough. However, Chen Daoxuan felt that the greater factor was that the gap between the silk rain sword intent and the spatial laws was too great. One was as bright as the sun, while the other was as tiny as the stars. They were not on the same level at all. It was already a blessing to be able to increase the power of the fusion by 30%. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan didn't use the yin and yang sword formation when he was fighting perfected Lord Ming Huang. The power of a middle-stage spatial law was still far from being able to compete with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention that Lord Ming Huang's body was at least 2 realms higher than Chen Daoxuan's. After some consideration, Chen Daoxuan directly used his strongest trump card, the stellar sword Dao diagram. It was this decisiveness that saved his life. Otherwise, if he were to use his spatial laws at the middle stage of the law realm and the yin-yang sword formation formed by the high stage rain sword intent at the precept domain realm to fight against perfected Lord Ming Huang head-on, Chen Daoxuan would probably be smashed into dust by perfected Lord Ming Huang's iron fist at the first moment. Although Chen Daoxuan's great Dao realm was not much worse than perfected Lord Ming Huang's, the difference in their basic cultivation was too great. It was already a euphemistic way of saying that he was killed by one punch. In the quiet room, space nomological laws and water nomological laws gradually merged under the bond of the yin and yang sword formation. The aqua blue immortal sword and the transparent immortal sword kept spinning and fusing. The spatial laws and the water laws were crazily entangled. Chen Daoxuan felt that, compared to the attack of the giant axe expert he had seen in the source world of true immortals, his fusion of nomological laws might be a trick, but the effect was not inferior at all. The only difference was that his array formation power was not strong enough, and the number of laws and realm were insufficient. The power of the array formation was not strong because his array formation realm was limited. The number of nomological laws and realm were not enough, which meant that the great Dao he comprehended was limited. But these were things that could be improved in the future, so Chen Daoxuan was not in a hurry. Is this the result of the yin and yang sword formation fusing the spatial laws and the water laws? Chen Daoxuan said with a trembling heart as he looked at the two strange immortal swords that had completely fused into one and emitted a terrifying aura. In front of him, this strange immortal sword was floating quietly. On the immortal sword, the two nomological laws were entangled, fused, separated, and entangled, showing an extremely unstable state. Around the immortal sword, the space was like a rag that was torn into pitch-black holes. The space in the cultivation room was reinforced by the stellar sword Dao diagram. It was incomparable to the space outside that was not reinforced. Even so, the space was still easily torn into pieces. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to continue trying and hurriedly removed the link of the array formation's power. As the two elements sword formation was withdrawn, the spatial laws and the water laws were like two mutually repulsive magnets, directly separating. Phew! Perfected Lord Ming Huang probably couldn't withstand this strike, right? Chen Daoxuan murmured as he stroked the blue and transparent immortal swords. Chapter 481, A Bold Thought, 1. Creak. He pushed open the door of the quiet room and removed the protective array. The dazzling sunlight shone on Chen Daoxuan's handsome face, making him narrow his eyes slightly. Sweeping with his divine sense, Chen Daoxuan identified the direction. His figure blurred and instantly disappeared from where he was. In a large hall, the cultivators of the infinite star sea were gathered together with serious expressions. In the hall, not only were the 7 golden cores with the highest cultivation present, but the generals with real power in the various armies were also present. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared in the hall, causing an uproar. Perfected Chen! Perfected Chen is here! As soon as Chen Daoxuan appeared, he was greeted by many people, which showed how high his status was in the hearts of the Southern Army cultivators. When Fairy Qi Yao, who was sitting on the main seat, saw Chen Daoxuan, she immediately stood up, her pretty face filled with surprise. Fellow Daoist Chen, you've come out of seclusion. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on Fairy Qi Yao and he said with a smile, I just came out of seclusion and met you guys in a meeting. Why? Did something big happen these few days? Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao's smile faded and she nodded solemnly. Something big has indeed happened. Oh! Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. In a region thousands of miles away from the southern mountain city, Qingwei sect. It was different from the sect of the Qian Yuan sword sect, which stood on an island and was surrounded by defensive arrays constructed by grotto heavens of various sizes. The Qingwei sect stood in the middle of a continuous mountain range. Looking down from the sky, the Qingwei sect was surrounded by 9 immortal meridians. After hundreds of thousands of years of array formations, the cultivators of the Qingwei sect had set up countless protective array formations on the 9 immortal meridians. In terms of defensive power, the defensive formation of the Qingwei sect was only above the sect protection formation of the Qian Yuan sword sect. In the Qingwei sect, on a vast immortal pond, many figures sat cross-legged in the misty water vapor. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the aura emitted by these figures had all reached the nascent soul realm. Boom! A monstrous wave surged out from the depths of the celestial pond. A man wearing a silver-white Daoist robe with a somewhat feminine face suddenly opened his eyes. As the effeminate man opened his eyes, the rest of the people were alarmed and sent out nascent soul divine senses. Sect Master! The feminine-looking man raised his head and looked in the direction of the Yun nation. He frowned. True monarch Red Flood Dragon is dead. What? Impossible. True monarch Red Flood Dragon is a top true monarch, who can kill him? Don't tell me an essence soul Dao Lord is attacking. At this moment, the people guarding the Tai celestial pond opened their eyes one after another. They could no longer sit still. True Lord Red Flood Dragon was one of the top perfected cultivators in the Qingwei sect. Compared to the likes of Ming Huang, True Lord Red Flood Dragon was much stronger. Now that everyone suddenly heard that True Lord Red Flood Dragon had died, it was no less than the death of a temple master of the Qianyuan sword sect. How could the sect not be shocked? This was a huge matter that would affect the sect's foundation. Seeing everyone's doubts, the feminine man's expression became even uglier. He said in a deep voice, "It was Perfected Lord Linwu and the head of the Shadow Hall of the Qianyuan sword sect. Perfected Lord Linwu personally led the army to attack the Crimson Flood Dragon Immortal City, and Shadow Hall Master waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, which was why the Crimson Flood Dragon died. Despicable. The Qianyuan sword sect is shameless. Linwu and the Shadow Palace Master, those two bastards." For a time, the nascent souls on the Tai Immortal Pond were filled with righteous indignation. Although most people were furious when they heard this news, there were some who were calm. They frowned and thought, "Sect Master, Perfected Lord Linwu has been stationed in Linwu Immortal City for hundreds of years. He has always been in a confrontation with our profound Pure Dao Alliance and has never attacked us on a large scale. They suddenly launched such a large-scale attack, will they?" The sect master of the Qingwei sect, who had a feminine temperament, pondered for a moment and nodded. Elder Yun's consideration is reasonable. Although the Qianyuan sword sect has fought with our Xianqing Dao League for hundreds of years, there have never been many battles between the nascent soul realm, let alone the top perfected cultivators. The news of our sect's supreme divine water must have been leaked. This. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The Qingwei sect master's meaning was clear. There was a mole in the sect, and it was among everyone present. These words undoubtedly caused everyone to look at each other with a subtle change in their gazes. At this moment, a late nascent soul cultivator stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Sect Master, everyone, now is not the time to look for spies from the sect. The Crimson Wind Immortal City is the largest fortress built by our Xianqing Dao Alliance in the Yun Nation. The army of the Qianyuan sword sect in the Red Flood Dragon Immortal City could attack the small Immortal City bases of the Qingwei Dao sect at will. The garrison of the other Immortal Cities could not stop the joint forces of Perfected Lord Linwu and the Shadow Hall Master. Elder, he is right. The most important thing now is to stop True Lord Linwu." Just as everyone was arguing, another message was sent over. Seeing this, everyone turned to look at the sect master of the Qingwei sect. The sect master of the Qingwei sect took out the communication jade talisman in front of everyone. But then, his face turned ashen. "Sect master." Seeing their sect master's expression, a bad feeling rose in everyone's hearts. The southern mountains city has fallen, and Perfected Lord Ming Huang died in battle. Within a day, the news of the two perfected cultivators dying in battle spread back to the sect, causing the entire Qingwei sect to be shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Chapter 482, A Bold Thought, 2. In the next moment, the sect master of Qingwei sect stood up and ordered, "Pass on my decree. I order all nascent souls in the sect to gather here and assist the various immortal cities of the Yun Nation." Upon hearing this order, almost all the nascent souls cupped their hands with solemn expressions. "We will obey the sect master's decree." After an incense stick, rays of light flew out of the Qingwei sect's defensive array, either on a spirit ship or alone, and flew in the direction of the Yun Nation. The nascent souls who came to the rescue left. The number of nascent souls above the Supreme One Celestial Pond suddenly decreased by 90%. "Sect Master." Elder Yun glanced at the sect leader of Qingwei sect, bowed slightly, and said hesitantly, "Could this be a trick of the Qianyuan sword sect to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" The sect master of the Qingwei sect nodded. "I've thought about Elder Yun's concerns as well. However, the Chu Yun Nation's immortal city must not be lost." He turned to look at Elder Yun. Although the Tai Divine Water has the effect of helping nascent soul cultivators break through to the primordial soul stage, it's not absolute. Once the Yun Nation is lost, the Qianyuan sword sect will invade our territory, and I will fail to break through to the primordial soul stage. Have you ever thought about the situation of our Qingwei sect? This. Elder Yun frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he nodded. "You're right, sect master. But I'm worried that the Qianyuan sword sect will send people to attack my sect." Ambush. The sect master of the Qingwei sect suddenly revealed a confident look on his face and smiled. "I'm quite looking forward to the Qianyuan sword sect really sending people to take the opportunity to attack us." Hearing this, Elder Yun looked at the sect master with unfathomable strength and did not say anything else. In any case, even if the Qingwei sect sent nearly 100 nascent souls, there were still more than 10 nascent souls guarding the Tai celestial pool, including the sect master himself. Coupled with the sect protection array of the Qingwei sect, if the Qianyuan sword sect wanted to send people to launch a sneak attack, they would have to send at least dozens of nascent souls to attack together. Only then would they have a chance of breaking through the Qingwei sect. Now, how could the Qianyuan sword sect still have dozens of Yuanying stage combat strength? The Xianqing Dao Alliance didn't dare to say that they knew all the information about the nascent souls of the Qianyuan sword sect, but they knew the approximate number. There were more than 100 nascent souls in the Qianyuan sword sect. However, the territory of the Qianyuan sword sect was also extremely vast. A portion of nascent souls had to be left behind to guard the infinite star sea, and the passage to the true demon realm also had to be guarded by nascent souls. Also, at this moment, the Qianyuan sword sect was attacking the Yun nation with all their strength. Most of their nascent soul combat strength was probably transferred to the front line of the Yun nation. In addition, the sect of the Qianyuan sword sect always had a few nascent soul cultivators guarding it. In this way, how could the Qianyuan sword sect send dozens of nascent soul cultivators to attack the Qingwei sect? Sending a few nascent souls, even if they were top-notch perfected cultivators, was no different from sending them to their deaths. Thus, the Qingwei sect was naturally not afraid. Not to mention, the sect master of the Qingwei sect was extremely powerful. With him overseeing the sect, he could ensure that the sect and the Supreme One Divine Water were safe. That being said, the sect master of the Qingwei sect ordered, "Elder He, your subordinate is here. Ask your men to investigate the recent movements of all the nascent soul cultivators in the Qianyuan sword sect." This subordinate will obey. Elder He cupped his hands in response. Seeing that Elder He was about to leave, the sect master of the Qingwei sect said, "Also, remember to ask your people to cause some trouble in the headquarters of the Qianyuan sword sect." Elder He met the gaze of the sect master in front of him and his heart trembled. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, sect master." Southern Mountain. In the main hall. After hearing Fairy Qi Yao's narration, Chen Daoxuan's heart was in turmoil. "You mean the Qianyuan sword sect is attacking the Yun nation?" "Yes." Fairy Qi Yao nodded. "Not only that, True Lord Linwu has already taken down Red Wyrm Immortal City." His dash. Hearing this news, Chen Daoxuan was instantly shocked. The Red Flood Dragon Immortal City was the city where the Red Flood Dragon Immortal Lord was stationed. As the top supreme of the Xianqing Dao League, the status of the Red Flood Dragon Immortal Lord was like the 7 palace masters of the Qianyuan sword sect. A true lord of this rank had actually fallen. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how the Qianyuan sword sect did it, it was obvious that the Qianyuan sword sect was determined to attack the Yun nation. As for the purpose of the Qianyuan sword sect doing this, no one present knew, but Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess. Probably it was to create an opportunity for the Sea-suppressing Hall Master. However, could the Sea-calming Hall Master alone take down the Qingwei sect, which had a large number of nascent souls guarding it? No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was courting death. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think that once the Tai Divine Water was born, the Xianqing Dao League would give birth to an Essence Soul Dao Lord, and the Qianyuan sword sect would also die in the end. The difference between early death and late death was no wonder that the Qianyuan sword sect was desperate. "Sect Master Fei, are you so confident in Hall Master Qin's strength?" Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Immediately, his heart sank. No, the Qianyuan sword sect must not fall, at least not now. As a transmigrator, Chen Xian's loyalty to the Qianyuan sword sect was almost zero. However, the Chen family had taken root in the Infinite Star Sea after all. Once the war reached the Infinite Star Sea, the Chen family would not be able to stay out of it. Thinking of his achievements in recovering the Southern Mountain City, the Qingwei sect must have regarded him as a thorn in their side. Once the Qianyuan sword sect fell, the first unlucky one would be the Chen family. Chapter 483, A Bold Thought, 3. Chen Daoxuan was very clear about this. He didn't expect that after killing a late nascent soul cultivator from the Qingwei sect, the two sides would still be able to make peace. The only way now was to help the Sea-suppressing Hall A/I Aster successfully attack the Qingwei sect. This was not only for 13th uncle, but also for the Chen family. Once the infinite star sea fell, the Chen family would not have a good ending. Thinking of this, his relaxed mood after recovering the southern mountains city became heavy again. Not only Chen Daoxuan, but everyone in the hall had a solemn expression. War always made one's heart heavy. However, the war between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xian Qingdao League was no longer something that could be stopped by anyone. The two sides had been fighting for thousands of years and had long formed a blood feud. Unless the other side completely collapsed, this hatred would never be eliminated. Everyone! Chen Daoxuan suddenly spoke. When everyone saw this big shot speak, they all looked at him. Although the southern mountains city has been taken down, the infinite star sea is now attacking the Yun nation. Naturally, the southern mountains army can't defend this city. Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao panicked and immediately sent a voice transmission. Fellow Daoist Chen, Master told us to defend this city and not to advance rashly. Fairy, don't worry. Chen Daoxuan replied telepathically and continued, therefore, I suggest that I go to the enemy's territory alone to gather information. Young Patriarch, you can't. The others did not say anything. Chen Fuxian immediately stood up to object. Perfected Chen, please reconsider. That's right, we've already achieved our strategic goal of taking down the southern mountains city. Everyone tried to dissuade him. Fairy Qi Yao looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated gaze, feeling touched. The Qian Yuan sword sect's all-out attack on the Yun nation was undoubtedly betting on the luck of the sect. Once this battle was lost, the Qian Yuan sword sect would definitely go downhill. As the young sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, how could he not be moved when he saw an outsider like Chen Daoxuan risking his life for the Qian Yuan sword sect? Not to mention outsiders like Chen Daoxuan, even among the disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect, how many people could do as much as Chen Daoxuan in a life and death crisis? At the thought of this, Qi Yao's affection for Chen Daoxuan was almost uncontrollable. She quickly stepped forward and said, Chen Daoxuan, I'll go with you. This time, he directly called Chen Daoxuan by his name, not fellow Daoist Chen. Chen Daoxuan didn't notice this subtle change. He turned to Fairy Qi Yao and smiled. Young sect master, I appreciate your kindness. However, it would be more flexible for me to go alone. Upon hearing this, Qi Yao immediately understood what Chen Daoxuan meant. That was true. Chen Daoxuan was extremely powerful. Although he was only at the Golden Core realm, his strength was comparable to a nascent soul. With her strength, even if she followed Chen Daoxuan, she would only be a burden. Thinking of this, Fairy Qi Yao didn't insist any more. She nodded and said, then, be careful. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and glanced at everyone. His figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. As long as Chen Daoxuan didn't seek death and fall into the array that the enemy had set up in advance, it would be difficult for him to take down even if several top perfected cultivators joined forces. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Daoxuan teleported and waved the dust banner. He immediately fled more than 100,000 miles away. Any top perfected cultivator would have a headache if they saw this. Chapter 484, Sneak In, 1. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared again. They were already in front of the Dwelling Snow Immortal City in the southeast of the southern mountains city. Dwelling Snow City, also known as Dwelling Snow Pass, was an immortal pass 30,000 miles away from the southern mountain city. This immortal city was built by the Xian Qingdao Alliance, and it was the front line of the Xian Qingdao Alliance's defense of the Infinite Star Sea. After crossing this immortal city, they had completely entered the area actually controlled by the Xian Qingdao Alliance. The Yun nation was now divided into two by the defense line built by the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xian Qingdao Alliance. Half of them were under the control of the Qian Yuan sword sect, while the other half was actually occupied by the Xian Qingdao League. However, whether it was the Profound Sun sect or the Qingwei sect, the country where their sects were located was not in the Yun nation but somewhere else. He stood 1,000 miles away from Dwelling Snow Pass. Chen Daoxuan's spirit sense swept across the city's towering walls. The city was just like its name, a city covered in silver. This immortal city was located on an ice attribute spirit vein and was covered in ice and snow all year round. Even though he didn't enter this immortal city, he could still sense the aura of several nascent soul cultivators from 1,000 miles away. However, compared to perfected Lord Minghuang of the southern mountains city, the cultivation of these three nascent soul cultivators wasn't high. The one with the highest cultivation was only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Of course, Chen Daoxuan naturally wouldn't judge a cultivator's strength just based on cultivation. After thinking for a while, he didn't rashly enter Dwelling Snow Pass. Instead, he instantly disappeared from where he was. He lives in Snow Pass. The nascent soul cultivator with the highest cultivation level suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the entire immortal city with his divine sense. Who is spying on Juniper Snow City? He raised his head and looked in the direction of the southern mountains. City. Is that you? Chen Daoxuan. The news of Chen Daoxuan killing perfected Lord Netherworld had spread throughout the Mystic Pure Dao Alliance in just a few days. The news of an early-stage Golden Core cultivator killing a late-stage nascent soul perfected Lord was too shocking. In just a few days, it had already become known to everyone in the circle of nascent soul cultivators in the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Perfected Lord Minghuang was not a weak nascent soul cultivator. He was a true late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although perfected Lord Minghuang's strength might not be comparable to a top perfected lord's, his strength definitely exceeded 90% of nascent soul cultivators. It was such an existence that had fallen in the hands of Chen Daoxuan. Now, all the nascent soul cultivators in the Xianqing Dao League were saying that this golden core Daoist master called Chen Daoxuan had probably surpassed the so-called invincible Daoist master. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of such a fierce Aurous core stage cultivator. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared once again. He had already crossed 10,000 miles away from Jushui Pass and completely entered the territory of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. When they arrived at the enemy's territory, Chen Daoxuan no longer teleported openly. Instead, he used breath control to conceal his aura. He saw that his aura was weakening from the early-stage Golden Core realm. Late-stage Purple Prefecture, mid-stage Purple Prefecture, early-stage Purple Prefecture. The aura he exposed to the outside world only stopped when he was in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Middle Foundation Establishment stage. This level of cultivation is very common in the cultivation world. It won't be disturbed by some ignorant little things. Chen Daoxuan thought. Then, he controlled his facial bones and muscles to move quickly. About 10 breaths. Chen Daoxuan's face had already become another appearance, even his height had increased by 3 points. His appearance, figure, and aura had all changed. Now, even if Chen Fuxian was standing in front of him, he wouldn't dare to recognize this person as his young clan leader. Of course, even though Chen Daoxuan was proficient in breath-holding skill, cultivators with a stronger spirit than him could still find flaws when they got close. Therefore, it was best for Chen Daoxuan to stay away from nascent souls. However, nascent souls were not cabbages. Although there were hundreds of nascent souls in the Xianqing Dao Alliance, there were not that many nascent soul cultivators scattered in the Yun Nation and the countries where their sects were located. Out of the various immortal cities in the Yun Nation, only the slightly larger ones had nascent souls guarding them. An ordinary immortal city would at most have several golden core cultivators guarding it. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to say anything about nascent soul cultivators, but no matter how many golden core cultivators came, they were just food in front of him. It had to be said that a cultivator with astonishing strength like Chen Daoxuan was shameless enough to go to the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao Alliance to cause trouble. It would definitely involve a lot of energy from the Xianqing Dao Alliance. If the number of nascent soul cultivators sent to encircle him was too few, then it would be sending him away. If more people were sent, then Chen Daoxuan would run away again. Chen Daoxuan felt a headache just thinking about it, let alone the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Now, the Xianqing Dao Alliance was still unaware that such a troublesome existence had infiltrated their hinterland. Chen Daoxuan was not inexperienced when it came to going to the enemy's hinterland alone to wreak havoc. Back then, when he killed a realm demon in the great Yuanfei kingdom of the true demon realm alone, he had provoked nascent soul cultivators to come after him. However, at that time, his cultivation and strength were too weak. He only did it once and did not dare to send his true body again. Although the faction he was facing now was much stronger than the great Yuanfei Empire, his own strength was many times stronger than before. Chen Daoxuan only had two objectives for this trip. First, create chaos. Second, increase his strength. In order to achieve these two goals, the best choice was to kill a nascent soul who was alone. Of course, nascent soul cultivators were cabbages. Although Chen Daoxuan was strong, he was not sure about the strength and trump cards of the nascent soul perfected lord he was facing. If he rashly attacked an unfamiliar nascent soul, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Chapter 485, Sneak In, 2. Therefore, he had to investigate this nascent soul as much as possible before making a move. On the one hand, it was to probe the strength of this nascent soul, and on the other hand, it was to check if this nascent soul's pocket was full. Although perfected Lord Ming Huang was not weak, he was not considered rich among cultivators of the same level. The three most valuable items on the other party's body were a level 5 high-grade magic tool, 67 drops of power of creation, and a nascent birth pill. Chen Daoxuan suspected that he had been robbed before, which was completely inconsistent with perfected Lord Ming Huang's identity as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan began to head in the direction of the Qingwei sect, using the light to move forward bit by bit. Along the way, he met many other cultivators, but most of them were qi condensation cultivators. After all, in the cultivation world, qi condensation cultivators were the most numerous. When the qi condensation cultivators saw his light, they all avoided him, afraid of offending their senior. As for the foundation building cultivators of the same cultivation level, none of them took the initiative to find trouble with Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that controlling his cultivation to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage was the right decision. Chen Daoxuan thought. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan inquired many times and finally chose his first target. His first target was a mid-nascent soul cultivator called True Lord Gold Origin. The reason Chen Daoxuan chose him as his first target was that this Golden Origin True Lord's cultivation was not high, only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. On the other hand, he was rich enough. True Monarch Golden Origin was a logistics manager who was in charge of the frontline resources of the Xian-Qing-Dao Alliance. Golden Origin Immortal City. Although this immortal city was large, it was responsible for the supply of resources for the 4 immortal cities at the front line of the Xian-Qing-Dao Alliance. As the only ruler of Golden Origin Immortal City, it was easy to imagine how much Golden Origin True Monarch had secretly reaped over the years. Golden Origin was a member of the Mystic Sun sect. Although the Mystic Pure Dao Alliance was like a family, there was still a difference between their relationship and the Qingwei sect. After so many years, Golden Origin had secretly taken advantage of the Qingwei sect's resources. Now that the target had been found, the next step was to approach the target. As a nascent soul cultivator, it was not easy for True Lord Golden Origin to get close to him. He had to plan this out. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Golden Origin Immortal City was an immortal city ruled by a nascent soul perfected lord, and it ruled over an area of more than 100,000 miles. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, countless clan cultivators and itinerant cultivators relied on True Monarch Gold Origin. In addition, True Monarch Gold Origin was in charge of resource allocation at the front line, so there were many people who came to him for help. The Shen family was an unremarkable foundation establishment family in the Golden Origin Immortal City. To say that the Shen family was inconspicuous was only in comparison to the high-level cultivators. In fact, the Shen family was very famous among the foundation establishment families because the Shen family was good at alchemy. They were the most famous alchemy family in the surrounding 1,000 miles. On this day, less than 100 miles away from the Shen family's residence, 2 streaks of light flew forward, one after the other. In front of him, a mid-stage golden core was flustered and exasperated. As he ran, he said anxiously, "Fellow Daoist and I have never known each other, so why must fellow Daoist force us? Humph! Hand over the pregnancy pill and I'll spare your life." The black-robed cultivator's voice was loud and clear, and he did not have the slightest intention of hiding it. HJN. The golden core cultivator in front was furious. "I don't know what you're talking about." Still stubborn. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows and the flying light suddenly sped up. A sword light quickly drowned the golden cores in front of him. No. The golden core cultivator's eyes were filled with despair as he left with hatred. Even until his death, he didn't know why he was targeted by this unfamiliar cultivator of the same cultivation level. As for the nascent soul pill that the other party kept talking about, he didn't know why. After killing this golden core, Chen Daoxuan directly grabbed the corpse and examined it. His face immediately turned ashen. You didn't? Do you think that I won't be able to find the pill just because you hid it? Chen Daoxuan cast the spirit fire secret skill with a face full of resentment and burned the corpse of the golden core in front of him. Before he left, he looked coldly at the group of people dozens of miles away before turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Dozens of miles away. The Shen family patriarch, along with a group of elders and juniors, were scared out of their wits by Chen Daoxuan's glance before he left. After a long time, Shen tribe leader came back to his senses. He immediately ordered the people in the tribe, "Quick, go and have a look." "Yes, sir." In a battle between high-level cultivators, there was a possibility that the other party would abandon the leftovers. There were many people who had the same thoughts as the Shen clan leader. With the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator, they could cover dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. There were many people who had the same thoughts as the Shen family, and all of them were foundation establishment cultivators. It was also because the battle between these two golden cores had erupted too quickly, otherwise, Zifu disciples would definitely have come to pick up the loot. When the cultivators saw each other, they didn't greet each other. They all used their divine senses to carefully search the path that the two golden cores had flown past when they were fighting. Shen Gibai's divine sense swept over an object and immediately reacted as if he was drinking ice water on a hot summer day. Storage ring. Shen Gibai's heart thumped. As a descendant of the Shen family, he knew very well that only cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage could equip high-grade storage magic tools like storage rings. Chapter 486, Sneak In, 3. In that case, Shen Gibai swallowed hard and immediately put away the storage ring without batting an eyelid. Shen Gibai thought that no one had seen his actions, but in reality, his actions had long been seen by the Shen clan leader, Shen Maoqing. After a round of searching, everyone naturally found nothing. The cultivators looked at each other and cupped their hands. Those who didn't know each other disappeared in a flash. A battle between Golden Core cultivators and the death of one of them would definitely cause a huge commotion in the vicinity of Golden Origin Immortal City. The Shen clan leader, Shen Maoqing, also brought his clansmen back to the clan ground. The Shen family was located on a grade 2 spiritual vein. As a renowned alchemy family, the Shen family had more than one spirit vein. It was just that this spirit vein in the clan ground was of the best quality. Usually, it was cultivated by the clan leader and the clansmen with better qualifications in the family. When he returned to the clan, Shen Moking activated the defense array immediately. "Clan leader, you are a true warrior." An elder of the clan was confused. The rest of the elders also looked at Shen Moking in surprise, as if they were waiting for an explanation. Shen Moking did not reply. Instead, he looked at Shen Gibai in the crowd. Seeing that Shen Moking was looking at him, Shen Gibai's face instantly turned pale. "Clan, chief." Shen Gibai lowered his head, not daring to look at Shen Moking. "Take it out." Shen Moking reached out his hand. Hearing this, Shen Gibai's heart beat like a drum and he panted like a bull. After a long time, he reluctantly took out a storage ring. "Storage ring? Guibai, where did you get this? Could it be that he just..." Immediately, a family elder guessed the origin of this item. Shen Gibai lowered his head and did not say a word. Shen Moking waved his sleeve and took the storage ring from Shen Gibai's hand. He sighed and said, "Do you know how much disaster it will bring to the family if you hide this thing?" "Clan, patriarch, I was wrong." Shen Gibai lowered his head and said dejectedly. "Get up." Shen Moking shook his head and looked at the elders. "Elders, although this item has fallen into the hands of my Shen family, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a calamity." When everyone heard Shen Moking's words, they all nodded seriously. They weren't hot-headed like Shen Gibai. A treasure that even Golden Core cultivators would risk their lives for was not something they could get their hands on. Especially when they vaguely heard that the treasure the other party was fighting for was a supreme treasure like the nascent soul pill. This made them feel that this item was even more troublesome. At this moment, a foundation building elder stood out from the crowd and cupped his hands. "Patriarch, the only solution now is to give this treasure to the Jin family." "Not bad. Old Fifth is right. This treasure is indeed not something we can touch." Everyone agreed. Seeing this, Shen Moking nodded and said, "That's the only way." Since fifth elder has suggested it, I'll leave this matter to you. You must contact the Jin family as soon as possible. Remember, it's best. You want me to personally present this treasure to the Jin clan leader. Hearing this, the fifth elder hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, Patriarch. Go ahead. Shen Moking waved his hand. Everyone cupped their hands and left. Before they left, they even dragged the dejected Shen Gibai along. When Shen Moking saw that everyone had left, he immediately closed the cave abode's array formation. Stepping into the depths of the cave, he saw a Shen clan leader who looked exactly like him lying unconscious on a bed. Around the jade bed, a small array surrounded him. From the outside, the jade bed was empty. In front of the jade bed, a black-robed cultivator was guarding it. It was the one who had chased after the golden core cultivator. When the black-robed clone saw Chen Daoxuan, he turned into a black light and entered Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Sea of Qi. Along with him, there was a blue immortal sword. It was with this flying snow sword that the black-robed clone was able to kill a golden core with his Zifa stage cultivation. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed avatar might not be a match for a golden core cultivator. Chapter 487, Chen Daoxuan, 1. Golden Origin Immortal City. At the Shen family's territory. A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed in the meeting hall of the Shen family. In the main hall, the elders of the Shen family and the patriarch, Shen Moking, were already gathered in a hall waiting. Seeing the light descending, everyone, including Shen Moking, stood up and looked at the newcomer. Fifth brother, how is it? Fifth brother, what did the Jin family say? Yes, fifth brother. In the hall, everyone gathered around and asked. The fifth elder of the Shen family looked around at everyone. Finally, his gaze landed on the clan leader, Shen Moking. He nodded and said, through my connections, I was able to see a Zifa disciple of the Jin clan. The other party said that in a month's time, it would be the birthday of the Jin clan's ancestor. That's great. Fifth brother, I knew you had a way. When everyone heard the fifth elder's words, they were instantly overjoyed. Shen Moking also smiled and nodded. Oh right, these are the spirit stones that the clan gave me to do something. There are still some left. Shen Moking took the storage bag from fifth elder and weighed it in his hand. Then, he handed it back and said, Fifth brother, you have done a great thing for the family. You can keep the remaining spirit stones. This. The fifth elder looked at everyone and found that everyone was looking at him with a smile. He immediately cupped his hands at everyone and accepted the storage bag happily. He also knew in his heart that if the Shen family could really get close to the Jin family, they would soar to the sky in the future. In comparison, the spirit stones they gave out were nothing. One had to know that the person behind the Jin family was True Lord Golden Origin, a nascent soul cultivator. Although True Lord Gold Origin was a member of Profound Sun sect and he couldn't establish a cultivation clan outside, the Jin family was founded by a descendant of True Lord Gold Origin. In the territory of the Golden Origin Immortal City, which cultivation clan or rogue cultivator would dare to not give face to the Jin clan? Even the Jin family's land was located in Golden Origin Immortal City and was protected by True Lord Golden Origin. From this, it could be seen how much True Lord Golden Origin valued the Jin family. Once the Shen family got close to the Jin family, their status in the vicinity would rise by several levels. Those big families who once looked down on the Shen family would probably suck up to the Shen family in the future. Other than the increase in status, the biggest impact on the Shen family was the benefits. One had to know that True Monarch Golden Origin was in charge of the supply of resources to several immortal cities in the front lines of the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance. He had a high position and authority. As the chief officer of the logistics department, even if True Monarch Gold Origin managed to get a little bit of profit from his fingernails, it would be enough for the Shen family to eat until they were stuffed. Moreover, with the protection of the Jin family, the Shen family did not have to worry about outsiders coveting them. Compared to a one-time use precious treasure like the pregnancy pill, the benefits of being able to obtain it safely was the most practical for the Shen family. The higher UPS of the Shen family knew this very well. This was also the reason why the elders of the Jin family did not object to Shen Moking's proposal to give the pregnancy pill to the Jin family. A month later, at the Shen family's territory, Shen Moking coughed lightly when he saw the Shen clansmen tidy up their appearance. When everyone heard this cough, they all looked at Shen Moking. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Moking said, This trip to the Jin clan's land is a great opportunity for my Shen clan. Elders, remember to restrain the clansmen of the Gui generation in the clan and not lose their manners in front of the Jin clan. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone cupped their hands in unison. Seeing that everyone was full of energy, Shen Moking nodded and waved his hand. Let's go. In the next moment, rays of light soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Golden Origin Immortal City. The Shen family was only a few thousand kilometers away from Golden Origin Immortal City. With the speed of Foundation establishment cultivators, they could arrive in less than half a day. The Shen family set off at night and arrived at Golden Origin Immortal City before noon. As a supply base for the 4 immortal cities at the front line, although the Golden Origin Immortal City did not occupy much land, its location was very important. More importantly, there were 3 large-scale immortal cities less than 100,000 kilometers away from Golden Origin Immortal City, and all of them were guarded by nascent souls. With the speed of a nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't take long for them to cover the distance of 100,000 miles. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's assassination this time had to be unexpected. It would be best if he could kill him in one strike and not give true monarch Gold Origin a chance to escape or ask for help. As for attacking by force, it was not that Chen Daoxuan had not thought about it. However, Golden Origin Immortal City had a Tier 6 defensive array. With True Lord Golden Origin's mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream for Chen Daoxuan to break through the other party's Tier 6 defensive array. If they couldn't take him down after a long time, True Monarch Golden Origin would only need to ask the nascent soul cultivators of the other immortal cities for help, and Chen Daoxuan would be surrounded by the nascent soul cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. At that time, he would be the one running away. More importantly, Chen Daoxuan would expose his whereabouts. Who knew if the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao Alliance had any secret techniques to mark people? Once Chen Daoxuan's whereabouts were tracked by them, then he would be in a somewhat dangerous situation in the Xianqing Dao Alliance's territory. No matter how powerful Chen Daoxuan's teleportation was, he could not withstand the enemy knowing his location at any time and sending a large group of experts to chase after him. He had come to the Xianqing Dao Alliance's territory to cause trouble and attract the Qingwei Dao sect's attention. From there, he would create an opportunity for the sea-suppressing Hall Master and not come here to die. In front of the city gate of Golden Origin Immortal City, the clansmen of the Shen clan descended from the sky and lined up outside the city gate. Chapter 488, You are Chen Daoxuan, 2. At the city gate, the defensive array of Golden Origin Immortal City had already been activated. The patrolling army cultivators were all wearing Ling armor and were on guard. Patriarch, this Gold Origin City seems to have become much stricter. An elder transmitted his voice to Shen Moking. Hearing this, Shen Moking nodded. It's indeed much stricter. But it can't be helped. The thieves from the Infinite Star Sea attacked the Yun nation. Now that the war on the front line is raging, we must be stricter here. Sigh, this damned barbarian cultivator of the Infinite Star Sea. The elder sighed and stopped talking. After waiting for about an hour, the Shen family finally arrived. Who are you? What are you doing in the city? At the city gate, a foundation building cultivator wearing Ling armor sized Shen Moking up and asked. I am Shen Moking, the clan leader of the Shen clan of Yuanliang Mountain. I am here to attend the birthday banquet of the Jin clan's ancestor. As Shen Moking spoke, he took out an invitation and handed it over. It was the invitation to the Jin family's ancestor's birthday banquet. Seeing this invitation, the foundation establishment cultivator who went up to question him relaxed a little. Returning the invitation, the foundation building cultivator in Ling armor waved his hand and said, Go in. Remember not to cause trouble in the city. Thank you. Shen Moking cupped his hands and led the Shen family into the Golden Origin Immortal City. They entered Golden Origin Immortal City. The Shen family members didn't have time to stroll around. They rode the cloud-treading beast carriage and sped toward the Jin family. Golden Origin Immortal City was an immortal city guarded by a nascent soul perfected lord, so it naturally had a flight restriction array. With the highest cultivation of the Shen family, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, they definitely could not fly. Although it couldn't fly, the cloud-treading beast carriage was not slow either. It only took them 2 hours to arrive at the Jin family's land. It was already noon. There were already guests coming to the Jin family's territory to congratulate the ancestor. As a Golden Core Level 9 cultivator, the Jin family ancestor was a grandiose and fanciful person. In order to cater to his preferences, the birthday banquet held by the Jin family for the ancestor would take a full month. Before entering the Jin family territory, Chen Daoxuan even heard the complaints of cultivators on the road. This ancestor of the Jin family is really too much. There's no reason for him to hold a birthday banquet every year. It's already very happy for him to hold a birthday banquet every year. Say less. Suddenly, the cloud-treading beast carriage shook slightly. Chen Daoxuan lifted the curtain of the beast carriage, and a series of palaces appeared in front of him. Patriarch, we've arrived. Yes. Shen Moking nodded and looked at the luxurious palaces in front of him with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand and said, "Inform the clansmen to get off the car." Yes, Patriarch. Next, it was time for the various families to send gifts and sing birthday greetings. After a series of procedures, everyone entered the palace complex where the Jin family received guests. It had to be said that the Jin family was the largest family in the Golden Origin Immortal City. In terms of grandeur, it was much bigger than their Chen family. At least Chen Daoxuan had never seen any cultivator in the clan hold such a grand birthday banquet, let alone hold it every year. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan followed behind the group and entered the banquet hall. The Jin family arranged the guests with different cultivation levels in different palaces according to the cultivation level of the cultivators. Chen Daoxuan showed that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he was naturally in the palace where the foundation establishment cultivators lived. However, before entering the foundation establishment palace, Chen Daoxuan released his black-robed clone when no one was paying attention. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's original body, the black-robed clone's cultivation level had reached the Purple Mansion realm, and he looked like he was not to be trifled with. When the cultivator of the Jin clan saw this Zifu disciple, he hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly went forward and greeted him. "Senior, this is the palace where foundation establishment cultivators eat." As he spoke, the receiving cultivator made an inviting gesture. The black-robed clone nodded with a cold expression. Seeing this, the Jin family cultivator who came to receive them heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had the Jin family backing him, dealing with these high-level cultivators made him instinctively nervous. Putting down the black-robed clone, Chen Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face immediately became relaxed. Seeing that their clan leader was in a good mood, the fifth elder smiled and said, "Patriarch, wait a moment. I'll be right back." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and smiled. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the fifth elder led a Zifu disciple of the Jin clan over. Seeing the fifth elder of the Shen clan acting so subserviently in front of this Zifu disciple of the Jin clan, Chen Daoxuan laughed even more happily. "You are the Shen family clan leader." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said calmly, "Senior, it is this junior." Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still acting neither servile nor overbearing when he saw him, the Zifu disciple nodded. "Heard that your Shen family has a big gift for my Jin family and you have to personally meet my Jin family's ancestor. Is that true?" "It's true." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Hearing this, the Zifu disciple of the Jin clan threatened, "If the so-called treasure you took out dirted the eyes of the ancestor, is your Shen family prepared to receive the anger of my ancestor?" "Senior, don't worry. Since Junior insists on personally offering this treasure to Patriarch Jin, I'm naturally confident." Seeing Chen Daoxuan so confident, the Zifu disciple nodded, saying no more. Of course, the reason why he agreed to introduce this Shen family clan leader to Patriarch Jin was because he heard that a golden core had fallen near the Shen family clan not long ago. This matter caused quite a stir in the vicinity of the city. After all, golden cores were the strongest existences within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles apart from true Lord Golden Origin. The death of a golden core would definitely cause quite a stir. Moreover, the Jin family's ancestor even personally went to the Shen family's vicinity to investigate. According to various rumors, the Jin family learned that the two golden cores seemed to have a conflict over a pregnancy pill. In this way, it made sense for the two golden core cultivators to fight to the death. Not long after, the Shen clan had suddenly sent someone over to present a gift to the Jin clan. The Zifu disciple who had been in charge of receiving the fifth elder of the Shen clan had immediately thought of the nascent birth pill. Knowing how important this matter was, the Zifu disciples didn't dare to be negligent, immediately reporting this matter to the patriarch. After much consideration, the old ancestor decided to have the Shen family secretly present this treasure to him at his birthday banquet a month later. The reason why he was so sneaky was because he was considering the itinerant cultivator who killed the golden core cultivator. If such a ruthless person knew that his pill was stolen by the Jin family's ancestor, who knew what crazy actions he would do? The Jin family's ancestor had been in the cultivation world for so long, so he naturally wouldn't think that he was arrogant just because he had true monarch gold origin as his grandfather. Outsiders all said that the Jin family ancestor was a person who liked to be extravagant. In fact, the Jin family ancestor was not only extremely talented, but he was also extremely cautious. He knew a thing or two about this from the fact that the Shen family had the nascent birth pill but could resist taking it back at the first moment. Chen Daoxuan followed behind this Zifu disciple. After walking for more than 2 hours, he finally found this legendary patriarch of the Jin clan within a palace. The Jin family patriarch looked very young, similar to Chen Daoxuan. His cultivation had reached Golden Core level 9, which was much higher than Chen Daoxuan's early stage Golden Core. Junior Shen Moking greets Ancestor Jin. Chen Daoxuan quickly bowed when he saw the ancestor of the Jin family. The patriarch of the Jin clan nodded, then waved his hand at the Zifu disciple next to Chen Daoxuan. "You can leave first." "Yes, forefather." After sending off the Zifu disciple of the clan, the patriarch of the Jin clan looked at Chen Daoxuan and sighed. "Fellow Daoist, I truly admire your courage." He paused for a moment. "That's true. It's not surprising that you would dare to do this with your strength. Am I right, Chen Daoxuan?" "Fellow Daoist Chen." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled, but his face revealed a blank expression as he muttered, "May I know what senior means by this?" Chapter 489, Bloodline Seed. The Jin family's ancestor heard Chen Daoxuan's question but had no intention of explaining. He only smiled and looked at Chen Daoxuan calmly. A silent atmosphere brewed in the hall. The nervousness on Chen Daoxuan's face gradually disappeared. He looked at the Jin family ancestor coldly and said, "How could you tell that I am not the Shen family's patriarch?" Hearing this question, the Jin family's ancestor laughed even more happily. "I wasn't sure at first." A battle between Golden Core cultivators broke out near the Shen family, and one of them died. Although it was sudden, it's not uncommon for cultivators to fight for treasures. He paused. "The only thing that made me suspicious was that you saw me just now. I want to see you." Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Yes, you saw me." The Jin family patriarch looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Even though you pretended to be nervous, I didn't see fear in your eyes." How could a foundation establishment cultivator not have fear in his eyes when he first saw a golden core? Chen Daoxuan was silent. After a while, he said helplessly, "Is that why you suspect my identity?" "Yes. Yes." The Jin family's ancestor nodded. "It's never wrong to be bold in suspecting, but your following performance made me truly certain that you're not Shen Moking." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan looked at him with interest. "I clearly showed that I was so suspicious of your identity. If it was the real Shen Moking, he would have been lying on the ground and begging for mercy instead of refuting me. You're too confident in front of me, and you don't look like a foundation establishment cultivator." The ancestor of the Jin family smiled faintly. Seeing the other party's appearance, Chen Daoxuan sat down in front of him and sized up the Jin family ancestor in front of him for the first time. The ancestor of the Jin family had a delicate face. He was wearing a light purple robe with golden embroidery. He sat cross-legged on a futon made of spiritual jade, looking as if he had everything under control. Chen Daoxuan was sizing up the other party, and so was Jin Chanying. Chen Daoxuan's identity had been exposed, so he didn't continue to disguise himself. Instead, he revealed his true appearance. Feeling the abundant vitality in Chen Daoxuan's body, Jin Chanying sighed and said, "You know what? Your name, Chen Daoxuan, has long spread throughout the entire Xian Qingdao Alliance's higher UPS. I really didn't expect that you wouldn't hide behind the Qianyuan sword sect at this moment, but actually dared to step into the hinterland of the Xian Qingdao League. Don't you know how many nascent soul cultivators the Xian Qingdao Alliance will send to hunt you down once your tracks are exposed? Since I dare to come, I naturally won't be afraid of the pursuit of the Xian Qingdao Alliance." Chen Daoxuan paused. As for you, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Or do you think that you can use your strength to deal with me and wait for your grandfather to come to your aid? My grandfather? Jin Chanying shook his head and revealed a mocking expression. That's right, he will save me, but not to save me, but to save himself. As if he could hear the deep resentment in Jin Chanying's tone, Chen Daoxuan looked at him and said, "Do you have a grudge against your grandfather?" Hehe, I can't say that I hate you. I've cultivated for more than 300 years, and the cultivation resources I've enjoyed during this period of time are something that even profound Sun sect's direct disciples would be envious of. And these cultivation resources were all provided by my grandfather. However, everything he did was not for me, but for himself. As he spoke, Jin Chanying removed his daoist robe and revealed his chest. A circular and complicated blood-colored pattern was deeply imprinted on Jin Chanying's chest. Blood slave contract. Chen Daoxuan looked at Jin Ying's chest in shock. The so-called blood slave contract was a very evil slave contract. The object of this slave contract was not an outsider, but one's direct bloodline. Seeing the blood slave contract on Jin Chanying's chest, Chen Daoxuan instantly knew what had happened. In the world of cultivation, once a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, it was gradually possible for them to possess someone else. However, although possessing another person could theoretically allow a cultivator to live another life, it would cause the cultivator's soul and the body of the possessed to repel each other. In order to solve this problem, some cultivators had developed a method to allow their direct descendants to become their possession targets. This technique required the possessed person to be nurtured by the cultivator using a secret technique from the time they were infants, so that their physical body would become more and more compatible with the cultivator's soul. Only when the cultivator's lifespan was near would he possess this meticulously nurtured body and let him live another life. As an Aurus core stage cultivator, Chen Daoxuan had naturally heard of this famous evil secret technique. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. As a cultivator of the clan, Chen Daoxuan abhorred such a method that tarnished the family and bloodline. He would treat his bloodline as a seed and nurture it. When the time was right, he would pick the fruit of this seed. The blood slave contract was the method to control this bloodline seed. However, the blood slave contract could control the life and death of a slave, but it could not control the thoughts of a slave. In this aspect, the blood slave contract was still inferior to the beast tamer sect's soul seal. Sure enough, when Chen Daoxuan saw the bloodlines on Jin Chanying's chest, he immediately understood that Jin Chanying wanted true Lord Jin Yuan dead more than he did. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help lowering his guard against him. You want to kill your grandfather? Of course. Jin Chanying's eyes were red. Every day, I dream of killing this old man with my own hands. Chapter 490, Bloodline Seed, 2. However, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is too difficult. After my cultivation reached Golden Core State Level 9, that old thief Jin Yuan cut off my supply of resources. Without the nascent soul pill and the true meaning of indestructibility, my chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage are very slim. In order to prevent me from escaping, he even ordered me not to step out of the range of his divine sense. In the eyes of outsiders, I, Jin Chanying, am an Aurus core stage daoist master, but I am afraid of death and don't dare to set foot within 10,000 miles of Golden Origin Immortal City. Ilahaha. At the end of his speech, Jin Chanying actually laughed crazily. Looking at the somewhat neurotic golden core in front of him, Chen Daoxuan was speechless for a long time. They were both elders, but the 13th uncle Chen Daoxuan met was a respectable elder who was willing to sacrifice himself to earn a glimmer of hope for the younger generation of the family. Jin Chanying's so-called grandfather treated him as a tool for him to possess. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sympathize with the person in front of him. Other than Jin Chanying himself, the outside world probably thought that he was given a good birth as true Lord Gold Origin's grandson. Since you want to kill your grandfather, we can work together. Chen Daoxuan suggested. When Jin Chanying heard this, his laughter stopped. He looked at Chen Daoxuan and shook his head. There's no chance. Do you know how many nascent souls there are in Golden Origin Immortal City? Why? Isn't there only one nascent soul cultivator in Golden Origin Immortal City? 1. Jin Chanying smiled and shook his head. He extended 4 fingers and said, there are 4 nascent souls in the Golden Origin Immortal City now. Other than my grandfather, there is also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. What? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If his plan had gone smoothly, he would have been attacked by 3 nascent souls at the same time when he launched a sneak attack on True Lord Gold Origin. This was too dangerous for Chen Daoxuan. 1 late nascent soul cultivator, 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators, a total of 4 nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan was still unclear about the specific strength of these 4 late nascent soul cultivators. Even if the strongest among them had the same strength as perfected Lord Ming Huang, it would be difficult for Chen Daoxuan to win against them. Chen Daoxuan had advanced his water element sword intent to the nomological realm and reached the initial stage of the water element nomological laws. Furthermore, he could use the dual element sword formation to fuse the water element nomological laws and space nomological laws, causing the nomological power to soar. However, no matter how much its power increased, it was still a different story if the fused nomological laws could match a late nascent soul cultivator. Chen Daoxuan's strongest technique was still the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, a pure Yang fairy weapon. However, the Stellar Sword Dao diagram had a flaw, which was that it could not be used for a long time. Back then, he was able to defeat perfected Lord Ming Huang because of the right time, the right place, and the right person. Without the Starry Sword chart, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have been a match for perfected Lord Ming Huang with his own strength. Even if he could use the Yin and Yang sword formation now, Chen Daoxuan wasn't very confident. After all, he had never experienced actual combat before, so how could he know the power of the laws after the fusion? Now, the opportunity for actual combat had come, but the difficulty was too great. 4 nascent souls came at once, which caught Chen Daoxuan off guard. Chen Daoxuan frowned. I can only help you trick my grandfather into coming here, but you have to finish him off within 3 breaths, Jin Chanying said. 3 breaths. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. With the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, I only have 1 chance to strike. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators will arrive in an instant. Hearing this, Jin Chanying's brows furrowed tightly. After a long time, he sighed and said, if it doesn't work, you can leave the city. I haven't seen you today, and you haven't seen me either. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. At this moment, he felt a little hesitant. 4 nascent souls? This was a little too difficult. With so many nascent soul cultivators rushing to the front line, it also proved that the strategy of the Qianyuan sword sect was effective. The Xianqing Dao League was transferring the nascent soul level combat power left in the sect. It was just that this way, the difficulty of Chen Daoxuan's sabotage suddenly soared by more than 1 level. Originally, Chen Daoxuan was confident that he could take down a mid-nascent soul cultivator easily. But now, with 4 nascent souls appearing, Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to consider running away. Even if he could fight with the 4 nascent soul cultivators for a short time with the help of the Stellar Sword Dao map, he would not be able to last long. If he fought for a long time, he would be defeated sooner or later. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan didn't know what methods these 4 nascent souls had. If the other party had a method to restrict his escape, he might really die here. After a while, Chen Daoxuan looked up at Jin Chanying and asked, do you know where your grandfather's treasure is? Hearing this, Jin Chanying could not help but be stunned. He had seen people who valued money over their lives, but he had never seen someone who valued money over their lives so much. Seeing that Jin Chanying did not speak, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly said, fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, do you know where your grandfather stored the power of creation? Was there a difference between the two? Jin Chanying looked at Chen Daoxuan speechlessly. Yes. But after thinking about it, he nodded and said, although I don't know the exact location of my grandfather's treasure room, I can roughly guess where it is. Where? Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. The Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion, my grandfather's dojo. Jin Chanying sneered. The old golden origin thief is greedy and suspicious by nature. He doesn't trust anyone at all. His treasures won't be placed anywhere other than the dojo he's overseeing. Do you know the location of the other 3 nascent soul cultivators? Chen Daoxuan frowned. I'm not sure. Jin Chanying shook his head. However, they are definitely not in my grandfather's Scarlet Flame Palace. Why are you so sure? Because my grandfather is from the mystical Sun sect, and the 3 perfected cultivators who came to help are from the Qingwei sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. This news was too important. Chen Daoxuan was most worried about the 4 Yuanying cultivators gathering at a place where the 2 of them were. Now that the 4 nascent soul cultivators had split up, it would be much easier for Chen Daoxuan to deal with them. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth and spat out a blue immortal sword. It was Chen Daoxuan's flying snow sword. And the law of manifestation. When Jin Chanying saw Chen Daoxuan's methods, he could not help but jump in shock. Since Chen Daoxuan could kill perfected Lord Ming Huang, his great path realm must have reached the Law realm. Everyone knew this, but it was unheard of for Chen Daoxuan to be able to manifest the law into the appearance of an immortal sword. However, Jin Chanying's senses could not be wrong. Although the flying snow sword in front of him had the appearance of an immortal sword, it was a water element law. When Jin Chanying saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Chen Daoxuan's move was not inferior to the Great Dao Stone Tablet's effect. If Chen Daoxuan placed the sword in the clan at all times, it would be like having a Great Dao steel for his clansmen to comprehend at all times. This would be of great help to the clan's cultivators in comprehending the Great Dao. Jin Chanying was the ancestor of the Jin family. Although he hated True Lord Gold origin, he treated his clansmen no differently from the other family ancestors. This was also the attitude that a normal clan ancestor should have towards a clan cultivator. True monarch Gold origin's mentality of treating his descendants as tools was abnormal. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything and directly stabbed the flying snow sword into Jin Chanying's danshan. Seeing the flying sword enter his body, Jin Chanying's expression did not change at all. Although Chen Daoxuan had agreed to cooperate with him, he still needed some insurance. Both sides were very clear about this. Placing the flying snow sword within Jin Chanying's body, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "Let's go to the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion together." "All right." Jin Chanying sensed the terrifying water element law in his danshan and nodded. The threat of this immortal sword formed by the water element nomological laws was even greater than the blood slave contract on his chest. If he had lied to Chen Daoxuan only needed to think about it and his flying snow sword would instantly crush Jin Chanying's golden core. Chapter 491, True Lord Treasure, 1. 2 streaks of light landed on the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion at the same time. The Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion, as a True Lord's training ground, occupied a much larger area than the Jin family's land. Although the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion was called an Immortal Mansion, in fact, this Daoist temple occupied nearly 1/10 of the entire Golden Origin Immortal City. How generous! Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the immortal abode and mocked. Jin Chanying, who was at the side, also sneered. This old thief values enjoyment the most. Not only is he greedy for money, but he also likes women. It was just that in recent years, his lifespan was nearing and he often went into closed-door cultivation in the immortal estate. He rarely went out to play. Chen Daoxuan nodded. It was no secret that true monarch Golden Origin liked women. In the past, cultivation clans often offered beautiful maidservants to true monarch Gold Origin. However, in recent years, true monarch Gold Origin had not come out to take in beautiful maidservants, so Chen Daoxuan did not have any thoughts in this regard. As they spoke, the 2 of them quickly entered the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion. As expected, all the people Chen Daoxuan met in this immortal abode were young women. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they all had one thing in common: they were beautiful. Seeing these beautiful maidservants, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh that the rumors were true. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Along the way, the maidservants in the immortal abode all bowed respectfully when they met Jin Chanying. Seemingly noticing Chen Daoxuan's confusion, Jin Chanying explained, "To this old thief, as long as I don't run or die, he can accommodate me with anything. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm the heir to this Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion and even this Golden Origin Immortal City, but in reality..." "Haha!" Jin Chanying sneered. The 2 of them walked in the immortal abode for about an hour before they finally reached the core area of the immortal abode. At this moment, a graceful and flirtatious female cultivator in purple walked elegantly towards Chen Daoxuan. Behind the purple-clothed woman was a group of beautiful maidservants. This is one of the old thief's most beloved concubines. Hearing that, Chen Daoxuan nodded. The beautiful purple-robed female cultivator first sized up Chen Daoxuan before turning her gaze to Jin Chanying. She frowned and said, "Your Highness Jin, Supreme doesn't like you bringing outsiders here. Does it have anything to do with you?" Jin Chanying said coldly, "Have you forgotten your identity? A mere concubine dares to question me." Sensing the terrifying power from Jin Chanying's body, the beautiful purple-robed female cultivator's aura immediately lowered. She pouted and said aggrievedly, "Your Highness, I dare not." As he spoke, he looked at Jin Chanying with his big, watery eyes. Chen Daoxuan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but imagine a few minutes of R-rated storyline. It seemed like what Jin Chanying said about True Lord Golden Origin being more indulgent towards him was true. Seeing the beautiful purple-robed female cultivator admit defeat, Jin Chanying gave up and said coldly, "Zai Ling, let me ask you, is the old ancestor still in seclusion?" Hearing this, the beautiful female cultivator named Zai Ling nodded. "The patriarch has been in seclusion for the past few years." "All right, I understand. You can leave." "Yes." Zai Ling looked at Chen Daoxuan again, bowed to the two, and left. Watching Zai Ling and the others leave, Chen Yuan continued, "This is a beautiful maid given to the ancestor by a golden core family in the Golden Origin Immortal City. Although her cultivation isn't high, her methods aren't weak. In less than 10 years, that old thief had given her full authority to manage this immortal abode." "No." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "To cultivators of my generation, strength is everything." "That's right." Jin Chanying nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the fact that his strength was lacking, he would have long fallen out with true monarch Gold Origin. How could he still hypocritically call him ancestor all day long even though he knew that he was the target of true monarch Gold Origin's possession? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chen Daoxuan enviously. If he had the strength of this person before him, how could true monarch Gold Origin possess his body? On the other side, although Zai Ling had left Chen Daoxuan, her divine sense had been secretly watching them. Logically speaking, with her cultivation at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, she would definitely be discovered if she secretly observed Chen Daoxuan and Jin Chanying, the two golden cores. However, Zai Ling had cultivated a secret technique of consciousness. Although this secret technique of spiritual awareness could not use spiritual awareness attacks, it could make the investigation of spiritual awareness extremely secretive. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher than her by a large realm, they would not discover Zai Ling's investigation. Chen Daoxuan frowned and stopped in his tracks. Seeing Chen Daoxuan suddenly stop, Jin Chanying's heart tightened and he quickly said, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Although he was puzzled, Chen Daoxuan didn't want to explain. Jin Chanying, who was in a weak position, couldn't ask too much. The two of them made several turns and finally stopped in front of a palace. "This should be that old thief's treasure room." Jin Chanying pointed at the palace in front of him. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. "No." Jin Chanying shook his head. "However, according to my secret informant in the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion, that old thief is very mysterious every time he comes here. It's highly possible that this is his treasure room." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan carefully sized up the palace in front of him. This palace did not occupy much land, but it was enveloped by a Tier 5 array formation. Moreover, this Tier 5 array formation was still in an activated state. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan had a headache. He turned to Jin Chanying and said, "Do you have a way to enter the palace?" Chapter 492, True Lord Treasure, 2. A Tier 5 array formation that no one presided over could not stop Chen Daoxuan. However, the problem was that once he forcefully broke the formation, it would cause a huge commotion. At that time, true monarch Gold Origin would definitely rush over. Chen Daoxuan's idea of using Jin Zhenjun's treasure to increase his strength would fail. No. Jin Chanying shook his head. Hearing this answer, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jin Chanying didn't say anything else. He had already followed Chen Daoxuan's suggestion and brought him to True Lord Gold Origin's treasure room. As for whether he could open this treasure room, he could not guarantee it. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Jin Chanying was a little discouraged. Getting rid of True Lord Gold Origin with the help of this person was the best way for him to escape from True Lord Gold Origin's control. However, it seemed that Chen Daoxuan would find it difficult to fight against 4 nascent souls at the same time. Chen Daoxuan did not say a word. He circled around this kind of palace several times and finally confirmed that the array formation outside this palace in front of him was a low-grade Tier 5 defensive grand array. To be able to set up a Tier 5 defensive array in such a narrow area, the difficulty was not any lower than the Tier 6 defensive array that enveloped the entire Golden Origin Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan's array formation realm was a major realm higher than his artifact refinement level, reaching Tier 4 high grade. He was not too far from a Tier 5 array formation master. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply sat in the air and stared at the array in front of him. This. Jin Chanying saw Chen Daoxuan sitting there and cracking the array and couldn't help but shout in his heart that he was too reckless. How was it any different from a fantasy to comprehend it on the spot? Seeing that Jin Chanying was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Chen Daoxuan transmitted his voice, "Fellow Daoist, instead of being anxious, why don't you help me send away the servants of the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion and don't let outsiders disturb me?" Hearing this, Jin Chanying struggled. After a long time, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Good. Since fellow Daoist is so confident, I'll place all my bets on you." Chen Daoxuan glanced at him, then turned his head and said no more. Jin Chanying was also a decisive person. After making his decision, he immediately left the place and sent the servants of the Scarlet Flame Deity Mansion away for Chen Daoxuan. As for true monarch Gold Origin, who was in seclusion, he couldn't control him. After Jin Chanying left, Chen Daoxuan was the only one sitting cross-legged within a radius of several miles. It looked like he was sitting there foolishly, but in reality, the stars of comprehension in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness were spinning crazily. His comprehension ability also soared at this moment. 10 times comprehension, 30 times comprehension, 50 times comprehension, 100 times comprehension. After his comprehension ability broke through 100 times, the consumption of comprehension stars suddenly increased by a level. Compared to the increase in comprehension ability within 100 times, if one's comprehension ability exceeded 100 times, the consumption of stardust would double with every increase in comprehension ability. With such a stacking, no matter how great Chen Daoxuan's comprehension stars were, he couldn't withstand such a consumption speed. 108 times. That's enough. Chen Daoxuan saw that in his sea of consciousness, the comprehension star was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his heart ached. If true monarch Gold Origin's treasure can't make up for the investment, then it'll be a huge loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Daoxuan focused on comprehending this low-grade Tier 5 defensive array formation in front of him. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, Tier 5 array formations were set up by borrowing the power of heaven and earth. After the formation was formed, the formation eye and formation patterns were all integrated into the world, and there was no flaw at all. But in the eyes of same-rank array masters, Tier 5 array formations were not without flaws. Even if Chen Daoxuan's array formation realm only reached Tier 4, under the augmentation of 108 times comprehension ability, he also saw through this array formation's flaws. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the light of spirituality kept flickering. In the end, his gaze fell on the plaque of this palace. Chen Daoxuan revealed a smile on his face. The flaw in the formation is actually here. Chen Daoxuan stood up and extended his palm. On his palm, mysterious array patterns condensed. Finally, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand at the plaque of the palace. This low-grade Tier 5 defensive array slowly dissipated, and it did not cause any commotion during this period. Seeing the array disappear, Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed with surprise as he immediately walked into the palace. After entering the palace, Chen Daoxuan was stunned by the scene in front of him. Compared to perfected Lord Ming Wang's storage ring, the treasures in the palace before him were a dazzling sight. In comparison, perfected Lord Ming Huang, who was in the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm, was really poor. Of course, it was more likely that all of perfected Lord Ming Wang's wealth was not in just one storage ring. The first thing that greeted his eyes upon entering the palace were high-grade magic tools. In front of his eyes, he saw a series of floating formations in the air. The spiritual artifacts that were overflowing with spiritual light dazzled his eyes. At a glance, not a single one of these was lower than the 4th stage. Moreover, the magic tools in front of him were of all types. There were offensive, defensive, and auxiliary types. Moreover, each type of magic tool had a different style. For example, the offensive type of magic tools, the middle type, the single-handle flying sword, the middle type, the complete set, the mother and sun flying sword, the sun and moon ring, and the seal, and so on. As Chen Daoxuan's steps went deeper, he discovered that the grade of the magic tool was also getting higher and higher. In the end, there were actually 13 fifth-tier magic tools in front of him. The vast majority of these 13 level 5 magic tools were low-grade and middle-grade level 5 magic tools, with only 3 high-grade level 5 magic tools. Among them, 2 were flying sword-like high-grade level 5 magic tools. Of these 2 flying swords, one was a fire-attributed flying sword, and the other was a metal-attributed flying sword. When Chen Daoxuan saw the 2 flying swords, he immediately grabbed them in delight. Under the absorption of his magic power, the 2 ownerless flying swords flew into his palm without any obstruction. They turned into 2 small swords about 3 inches long and circled around his palm. Good treasure! When Chen Daoxuan saw the 2 high-grade 5th-tier flying swords, he was extremely excited. These 2 flying swords were the highest grade flying swords he had ever obtained. Even the flying snow and Cheng Ying swords that had followed him until now were only at the lower and middle grade of the 5th tier. As for the Xianhuang Heaven Suppressing Tower, although it was a level 5 superior grade magic tool, it was a Dao domain magic tool. It was an auxiliary magic tool, not an offensive magic tool, and certainly not a flying sword. For a sword cultivator like Chen Daoxuan, his obsession with flying swords clearly far surpassed other types of magic tools. After playing with the flying sword for a while, Chen Daoxuan reluctantly put it into his storage ring. He also kept the other N grade 5 magic tools and hundreds of grade 4 magic tools into his storage ring. Until this moment. Only then did Chen Daoxuan truly feel how rich this golden origin true lord who had been guarding the city for more than 2,000 years was. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator had 11 5th grade magic tools, it would already be considered pretty good if they had 3 to 5 5th grade magic tools. This was because a 5th tier magic tool was different from a low tier magic tool. This thing could not be bought with spirit stones. Under normal circumstances, a nascent soul cultivator needed to use the power of creation to cleanse and upgrade a level 4 magic tool to level 5. The power of creation was so precious that even a nascent soul cultivator would have to spend a lot of time to extract it from a spirit stone. As a result, 5th tier magic tools were naturally very rare. Even so, True Lord Gold Origin had managed to collect 13 level 5 magic tools in over 2,000 years. Moreover, this was not all of his assets. This was because any cultivator would definitely keep the best and most suitable magic tools for their own use. Only magic tools that were useless or of incompatible attributes would be collected. This also meant that True Monarch Golden Origin had more than 13 level 5 magic tools. This old fellow actually has so many tier 5 magic tools. Chen Daoxuan was secretly speechless, wondering how much he had been greedy all these years. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan stopped thinking about it. No matter how much the other party had embezzled, all these things were now his. After counting the magic tools, Chen Daoxuan didn't have time to check the other treasures and turned to look for the power of creation. He had not forgotten the purpose of his trip. Only by finding a large amount of power of creation could he raise his water element laws and spatial laws to the high stage law realm. At that time, he would have the confidence to face 4 nascent souls. Taking a step back, even with the power of the yin and yang sword formation and the integration of high stage law realm water element laws and spatial laws, he was still no match for 4 nascent souls. However, it was not a problem to escape from their encirclement. Chapter 493, Indestructible True Body, 1. No. Chen Daoxuan searched for a long time in the palace where True Lord Golden Origin hid his treasures, but he couldn't find a trace of the power of creation. How come I'm going to be the one? Chen Daoxuan couldn't believe it. Not only was there no power of creation, but there was also no trace of the true meaning of indestructibility that could help nascent soul cultivators improve their body refinement cultivation. There are magic tools, spirit armor, all kinds of tier 4 spirit pills and spirit medicines, but there's no power of creation or true meaning of indestructibility. Chen Daoxuan frowned. No, there are no treasures that can help Aura's core stage cultivators break through to nascent soul stage. After searching for a long time, Chen Daoxuan found a problem. Not only were there no treasures that could increase the cultivation and strength of nascent soul cultivators, but there were also no spirit pills that could help golden core cultivators break through. Furthermore, there were no elixirs here that could increase the cultivation of Aurus core stage cultivators. It seemed like true monarch golden origin didn't collect treasures that could increase the cultivation of golden core cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. However, how was this possible? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Could it be? He raised his head. True monarch golden origin already knew that Jin Chanying knew about this treasure room. This palace was deliberately set up by true monarch golden origin. Chen Daoxuan could imagine what would happen if Jin Chanying really spent a lot of effort to open the defensive array of this palace, only to find that there was no treasure he wanted in this palace. That sense of loss would probably drive Jin Chanying crazy, turning him into a walking corpse without a mind and the will to resist. I'm afraid, this is what Jin Yuanjun wants. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't care if he had the nascent birth pill or not, but without the power of creation, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts of breaking through during the battle would all go down the drain. Was he really going to retreat? Just as Chen Daoxuan was hesitating, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the palace gate. Come out. Chen Daoxuan said indifferently. Long before entering this palace, Chen Daoxuan had faintly felt a vague divine sense spying on him. However, Chen Daoxuan was sure that the other party was not a nascent soul cultivator because the threat this spiritual sense gave him was completely zero. It was impossible for it to be the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the palace. It's you. Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. What a thief, you actually dare to steal the treasure of the Supreme. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the Supreme and turn you into ashes? Zai Ling put on a condescending posture, and her charming eyes looked coldly at Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this threat, Chen Daoxuan laughed instead of getting angry. Fairy, don't joke around. You dare to have an affair with true monarch Gold Origin's grandson, and you dare to tell on me for stealing his treasure. When she heard Chen Daoxuan say that she had an affair with Jin Chanying, Zai Ling's delicate face suddenly blushed. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled slightly. Good thief, you. She pointed at Chen Daoxuan with her jade-like finger, unable to speak for a long time. Since Fairy appeared here instead of going to True Monarch Gold Origin to inform him, I think we are on the same side. You also want to get rid of True Monarch Gold Origin's control, am I right? Chen Daoxuan looked at him with certainty. Nonsense. Zai Ling suddenly waved her sleeves. I'm the most beloved concubine of the True Lord. How can I stand on the same side as you, a thief? Fairy, why are you deceiving yourself and others? If you weren't on the same side as me, why would you have an affair with Jin Chanying? If you weren't on the same side as me, why would you discover that an outsider had stolen True Lord Gold Origin's treasure without informing him? Chen Daoxuan asked back in succession, making Zai Ling open her mouth but unable to refute. So what if I agree with you? You're just an early-stage golden core cultivator. How can you do anything to True Lord Gold Origin? Zai Ling looked quite lonely. She raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. If you know what's good for you, leave the treasure behind. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was unmoved. Instead, he said, from the looks of it, you seem to know a lot about True Monarch Golden Origin's treasures. Zai Ling frowned and asked curiously, I advised you to let you live, but you didn't feel grateful. Instead, you asked me if I knew about Senior Immortal's treasure. Why? You stole so many treasures and you're still not satisfied. You want to empty out all of Senior Immortal's secrets before you're willing to stop. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As expected, this female cultivator called Zai Ling really knew where True Monarch Gold Origin's treasure was. Let me ask you, do you want to break free from True Monarch Gold Origin's control? Chen Daoxuan stared at her. Zai Ling was a little impatient and glared at him. Even if I wanted to break free from True Monarch Golden Origin's control, what could a mere early-stage golden core cultivator like you do? Do you think you are Chen Daoxuan from Jenny's Immortal City? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened. The two of them stared at each other in the palace. For a moment, Chen Daoxuan actually had a headache about how to answer the other party. Telling her that he was Chen Daoxuan? Wouldn't that be pushing the other party's intelligence to the ground? After a while, Zai Ling sneered. What? You're not bragging now? Chen Daoxuan was speechless. He pointed his finger at her. Suddenly, an invisible spatial fluctuation swept past Zai Ling's body. Then, a layer of spatial barrier wrapped around Zai Ling tightly. Seeing this scene, Zai Ling frowned at first, then touched the space barrier formed by the space cage. She looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion and said, "What are you doing?" Chapter 494, Indestructible True Body, 2. Chen Daoxuan, grow. It's nothing. Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt that it was really difficult for him to explain his strength to this female cultivator called Zai Ling. Because even if she could easily defeat him, wasn't it perfectly natural for a golden core cultivator to defeat a Zifu disciple? The crux of the problem was how he could make Zai Ling believe that his strength was stronger than True Monarch Gold Origin and that he could let her escape from True Monarch Gold Origin's control. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. Zai Ling looked at him strangely and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Her lie was exposed and she couldn't speak anymore. Chen Daoxuan, grow. Forget it. Zai Ling sighed. Since I can cooperate with Jin Chanying, I don't care if you're an early-stage Golden Core collaborator. At this point, Zai Ling became serious. Supreme Golden Origin's lifespan is approaching. He wants to possess Jin Chanying's body before his lifespan is up. And I am the key to breaking through to the nascent soul realm after Supreme Golden Origin successfully possesses his body. Cauldron. Chen Daoxuan immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. You have the 9 yin mystic demon body. Yes. Zai Ling nodded bitterly. In the cultivation world, it was very common to use beautiful female cultivators as human cauldrons. If one did not consider morality, the effect of a cauldron was even better than a spirit pill to a certain extent. When a cultivator took a spirit pill to cultivate, there would still be pill poison left in their body. They could not take it often. Every time they took a spirit pill, they had to wait for a period of time before taking another one. However, the cauldrons were different. When cultivators used cauldrons to pluck and nourish their cultivation, they followed the great Dao of Yin and Yang. Not to mention that this process was refreshing, the key was that the side effects of plucking and nourishing cultivation were minimal. This was also the reason why the cultivation world's cauldrons could not be stopped despite repeated prohibitions. After all, high-level female cultivators hated the matter of human cauldrons. Many famous fairies in the celestial cloud continent would draw their swords without saying anything when they saw a male cultivator using a female cultivator as a cauldron. Even so, the wind from the cauldron was still present. Logically speaking, the supreme ruler of the infinite star sea, the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, was a female cultivator. There should be no female cultivator in the infinite star sea who became a human cauldron, right? In fact, during the hundreds of years when the Infinite Star Sea attacked the Yun nation, countless captured female cultivators had become the cauldrons of the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. The first time Chen Daoxuan participated in the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City auction, he had encountered the female cultivator captives being auctioned. It could be said that beauty without strength was often a sin in the cultivation world, and would be targeted by countless evil cultivators. The female cultivator named Zai Ling in front of him was a classic example. If ordinary cauldrons could only be said to be extremely beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators, then the 9 yin mystic Mercury body female cultivator was the best among all the cauldrons. Using the 9 yin demon beauty body as a cauldron could not only help cultivators improve their cultivation quickly, but more importantly, it could also help male cultivators break through the barrier of a major realm. For example, the Zifu stage broke through to the Aurous Core stage, and the Aurous Core stage broke through to the Nascent Soul stage. Even if a female cultivator with the 9 yin demon beauty body had a high enough cultivation base, such a cauldron would be of great help to her when she broke through from the Nascent Soul stage to the Immortal Soul stage. When this beautiful female cultivator named Zai Ling heard Chen Daoxuan reveal his identity as the 9 yin demon Mercury body, not only did she not feel proud, she even felt some hatred. If it wasn't for the 9 yin mystic body, perhaps, she wouldn't have been targeted by True Monarch Golden Origin. Hearing that Zai Ling had the 9 yin mystic demon body, Chen Daoxuan knew that his previous guess that Jin Chanying had an improper relationship with the other party was unlikely. Because this female cultivator in front of him would be of great help to True Lord Gold Origin in breaking through to the nascent soul realm after taking over his body in the future, True Lord Gold Origin would never allow Jin Chanying to touch Zi Ling. Chen Daoxuan was certain that this Zi Ling had some kind of restriction placed by True Monarch Gold Origin. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why this female cultivator called Zi Ling dared to come directly to the treasure room to look for him. It turned out that she had nothing to fear. Chen Daoxuan couldn't be bothered to sympathize with the other party. He nodded and said, "Since you've agreed to cooperate, why don't you show your sincerity?" Hearing this, Zi Ling looked deeply at Chen Daoxuan. "Have to say, fellow Daoist's guts and appetite are the biggest I've ever seen. Thank you for your praise." Seeing Chen Daoxuan's thick-skinned appearance, Zi Ling said angrily, "This is where True Monarch Gold Origin's treasures are. However, his treasures are divided into light and dark. The difference between light and dark." Chen Daoxuan looked at her thoughtfully. Zi Ling didn't keep him in suspense. She walked straight to a decorative vase in the treasure room. She made a hand seal and pointed at the vase. Instantly, the vase began to spin. After a few hundred revolutions, a light screen appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan and Zi Ling. Paradise. Chen Daoxuan secretly called True Monarch Gold Origin cunning. "That's right, it's a grotto heaven." Zi Ling nodded and took the lead to enter the cave. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything and followed her into the cave. Stepping into the grotto heaven, a scene of birds chirping and flowers fragrant entered their eyes, giving people a feeling of hope. The grotto heaven that True Monarch Golden Origin had set up wasn't big, but it contained the essence of his thousands of years of accumulation. Chen Daoxuan discovered that what existed the most in this grotto heaven was actually not the power of creation, but the true meaning of indestructibility. The true meaning of indestructibility had the appearance of a peculiar substance that was as black as ink. This substance was extremely peculiar. It scattered like smoke and was ethereal, but when it gathered, it was like a diamond and weighed more than 10,000 catties. Within the grotto heaven, boxes containing the true meaning of indestructibility filled the entire courtyard. Chen Daoxuan looked over and found that there were actually 17 chests. Opening the chests, each chest was filled with a dense pile of black diamond-like true meaning of indestructibility. Compared to the true meaning of immortality, True Monarch Golden Origin had stored much less power of creation. Perhaps in the eyes of True Lord Golden Origin, the power of creation was far less precious than the true meaning of immortality. After all, although the power of creation could increase the grade of magic tools, it could not directly increase the cultivation of cultivators. After all, for cultivators, their cultivation and the realm of the Great Dao were the foundation. Although magic tools were precious, they were only external forces. As long as he could break through his cultivation, he would not have to worry about not finding a suitable magic tool in the future. But to Chen Daoxuan, the power of creation's preciousness was definitely not below the true meaning of indestructibility. In fact, it far surpassed the true meaning of indestructibility. This was because he had no use for the true meaning of indestructibility at the moment. With his skull-shattering realm body refinement cultivation, the true meaning of indestructibility was the most potent poison in the world. As long as it fused into his body, it would cause his entire body to collapse. A treasure like the true meaning of indestructibility could only be used bit by cultivators who had reached the peak of the blood droplet realm. Of course, if a cultivator's Great Dao realm was high enough, it was not impossible to use the true meaning of indestructibility in advance under the protection of the Great Dao laws. However, the prerequisite was to strictly control the absorption of the true meaning of indestructibility. It was just that with Chen Daoxuan's body-tempering cultivation, there was nothing he could do no matter how high his Great Dao realm was. With the strength of his physical body, it was likely that after encountering the true meaning of indestructibility, his physical body would directly evaporate, and it would be too late to save it. Now, even when he opened the treasure chests that contained the true meaning of indestructibility, he used the power of laws condensed from the spatial laws to open them. He did not dare to casually use his dharmic powers. Chen Daoxuan was afraid that this thing would invade his body through his magic power. On the side, Zi Ling saw that Chen Daoxuan had the guts to open the treasure chest that contained the true meaning of indestructibility, and she was immediately frightened. Just as he was about to berate him, he realized that Chen Daoxuan was standing there safe and sound. He could not help but swallow his words. She stared at Chen Daoxuan and said, 17 treasure chests and 3 bottles of power of creation. These are all the treasures that True Lord Gold Origin has hidden. These 17 treasure chests were more than enough for an early-stage nascent soul cultivator who had just fused with the true meaning of indestructibility to cultivate the indestructible true body. You actually know about the indestructible true body? Chen Daoxuan looked at Zi Ling playfully. Humph. Zi Ling snorted and turned her head away. Chen Daoxuan immediately skipped the topic when he saw that Zi Ling was unhappy. I didn't expect true monarch gold origin to trust you so much. He wants to possess Jin Chanying, and one, a female cultivator with the 9 yin mystic demon body, can cooperate with him in dual cultivation to obtain the best results. Supreme Golden Origin is very ambitious and wants to break through to the immortal soul stage. I can tell. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but nod when he saw the preparations made by True Lord Gold Origin. Chapter 495, 10 Mountains, 1. Chen Daoxuan flipped through the black diamond-like true meaning of indestructibility for a while before closing the treasure chest and throwing it aside. He turned to look at the 3 bottles of power of creation. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 jade bottles containing the power of creation into his palm. Even his breathing couldn't help but quicken. At the side, Zi Ling was surprised to see Chen Daoxuan's reaction. In her opinion, although the power of creation was precious, it was far inferior to the true meaning of indestructibility. After all, the true meaning of indestructibility was a supreme treasure that could improve a cultivator's body cultivation, while the power of creation was only a treasure that could be used to advance a magic tool. It was far from being comparable to the true meaning of indestructibility. This was because cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. Although she couldn't understand it, Zi Ling didn't ask further. All right, you can leave now. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand without looking back. You. Zi Ling was furious. She had seen people burn bridges after crossing them, but she had never seen someone as impatient as Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan turned around and saw the angry Zi Ling. He immediately understood what was going on and smiled. Fairy Zi Ling, don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. Fairy, you can go out and wait. I'm here, are you worried that I'll run away? When Zi Ling heard this, she thought that what Chen Daoxuan said made sense, so she nodded and said, "Till believe you this time." With that, he left the cave in a flash. Chen Daoxuan's divine sense followed closely behind. After discovering that Zi Ling had left the cave, she walked straight out of the treasure palace, and his heart relaxed slightly. At this moment, only Chen Daoxuan was left in this small grotto heaven. He couldn't be bothered to be reserved and immediately opened the jade bottle. The power of creation that was like jade marrow entered his eyes. Chen Daoxuan scanned the bottle with his divine sense and found that there were a total of 100 drops of power of creation in the jade bottle. 3 bottles were equivalent to 300 drops of the power of creation, which required a nascent soul to spend 300 years of hard work. Although the power of creation was not small, it was still too little for a nascent soul cultivator like True Lord Golden Origin, who was nearing the end of his life. However, when Chen Daoxuan thought about the 13 fifth-tier magic tools he had found in the treasure palace, he felt relieved. One had to know that the amount of power of creation expended to nurture a magic tool to the 5th tier was not a small amount. Perhaps True Monarch Golden Origin had already spent most of his power of creation. In fact, only a very small number of nascent soul cultivators would store a large amount of power of creation. Usually, when a nascent soul accumulated 50 to 60 drops of the power of creation, they would use it to upgrade their dharmic artifacts. A nascent soul cultivator like True Lord Golden Origin, who had accumulated 300 drops of power of creation, was considered wealthy among cultivators of the same level. Just as Zi Ling had found strange, although these 300 drops of power of creation were not cheap for nascent soul cultivators, they were not necessarily precious. After all, the power of creation could be extracted by a nascent soul cultivator. This thing was precious and was only targeted at cultivators below the nascent soul stage. For nascent soul cultivators, unless the amount of power of creation was very large, it was really not a precious treasure. The 3 bottles of power of creation in Chen Daoxuan's hands were far from being considered a huge amount. But, although the power of creation isn't much, it's enough to increase my spatial laws or water laws. Chen Daoxuan said in his heart. He had calculated that normally speaking, advancing a high-grade 4th-tier flying sword to a low-grade 5th-tier flying sword would require about 50 drops of power of creation. As for how much it would take to upgrade a low-grade 5th tier flying sword to middle-grade 5th tier, Chen Daoxuan really didn't know. This was because his spatial laws had advanced from the initial stage of the Law Realm to the middle stage of the Law Realm. He had relied on the sublimation of his comprehension ability after breaking through to the Golden Core Realm to break through in one fell swoop. This kind of enlightenment would only appear for a short period of time after a cultivator's cultivation broke through a major realm. This was also the reason why many Zifu disciples didn't have a high level of understanding of the Great Dao, but after breaking through to the Jindan stage, their understanding of the Great Dao would soar by leaps and bounds. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand, and a transparent flying sword about 3 inches long appeared in his palm. It was the immortal sword that he had materialized with his space law, the shadow-bearing sword. 300 drops of power of creation, would it be able to advance to the flying snow sword or the Chengying sword? Chen Daoxuan pondered. If it were to be upgraded to the flying snow sword, Chen Daoxuan had more than 90% confidence that he could upgrade it to the middle grade of the 5th level. However, if it were to advance to the Chengying sword, he could not guarantee it. Ever since the 2 intrinsic flying swords had fused with the sword intent he had comprehended, the power of creation needed to advance them had skyrocketed. He had never heard of such a huge consumption of the power of creation if it were to be upgraded to an ordinary flying sword. However, Chen Daoxuan was already satisfied that the stellar sword Dao diagram could consume the power of creation and advance to a celestial device while advancing to the law of great ways. As for how much power of creation it consumed, he really could not ask for it. Advancing the water element laws to the middle stage of the Law Realm doesn't increase my strength much. Furthermore, the water element laws and spatial laws are at the same realm, so the difficulty of fusing them will be even greater. Instead of doing this, he might as well gather all his power of creation and give it a try. He wanted to see if he could advance his spatial law to the high stage Law Realm. When my spatial laws advance to the higher stage of the Law Realm, I'll be able to grasp spatial strangulation, and my killing power will skyrocket. Coupled with the fusion of the water element laws, I'll be able to increase the power of my spatial laws by another level. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan decided to go all out and advance the Chengying sword. Chen Daoxuan was not a hesitant person. Since he had decided to upgrade the Chengying sword, he decisively opened the 3 jade bottles filled with the power of creation and poured all the power of creation onto the 3-inch-long transparent flying sword. Chapter 496, 10 Mountains, 2. Very quickly, drops of the power of creation, which looked like jade marrow, merged into the transparent sword. As the power of creation fused into the Chengying sword, the originally middle-grade 5th tier Chengying sword's spirituality instantly soared. In the air, mysterious array patterns appeared out of thin air and fused into the Chengying sword. The formation was self-formed, and the fusion formation was a tool. Even though it wasn't the first time Chen Daoxuan had seen this scene, he was still shocked by this magical scene every time he saw it. Not long after the last drop of power of creation fused into the Chengying sword, the last array pattern also fused into the Chengying sword. At this moment, the Chengying sword began to tremble violently, as if something was brewing within it, wanting to break out of its shell. The space around the Chengying sword rippled outward like water. Not good. Seeing the ripple-like spatial fluctuations, Chen Daoxuan cursed in his heart. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. This grotto heaven couldn't withstand the torment of the Chengying sword after the spatial law was materialized. Just as the other party spread out the third circle of spatial ripples, the entire grotto heaven began to tremble, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about the Chengying sword that was advancing. He immediately put the Chengying sword and the remaining 17 boxes of true meaning of indestructibility into his bag and left the grotto heaven. The moment Chen Daoxuan stepped out of the cave, rumble! A dull, thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the treasure palace. As the sound of the explosion rang out, the little heavenly world that Lord Golden Origin had hidden shattered. Who is it? A heaven-shaking roar suddenly sounded in the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion. Hearing this roar, all the maidservants in the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion knelt on the ground and trembled. Outside the treasure palace, Jin Chaining and Zi Ling's faces were also pale. Although they were all bold and reckless when they plotted against true Lord Golden Origin, they were still at a loss when they were faced with the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator. Jin Chaining was slightly better. After all, his cultivation had reached Golden Core State Level 9, and he was only a step away from the nascent soul state. Zai Ling, a 9th-level purple mansion cultivator, was so frightened that she did not even dare to breathe loudly. She was completely out of her wits. Just as the two of them were panicking, a terrifying figure appeared in front of them. If it wasn't True Monarch Gold Origin, who else could it be? True Monarch Gold Origin was wearing a crimson gold python robe and a jade crown. His skin was rosy and delicate like a baby's. From his appearance, True Monarch Gold Origin was very similar to Jin Chanying. The only difference between the two was that True Lord Gold Origin had a head full of silver hair, while Jin Chanying looked very young. At this moment, True Monarch Gold Origin's face was ashen. He stared at Jin Chanying and said, "You two backstabbing things, I thought so highly of you." Hearing this, Zai Ling didn't have any reaction, but Jin Chanying exploded. "Haha, highly regarded." He looked like he had gone mad. "You think you're worthy of saying that you think highly of me? That's right, all the resources I've enjoyed since I was young were provided to me by you, but you didn't do that for me, you did it for yourself." As he spoke, Jin Chanying tore apart his clothes and exposed his chest. "What is this? Tell me, what is this?" Jin Chanying's face flushed red. "The blood slave contract? This is the favor you speak of?" Hearing Jin Chanying's roar, True Lord Jin Yuan's expression remained the same as he said coldly, "Evil creature, are you done?" Jin Chanying stared at him fiercely, panting like a bull, but he did not dare to speak again. "Since you're done speaking, it's time for me to speak." True Monarch Golden Origin continued, "That's right. I admit that I have the idea of using you as a target for possession, but that's just a thought. Do you think that I have to have you?" Hearing this, Jin Chanying pursed his lips and stopped talking. Of course, he knew this. If he didn't know that True Monarch Gold Origin had other backup plans, he would have resisted long ago. The reason why Jin Chanying had not made up his mind to resist was because he knew that he would not die. Seeing that Jin Chanying was no longer speaking, True Lord Jin Yuan turned to look at Zai Ling and said coldly, "Slut, what about you? Why did you betray me? Haven't I treated you well enough? In order to follow your heart, I have endured all these years and not touched you. I even handed over everything in the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion to you to take care of. Is this how you repay my trust?" When Zai Ling heard this, the anger in her heart completely suppressed her fear. Her mind went blank and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Are you good to me? Back then, my parents didn't want me to enter this tiger's den, and in the end, both of them died. Do you dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? The number of women you keep in the Scarlet Flame Deity's mansion is almost more than the number of soldiers guarding the city. Old demon Jin Yuan, you've already gained a notorious reputation in the Yun nation by plucking so many female cultivators. Do you think I don't know? Not bad, the two of you have finally said what you have been holding back in your hearts today. What can you do?" True Monarch Golden Origin sneered. "But so what if you're angry? Do you think you can escape from my palm?" Hearing this, Jin Chanying and Zai Ling couldn't help but feel angry. True Monarch Golden Origin was right. Although he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was still a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Dealing with a late-stage Golden Core cultivator and a late-stage Zifu disciple was as easy as playing around. Not all Golden Core cultivators were as abnormal as Chen Daoxuan. It was normal for nascent soul cultivators to kill Golden Core cultivators like dogs. Seeing that the two of them were silent, True Monarch Jin Yuan looked at Jin Chanying and snorted coldly, "This lowly servant is an outsider, after all. I can tolerate his betrayal, but you bastard, you actually betrayed me and colluded with outsiders to steal my treasures. You deserve to be punished." Just as he finished speaking, True Monarch Golden Origin stretched out his palm and grabbed at Jin Chanying. Seeing this, Jin Chanying naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. He immediately circulated all the magic power in his body and prepared to fight to the death. However, he suddenly felt his body sink as if 10 mountains were pressing down on him, making him unable to move. This. Jin Chanying's heart trembled. Earth Elemental Law, Tenfold Mountain Form. Since you've recognized my methods, why don't you surrender? True Lord Golden Origin said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Humph, stubborn. True Monarch Golden Origin no longer held back and unleashed the full power of the 10 mountains. At this moment, the magic power in Jin Chaniying's body became like lead and mercury. It was extremely heavy and almost could not be circulated. No matter how hard he tried to activate the golden core in his danshan, his magic power would not listen to him. Seeing this scene, Jin Chaniying finally panicked. A golden core cultivator had lost control of his magic power, and his strength had lost at least 70 to 80%. In addition, his body was also unable to move under the pressure of the 10-layered mountain range. He was like a target standing in front of true monarch Gold Origin in humiliation. Seeing his appearance, true monarch Golden Origin seemed to be unable to vent his hatred, and the power of the 10 mountains erupted once again. Boom! Jin Chaniying was forced to kneel on the jade floor outside the palace. Gravel splattered everywhere, and Zai Ling's pretty face was cut open. Seeing that he had completely suppressed Jin Chaniying, True Lord Golden Source nodded in satisfaction and grabbed him with his bare hands. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A flying sword rushed out of Jin Chaniying's danshan. The appearance of the sword was too sudden, and its speed was extremely fast. Even with True Lord Gold Origin's mid-nascent soul cultivation, he was unable to react in time at such a close distance. True Lord Golden Origin felt the might of this sword strike and a sense of terror welled up in his heart. The power of laws. He could feel the power of laws from this flying sword. It was a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator was ambushing him. True monarch Golden Origin immediately spread out his divine sense. At the critical moment, a layer of spirit armor covered his body, blocking the flying snow sword that was coming at him. Clang! With a loud bang, True monarch Gold Origin was sent flying, destroying one palace after another. Chapter 497, Palace Master Yu, 1. He's still alive. A white figure slowly walked out of the treasure palace, his face full of regret. At the same time, in the Golden Origin Immortal City, 3 powerful auras suddenly rose from 3 directions in the city and rushed toward the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion at an extremely fast speed. Among them, the aura in the northwest was the most terrifying. Even with Chen Daoxuan's strength, he could not help but look in the northwest direction. At this moment, the originally noisy Golden Origin Immortal City gradually became quiet under the suppression of these 3 terrifying auras. Although the low-level cultivators did not realize what had happened, they did not dare to make any noise because of the fear of the apocalypse. As for Jin Chaniying and Zai Ling, who were in the center of the storm, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Especially Jin Chaniying, as a Golden Core State Level 9 cultivator, when he heard Chen Daoxuan's amazing battle record, he couldn't help but feel that a nascent soul state cultivator was nothing. In fact, he was not the only one. Many Golden Core cultivators would think that a nascent soul cultivator was nothing more than this after hearing Chen Daoxuan's shocking battle record of defeating perfected Lord Ming Huang, a late nascent soul cultivator, with his early-stage Golden Core cultivation. This was human nature. They would always subconsciously think that Chen Daoxuan's opponent was too weak, and not that Chen Daoxuan himself was too strong. Jin Chaniying was the same. It was precisely because of this mentality that when he first guessed Chen Daoxuan's identity, although he believed that his strength was not comparable to the other party, he was still able to speak frankly in front of him. If he knew that the difference in strength between the two sides was so huge, it would probably be difficult for him to speak smoothly in front of Chen Daoxuan. This was the current situation. After Jin Chaniying sensed the 3 extremely terrifying auras coming from the horizon, he wished he could find a safe hole to hide in to avoid this brilliant aura. This was the result of the 3 nascent souls focusing most of their aura on Chen Daoxuan. Jin Chaniying even doubted whether he would have the courage to attack the 3 nascent souls if the other party had concentrated his aura on him. As for Zai Ling, who was beside him, from her trembling body, one could see her current state. However, Jin Chaniying was somewhat surprised. A cultivator at the 9th level of the Purple Prefecture realm was actually able to stand up against the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Just based on this point, Zai Ling's true strength was definitely one of the best among the Zifu disciples. Die. Step by step, Chen Daoxuan slowly walked out of the palace. As he got closer and closer to Jin Chaniying and Zai Ling, the pressure on the 2 of them became smaller and smaller. Phew! Whoosh! Phew! At this time, the pale Zai Ling finally had a chance to catch her breath. After taking a few breaths, Zai Ling looked at Chen Daoxuan with a hint of gratitude. Jin Chanying looked at Chen Daoxuan with a more complicated gaze. There was admiration, jealousy, and shame. He admired and envied Chen Daoxuan, who was also a golden core cultivator, but had such heaven-defying strength. He was ashamed that the two of them were partners, but in fact, he could not help at all. In this battle, he was a complete bystander. No, Jin Chanying suspected that once this battle started, he wouldn't even have the chance to watch from a close distance. This was undoubtedly hard for the proud him to accept. However, no matter how hard it was to accept, the truth was the truth. Although Chen Daoxuan walked past him and bore all the pressure, his eyes did not even look at him and Zi Ling. At this moment, all of Chen Daoxuan's attention was focused on the three nascent souls who were rushing over quickly, especially the late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Qingwei sect. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was that this late-stage nascent soul perfected cultivator was actually a female cultivator. According to Chen Daoxuan's prior information, the proportion of female cultivators in the Qingwei sect was extremely low, less than 10%. As for the late-stage nascent soul female cultivators, their numbers were even fewer. As far as he knew, there were only 3 late-stage nascent soul female cultivators in the entire Qingwei sect. And the most famous one was undoubtedly the Qingwei sect's Yu Palace Master. From his name, it could be seen that this Yu Palace Master was in existence on the same level as the 7 Palace Masters of the Qian Yuan Sword sect. Top perfected cultivators. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could only pray in his heart that the person who rushed over was not the Yu Palace Lord, but someone else. Otherwise, the outcome of today's battle would be unpredictable. Crash! In the distance, True Lord Gold Origin, who had been sent flying by Chen Daoxuan's sword, stood up from the ruins of the palace and slowly rose into the air. The other 3 nascent souls of the Qingwei sect also arrived. The 4 of them stood in the air and vaguely surrounded Chen Daoxuan. Palace Master. After True Lord Golden Origin rose into the sky, he did not look at Chen Daoxuan again. Instead, he bowed slightly to the late-stage nascent soul female cultivator not far away. Below. Chen Daoxuan's heart sank when he heard Jin Yuan mention Palace Master Nashan. In the Qingwei sect, there was only one late nascent soul female cultivator who could be addressed as the Palace Lord by True Lord Golden Origin, and that was the Palace Lord of Yu Palace. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually sank. He realized that the trouble he had encountered was much bigger than he had expected. A top perfected lord of the Qian Yuan Sword sect and 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators. On the surface, Chen Daoxuan was only an early Aurus core cultivator. The strength of both sides was severely unequal. Chapter 498, Palace Master Yu, 2. The Yu Palace Lord wore a solemn and gorgeous daoist robe. On the daoist robe, there were array patterns outlined. Just by standing there, she emitted an oppressive aura. Sect Master, you're indeed very wise. I just didn't expect that the Qian Yuan Sword sect would send you to sneak attack the logistics immortal city of our Xianqing Dao League. Palace Lord Yu said coldly, Chen Daoxuan, I see that you're talented. If you surrender to my Xianqing Dao alliance, I can plead with the alliance master on your behalf and spare your life. How about it? Spare my life. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, Perfected Lord Ming Wang's corpse is not cold yet. Aren't you making the disciples of the Qingwei sect disappointed by doing this? Hearing this ridicule, Yu Palace Master's cold face was instantly covered in frost. She said word by word, Chen Daoxuan, since you want to die, this prince will grant you your wish. When True Monarch Gold Origin heard this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Palace Lord, please calm down. If we fight in the city, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Yu Palace Lord glanced at the Golden Origin Immortal City and nodded at the 3 of them, use your Dao Domain magic treasures to reinforce this sky domain. I will obey the Palace Lord's decree. Among the 3, True Lord Gold Origin was from Profound Sun sect while the other 2 were from Qingwei sect. However, compared to the Yu Palace Lord, their status in the Xianqing Dao alliance was undoubtedly much lower. Now that the Yu Palace Lord had spoken, they naturally did not dare to disobey. In the next moment, the 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators scattered in all directions. The 2 people from the Qingwei sect took out 2 mid-grade level 5 Dao Domain magic tools, while True Lord Gold Origin took out a high-grade level 5 Dao Domain magic tool. Under the stimulation of dharmic powers, the 3 Dao domains immediately overlapped in this sky domain, making the space here extremely stable. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan stared at the palace lord of Yuya Palace without blinking. He took out a small pagoda-shaped heavenly abode magic tool and said, "You two go in first." Seeing this, Jin Chanying didn't say anything and directly entered the grotto heaven inside the small tower. Zai Ling glanced at Chen Daoxuan, her mouth slightly opened, and finally said, "Be careful." After saying that, he followed Jin Chanying into the small pagoda. At this moment, everyone in the huge scarlet flame deity mansion, except for Chen Daoxuan and the others, fled in all directions. Not only the scarlet flame immortal mansion, but all the cultivators who felt the terrifying aura of Chen Daoxuan and the others fled in the opposite direction of the scarlet flame immortal city. After all, it was not easy to watch a battle between nascent soul cultivators. For such an existence, even if its attack leaked a little bit of power, it was enough to kill a low-level cultivator. It was true that low-level cultivators loved to watch the show, but they were not stupid. They knew when to watch the show and when to escape. Seeing that all the cultivators in the Golden Origin Immortal City had fled in all directions. "Yes." Yuya Palace Master nodded. "Chen Daoxuan, I heard that you defeated Ming Huang. I'm curious. How did an early-stage Aura's core cultivator defeat and kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? With Ming Huang's body refinement cultivation, even if he stood there without moving, you shouldn't have broken through his physical defense." She asked curiously, "How did you do it?" "You'll know once you try." In front of Chen Daoxuan, the flying snow sword whistled and circled. Palace Master Yu Yu looked at the flying snow sword, her expression still puzzled. "The water elemental law after realization? Although I don't know how you did it, your water element laws are only at the initial stage of the law realm. With this bit of strength, you can still dominate among golden core cultivators. However, I'm afraid you'll find it hard to defeat any nascent soul cultivator, let alone Ming Huang. I'm getting more and more curious about you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't waste any more words. He immediately controlled the flying snow sword and sent it flying towards Yuya Palace Master. The light blue flying sword carried a tsunami of water as it pressed towards Yuya Palace Master. Palace Master Yuya's figure was as small as a bug in front of this tsunami. However, it was this insect that revealed a disdainful expression. She stretched out her fair and tender palm and flicked her finger. Ding! The flying snow sword flew back. The thousands of feet tall tsunami was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, after the flying sword fused with the water element laws, it no longer possessed a real sword body. Otherwise, with a flick of his finger, the low-grade level 5 flying snow sword might have been directly destroyed. The flying snow sword that had turned illusory appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan again. Yu Yu Palace Master frowned. Law concretization. As a non-existent thing, laws could not be destroyed. There was only one way to destroy Chen Daoxuan's flying snow sword, which was formed by the nomological law. That was to kill Chen Daoxuan himself, who had comprehended the water nomological law, and the flying snow sword would naturally collapse. At that time, not only would the flying snow sword collapse, but the Chengying sword that was still evolving would also collapse. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, and he controlled the flying snow sword to attack the palace lord. The flying snow sword was only a level 5, so he did not feel much pressure controlling it, unlike the level 5 Chengying sword, which consumed a lot of magic power. With the magic power in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan and the magic power stored in the high-grade level 4 White Lotus of Fate. With this level of magic power consumption, he could at least last for 6 to 8 hours. It could be considered a conventional attack method. Unfortunately, this kind of conventional attack was a fatal threat to golden core cultivators, but to a top perfected lord like Yuya Palace Master, it was like a child's play. "Chen Daoxuan, if this is all you have, you can die today." As soon as Yuya Palace Master finished speaking, a burst of scorching aura exploded from her body. High stage law realm fire elemental laws. Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized the laws that Palace Master Yuya was using. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Ming Huang could still reach the high-stage law realm. As a top true monarch, it was the most basic for Yuya Palace Master to cultivate a law to the high-stage law realm. The reason why top-tier perfected cultivators were different from ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators was naturally not just because they had cultivated a law to the high-stage law realm like ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators. In fact, any top perfected lord had comprehended at least two types of nomological laws. For example, the Yuya Palace Master before him had a high-stage low realm fire element law. This was only one of the laws she had comprehended. She definitely had another law that she had yet to display. The biggest difference between a top-perfected cultivator and an ordinary late-nascent soul cultivator was the fusion of nomological laws. An ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator would usually only cultivate one law to the high-stage low realm. Coupled with different levels of body tempering cultivation, they would have the combat strength of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator. As for a top-perfected cultivator, not to mention the level of his chi refinement and body refinement cultivation, one of his laws must have reached the high-stage low realm, and the other law must have reached the early-stage low realm. Other than that, the most important point was that the fusion rate of these two laws had to exceed 50%. Only when the fusion rate of the two nomological laws exceeded 50% could one reach the minimum standard of a top true lord. Not to mention the gap between an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator and a top-notch perfected cultivator, there was also a huge gap between top-notch perfected cultivators. For example, Palace Master Yuyu, who was only average among the top true lords, had only comprehended two types of laws. One was at the high stage of the low realm, and the other was only at the early stage of the low realm. Even if the fusion rate of these two laws reached 50%, it still couldn't compare to a top-notch true monarch who had reached the high stage low realm with both laws and had a fusion rate of 50%. By the same logic, if the fusion rate of two laws, high stage and early stage low realm, exceeded 50%, reaching 60%, one's strength would naturally be stronger. In fact, there were even some top-perfected cultivators who had comprehended more than two types of nomological laws. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between the top-perfected cultivators. This was only the difference in the realm of the Great Dao. There was also the difference in the two basic cultivation levels of chi refinement and body refinement, as well as the difference in magic tools, secret techniques, and divine powers between different cultivators. All of these could have a huge impact on a cultivator's strength. The Sea-suppressing Hall Master was able to become one of the top experts in the Qian Yuan sword sect with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation base because he relied more on his advantage in the Great Path realm. As for Fei Qingxiu, the sect leader of the Qian Yuan sword sect, she was able to become one of the top few masters in the sect. She relied more on her basic cultivation, secret techniques, and magic tools. Chapter 499, Killing Intent Decided, 1. Chen Daoxuan's expression was extremely grave as he looked at the Yuya Palace Lord who was surrounded by fire laws. Palace Master Yuya wasn't a sword cultivator. She walked the art path. However, after a cultivator's great Dao realm reached the low realm, there was basically no difference between the Dao of spells, the Dao of the sword, or other Dao paths. The difference between them depended more on the level of the great Dao realm. Sword cultivators were famous among low-level cultivators because they had stepped onto the first level of the Great Dao realm when they were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Compared to the other low-level cultivators, they naturally had a huge advantage. They were basically invincible among those of the same level. At the Zifwa stage, especially the Aurus core stage, cultivators who took other paths would catch up with them in terms of their Great Dao realm, especially at the nascent soul stage. At this point, it was no longer important whether a cultivator walked the path of the sword or any other path. The key was the level of the great path, the number of nomological laws comprehended, and the degree of integration of different nomological laws. The Yuya Palace Lord was like this. Even though she walked the path of the arts, she had reached the high stage of the low realm. Just the power that erupted from this fire element law was not inferior to any sword cultivator of the same level. The flames around Yuya Palace Master turned into white, fist-sized vermilion birds. These vermilion bird flames danced in the air, making Yuya Palace Master look like a flame fairy. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's sword that carried a towering water force of 10,000 feet, Yuya Palace Lord's move was undoubtedly much smaller. However, Chen Daoxuan felt a fatal threat from these blazing vermilion birds. Chen Daoxuan knew that he absolutely couldn't let this flaming vermilion bird touch him in the slightest. Otherwise, his physical body would be destroyed, and his divine soul would collapse. Palace Lord Yuyu looked down at Chen Daoxuan and said, "Since you've already made your move, you should try this move of mine. Illusionary Spirit True Fire." Palace Master Yuyu let out a soft shout, and the flaming vermilion birds that surrounded her charged at Chen Daoxuan at a terrifying speed that was faster than ordinary 5th-tier flying swords. At this moment, Everything in the world seemed to slow down in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. A sense of suffocation welled up in his heart. He couldn't block it. The flying snow sword couldn't block it. This thought occupied Chen Daoxuan's mind the moment he saw the flaming vermilion bird charging over. At the crucial moment, Chen Daoxuan could not hold back. A transparent flying sword flew out from his dantian. It was the Chengying sword that was in the state of advancement. The second law. In the distance, Yuya Palace Master was shocked when she saw this scene. One had to know that after a cultivator reached the nomological realm in one law, the difficulty of cultivating a second law to the nomological realm would suddenly increase by a level. This was because different laws had mutually exclusive characteristics. Even comprehending the second type of sword intent was much more difficult than comprehending the first type, let alone comprehending the second type of law. The reason why many cultivators felt that the difficulty of comprehending the second sword essence was not much different from comprehending the first sword essence was that it was even easier. That was because his cultivation was higher and his comprehension was different from before. From a strategic position, he naturally felt that it was easier to comprehend the second sword essence. In reality, comprehending the second type of sword essence was even more difficult. Comprehending the third type of sword intent was even more difficult because it would be repelled by the first two laws. After that, every time a cultivator comprehended a new sword intent or nomological law, the difficulty would increase by a level. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan had only seen 4 types of Great Dao nomological laws in the source world of perfected immortals. After all, the realm demon that had fallen was equivalent to a Mahayana perfected immortal of the human race. A dignified perfected immortal expert had only comprehended 4 types of laws. It could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend the latter laws. An early Aurus core stage cultivator can actually comprehend a second law. If you wait until you reach the nascent soul stage, it will be amazing. The Yuya Palace Lord's cold brows furrowed, and her entire body was filled with killing intent. Obviously, she had already decided to kill Chen Daoxuan. She wanted to eliminate this future enemy for the sake of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, especially their Qingwei sect. Die! Die! Palace Master Yu Yu shouted angrily, and the power of the illusionary spirit True Fire erupted as it charged towards Chen Daoxuan. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan's Chengying sword also slashed at Yuya Palace Master's illusory spirit True Fire. The Chengying sword that had been materialized from the spatial laws had layers of folds that surrounded it every time it tore through the air. By the time it collided with the vermilion bird flame formed by the illusionary spirit True Flame, the transparent sword was completely covered by the spatial folds. One was the vermilion bird flame formed by the fire law, and the other was the transparent flying sword formed by the space law. The two collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, it was the layers of spatial folds around the Chengying sword that were easily torn apart by the vermilion bird's flames like butter. The vermilion bird flame cut open the space folds on the Chengying sword and wrapped around it. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. He had lost. As expected, with Yuya Palace Lord's late-stage nascent soul cultivation and her high-stage low realm fire element laws, it was not something Chen Daoxuan's current spatial laws could resist. Although spatial laws had a slight advantage over fire elemental laws of the same level, Yuya Palace Master's fire elemental laws were a level higher than Chen Daoxuan's spatial laws. Coupled with her late-stage nascent soul cultivation, she could unleash the power of the fire element laws to the extreme. It was far from what Chen Daoxuan's early-stage Aurus core dharmic powers could contend against. Chapter 500, Killing Intent Decided, 2. In the sky. The vermilion bird flame broke the spatial folds and spread to the body of the Chengying sword. In less than a breath, the Chengying sword was burned into nothingness. This time, the vermilion bird flames were no longer an obstacle as it charged straight at his original body. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to hold back anymore and hurriedly activated the two elements sword formation. With the power of the array formation and the support of his mind, the spatial laws and the water laws fused again. The second fusion of the two was many times faster than the first fusion. Almost instantly, an immortal sword that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. At this moment, the vermilion bird flame formed by the illusionary spirit True Flame also rushed in front of Chen Daoxuan. He did not dare to be negligent. He immediately controlled the brand new flying sword that had fused 2 types of laws and slashed at the vermilion bird flames. Bang! This time, A violent explosion sounded in the air. The blazing white illusionary spirit true fire was directly blasted apart by this brand new flying sword that had fused two kinds of laws. In the Golden Origin Immortal City, countless flames that filled the sky fell into the city. Not good. When true monarch Gold Origin saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. Golden Origin Immortal City was his foundation. Ever since the Qian Yuan sword sect was chased out of the Yun nation by the Xian Qing Dao League, Golden Origin Immortal Lord had established himself in this immortal city. To true monarch Golden Origin, this immortal city was not only the logistics base of the profound Pure Dao alliance, but it was also an important resource guarantee for his future possession and rebirth. He could not afford to lose it. Thinking of this, true monarch Gold Origin couldn't be bothered to reinforce the sky domain. He immediately waved his hand, and a magical treasure in the shape of a net instantly expanded, catching the vermilion bird flames that had scattered into the city. But he had greatly underestimated the power of the illusory spirit true fire. Facing true monarch Gold Origin's terrified gaze, this middle-grade 5th-tier magical equipment was directly shattered into white flames of the illusionary spirit true fire, which greatly damaged its spirituality. In just 3 breaths, this level 5 middle-grade magic tool showed signs of collapsing. Idiot! When Yuya Palace Lord saw this, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only curse true monarch Gold Origin for being stupid. He didn't use any laws, but directly stood up to a 5th-tier magic tool to resist the law attack of a cultivator of the same tier. This was simply not taking a 5th-tier magic tool seriously. One had to know that a level 5 middle-grade magic weapon was not a piece of trash that could be casually thrown away, even for a top-perfected cultivator. However, he was greatly disappointed by his stupid teammate. If it wasn't for the fact that Palace Master Yu Yu quickly withdrew the illusory spirit true fire when she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, this pocket-shaped tier 5 magic tool would have been destroyed in her hands. Fellow Daoist Jin Yuan, I asked you to reinforce this sky domain. Don't you understand? Looking at Yuya Palace Lord's frosty face, true monarch Gold Origin knew that she was truly angry. He didn't dare to refute and lowered his head. Palace Lord is right. I was reckless. He finally realized that even if he didn't put out the fire, with Yuya Palace Master's strength, she would have easily retrieved the illusionary spirit true fire. Although true monarch Golden Origin's actions were not exactly a disservice, it had caused Yuya Palace Lord to lose face in front of Chen Daoxuan. After all, it wasn't a glorious thing for him to destroy his teammate's magic weapon with his own attack. Seeing true monarch Gold Origin's attitude, Yuya Palace Lord snorted coldly and didn't continue to be aggressive. In the end, true Lord Gold Origin was a member of Profound Sun sect and was not under the control of her Qingwei sect. She had already reached her limit by berating him. Moreover, with the enemy in front of her, Yuya Palace Lord couldn't be bothered to argue with an ordinary true monarch like Golden Origin. She was angry just now because she felt that Jin Yuan had acted rashly and embarrassed her. Now that she had calmed down, Yuya Palace Master was shocked to find that Chen Daoxuan had actually shattered her illusory spirit true fire. One must know that her illusionary spirit true fire was the ultimate skill that she had become famous for ever since she broke through to the original level. Several nascent souls had died to this move of hers. But today, the illusionary spirit true fire that she executed with her high-stage low realm fire element laws was actually defeated by Chen Daoxuan. After defeating Yu Palace Master's illusion spirit heavenly fire, the sword split into 2 again, turning into the light blue flying snow sword and the transparent Cheng Ying sword. I didn't expect that not only did you comprehend 2 types of laws, you even fused them together. The Yuya Palace Lord stopped and looked at Chen Daoxuan again. As far as I know, you are not a disciple of the Qian Yuan sword sect, right? What do you want to say, fellow Daoist? Chen Daoxuan frowned. If you are not a disciple of the Qian Yuan sword sect, why do you want to work for the Qian Yuan sword sect? Palace Lord Yu persuaded, as long as you are willing to serve my Xian Qing Dao alliance, I promise that I will not bring up the past. How about it? Yu Palace Lord was completely convinced by Chen Daoxuan's talent and once again extended an olive branch to Chen Daoxuan, wanting to recruit him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that although Chen Daoxuan wasn't very loyal to the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Qingwei sect would never give him the Tei divine water that he wanted. The contradiction between the two was already destined. It was impossible for Chen Daoxuan not to snatch the supreme divine water, because it was his 13th uncle's only hope of building his foundation. To the Qingwei sect, the Tei divine water was the hope of the sect's rise. It was impossible to give it to an outsider like Chen Daoxuan, even if Chen Daoxuan's talent was good. Therefore, the contradiction between the two was impossible to reconcile. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's determined expression, Yuya Palace Lord sighed, "It's a pity that a genius with the hope of becoming a heavenly venerate will fall in my hands. Chen Daoxuan, Bengong will remember you." After saying that, Yuya Palace Lord's aura completely changed. If one were to say that the attitude she had displayed in front of Chen Daoxuan had always been the domineering attitude of a senior expert, her current performance showed that she regarded Chen Daoxuan as a respectable opponent. She slowly stretched out her fair and tender palm. In her palm, a red and golden thread was jumping. In the blink of an eye, the red and golden threads slowly intertwined. In the eyes of outsiders, they became indistinguishable. "Chen Daoxuan, although this queen doesn't know how you fused the spatial laws and water laws into one, it's very obvious that your method of fusing them is very crude, or rather, very violent." Palace Master Yuya looked at him. "Now, I'll show you what a true law fusion looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden phoenix appeared in front of Yuya Palace Master. This fire phoenix was not only several times larger than the vermilion bird flame, but it also had a trace of spirituality. Other than that, every feather of the phoenix was lifelike, as if a real phoenix had come back to life. Of course, Chen Daoxuan knew that this wasn't the real fire phoenix. A real fire phoenix, even the weakest one, was in existence above the true immortal realm. It was far from what a nascent soul cultivator like Yu Palace Lord could command. Although it was not a real fire phoenix, this golden fire phoenix still possessed some of the spirituality of a fire phoenix. Fire phoenixes were born from the laws of fire. After Yuya Palace Master merged her metal element laws into the fire element laws, she used the illusionary spirit true fire secret technique to display it. Finally, she had the divine charm of this divine fire bird. With the arrival of this fire phoenix, before Chen Daoxuan fell, Golden Origin Immortal City was in chaos. Even though the three mid-stage nascent soul cultivators held Dao domain magic treasures to suppress the sky domain, they could not stop the power of the fire phoenix from spreading towards Golden Origin Immortal City. True Lord Golden Origin's face was ashen. He knew that regardless of whether he could capture Chen Daoxuan or not, his immortal city was finished. Without the Golden Origin Immortal City as a foundation, he had no confidence that he could step into the nascent soul realm after possession. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate Chen Daoxuan. Even he hated Yuya Palace Master, the top perfected lord of the Qingwei sect. Because in his opinion, the Yuya Palace Lord could completely force Chen Daoxuan away, and not kill him. True Monarch Gold Origin was naturally aware of Chen Daoxuan's talent. He also knew that if he didn't kill this child, he would definitely become a huge threat to the Xian-Qing Dao alliance in the future. However, what did this have to do with him? After all, True Monarch Gold Origin only had a few decades left to live.